Chapter 1918. Yi Jian, who was no longer angry, slowly reached out her hand and gently hugged the strong waist of the man who kept coaxing her. She closed her eyes and said softly, "Sometimes when you are naughty, I really have the impulse to beat you up. Captain Xia, you're so naughty. You really need to be taught a lesson." "I do need to be taught a lesson, so if you don't like it, you must not spoil me." She wrapped her arms around his waist, and Xia Jinyuan's heart slowly relaxed. Yi Qian was moved by his words. He said what was on her mind. Because of their identities, every second they spent together was extremely precious. She was very angry tonight, but she didn't have to be angry all night. She could tell from his behavior that he was really afraid this time. She didn't want their relationship to be strained, she just wanted him to know that once he made her angry, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. He would be so scared that he would break out in a cold sweat. Since she had achieved the effect she wanted, Yi Qian knew when to stop and didn't keep him in suspense. She felt uneasy. "I'm not someone who gets angry easily. When it comes to relationships, I'm not very proactive. It seems like I've been pushed by you all the way, and you've always had to put up with me. But Captain Xia, do you know that before I met you, I never thought of finding a man to spend the rest of my life with? Meeting you is my fortune. It's the fortune of my life." Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan really breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered this lesson well. Being too presumptuous would make him seem frivolous. "Do you know why I'm angry?" the person in his arms asked him softly. Her voice was soft, and she still felt wronged. Xia Jinyuan felt so sorry for her that he kissed her hair. "I know. Being too presumptuous would make me seem frivolous. What happened just now was my fault. I didn't consider your feelings. I'm sorry, little fox. Please forgive me. What happened just now? I'm not that angry. I'm just afraid." Yi Qian didn't always try to control him. There was no need to use each other's faults as a weapon. Leaning against his broad chest, Yi Qian said softly with his eyes closed, "In the elevator and in the kitchen, you looked at me like you wanted to eat me. It made me a little scared. You came out wrapped in a towel and deliberately said that you weren't wearing anything underneath. I really believed you at that time. When I believed you, I panicked. I was afraid that I shouldn't have seen. I'm angry because I trusted you so much, but you lied to me in the end." Her tone gradually softened and was no longer as tough as before. Xia Jinyuan, who was afraid of being pranked, hugged her tightly. After a heavy sigh, he said, "Don't worry, little fox. I won't use your trust to tease you again. It won't happen again." After saying that, he kissed her hair carefully, as if he was kissing a piece of jewelry. "I did have some other thoughts tonight. It's impossible for a grown man to not have any thoughts when facing his girlfriend. Little fox, I have some thoughts about you. I want to have physical intimacy with you." Yi Qian knew what he wanted. When she heard him say it out loud, her heart trembled slightly and her ears burned. Physical intimacy with him. Is this the idea of skin-to-skin contact? She happened to be hugging his waist, so Yi Jian pinched his waist directly. Is Captain Xia satisfied with this kind of skin contact? Xia Jinyuan, who knew that the sky had cleared up after the storm, laughed deeply. "I'm not satisfied. The kind of physical intimacy I want requires honesty. I don't need all of it, I just need." He leaned over and whispered in her ear. Without waiting for Yi Qian to reply, he lifted Yi Qian and they fell onto the soft bed together. Chapter 1919. When it came to relationships, both of them were inexperienced. Yi Qian was a woman who had not done anything in her 2 lifetimes. She even had her first kiss in her previous life. Major Xia Jinyuan looked both righteous and evil, but he was actually a man who exuded an air of abstinence from head to toe. He was the most gentlemanly man. Relationships were also a foreign territory to him. However, men had always been good at understanding relationships. They were born with the ability to dominate. The two of them pressed down on the bed. Before Yi Qian could make a move, he had already trapped Yi Qian beneath him. His deep eyes stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian. His eyes were his world, and in his world, there was only Yi Qian and Yi Qian's existence. Yi Qian was his world. "It won't be the last step. Just give me a few appetizers. I promise. It won't be the last step. You're still young. I need to consider your health." His scorching thin lips gently kissed the tip of Yi Qian's nose. As he spoke, he kissed her gently. His gaze was so gentle, and his actions were filled with tenderness. He treated her like a precious treasure. There was no aggression. He only told Yi Qian wholeheartedly that everything he did was built on the basis that he would not let her get hurt. Yi Qian did not close her eyes. She wanted to see his love clearly. Not only did she want to feel it, but she also wanted to see it clearly. The door to her heart, which had always been tightly shut, had unknowingly opened for him. She did not know when he had entered her heart, which could not accommodate anyone else. He was both a teacher and a friend. He was also the only man she had fallen in love with in her 2 lifetimes. It was too difficult for him to hold himself back. Even his handsome forehead was slightly sweaty. His increasingly heavy breathing spilled onto her face. This was the refreshing scent that belonged to him. She did not reject his scent at all. Yi Jian raised her hands that hadn't moved all this while and coiled them around his neck. Yi Jian smiled. Her clear black eyes were no longer cold and indifferent. Instead, they were like flowers blooming enchantingly. "What are your appetizers?" she asked him with a smile. Men took the lead in love affairs, but women were born to seduce men. That was why there was such a relationship. Yi Jian was a strong woman. She would not let Xia Jinyuan do whatever he wanted, as if he was molding clay figurines. The man in front of her was really attractive. He had elegant eyebrows, sexy thin lips, and a strong chest that rose and fell as he breathed. Every muscle line flowed to the point that it was almost perfect. She couldn't help but praise him when she looked at him. "Let's start with an appetizer, like this," Xia Jinyuan said softly as he covered Yi Qian with the quilt. He lowered his body slightly and supported his weight with one elbow. When his thin lips kissed her delicate lips, his slender fingers slid into Yi Qian's clothes like fish. He sucked on her lips and gently rubbed and sucked. His voice was mellow and intoxicating like red wine. "Like this." "Again?" he asked her. His scorching palm had already quietly covered her slender waist and began to rub back and forth. "Just like this." Yi Qian hooked one hand around his neck and the other hand gently caressed his handsome face. Her fingers traced the side of his eyebrows, then the tip of his handsome nose. Her index finger pressed against his thin lips. Her dimples were like a flower, and her eyes rippled like autumn water. A woman's natural charm overflowed from the depths of her eyes little by little. She smiled faintly and said, "Captain Xia, your appetizer can't be so simple and plain, right?" Chapter 1920. "Of course not. I still want to be like this." His fingers slowly caressed her slender waist, and then all the way up, slowly crawling. He didn't immediately climb to the top of the mountain. Instead, he went back and forth between the ravines, as if he was considering which peak to climb first and which to fully enjoy the scenery. Xia Jinyuan wasn't in a hurry to be lustful. Instead, he allowed her to slowly get used to him. Sometimes they kissed, sometimes they whispered, trying to achieve a high standard in one go. As a major who was strict with himself, he also had strict requirements when it came to matters of the heart. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Yi Qian and cause her to lose interest in him in the future. Interest needed to be nurtured, so he had to take it step by step and enter the best state. Yi Qian indeed didn't like to be rude and unreasonable, and he believed that not many women would be willing to treat him that way. The joy of intimacy was a joy that couldn't be controlled when one was deeply in love. How could one be so impatient? When he placed his hand on Yi Qian's right side, she gently closed her eyes. Her face was as red as the rosy clouds, and it was even more gorgeous than the spring scenery. Her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes were like water, and there was also the charm of first love. A droplet of water dripped onto her eyelids. Yi Qian, who had closed her eyes, couldn't help but open them again. She saw his forbearance and restraint, and also saw the joy in his eyes. "I couldn't sleep because I thought about it day and night. Now that my wish has come true." Xia Jinyuan saw her quietly open her eyes and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. "The texture of your hand is 1,000,000 times better than what I imagined. This is the second small dish, and it's even stronger than the clear soup." She had secretly rubbed her fingers together and secretly wondered how big they were, and even wondered how it would feel to touch them. Now that she had gotten what she wanted, she realized that her previous fantasies were all nonsense. Her imagination couldn't be used as a reference. It had to be real. "This is my first time, so I'm a little nervous." As his sweat dripped, Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes were like an ancient well, and there were already ripples in them. I didn't expect it to be so wonderful. I want time to stop here. He lowered his head and kissed her slender neck. Between heavy breaths he said vaguely, "The third dish is exploration. I want to explore all the way and see how different women are from men." Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He wrapped his arms tightly around Yi Qian's neck and asked, "Are we done with the probing?" "No, there's one last side dish after that. It's called tasting. I want to taste it so that I can reminisce about it when I'm alone." He kissed her from her neck all the way down to her collarbone, and then lingered back and forth in her sexy bone groove, leaving behind a few bright red flower buds. Using his lips to explore gently, he began to touch her skin bit by bit. His slender fingers now felt the scenery on both sides, and his movements gradually became more and more complex. Unfortunately, Yi Qian was one of the more promising ones. Xia Jinyuan gave up after trying twice. There was no way for him to take over both companies. Light, bouncy, delicate and soft. You're not as hard as us men, and even feel pain when we bump into you. Xia Jinyuan said sincerely in the midst of playing. His voice was a little hoarse, because there was too much forbearance in it. Every word he said was scorching hot. Chapter 1921. It was lucky that both of them were able to hold themselves back. Both of them preferred to study first before making a move. Yi Jian was a little stiff at first, then her face flushed. In the end, she was already aroused. "Xia Jinyuan." She moaned softly. Her moan was like a spell that trapped the man who was trying his best to restrain himself. It was just a light breeze and drizzle, but all of a sudden, he sucked hard on the skin below his collarbone and didn't want to let go for a while. Yi Qian, who was stimulated, no longer wrapped around his neck. Instead, he went under his armpits and held onto his shoulders with both hands. The last few side dishes. Xia Jinyuan was entranced by her soft moan. His eyes reddened as he moved his body closer to Yi Qian's chest. Yi Qian didn't let him taste it all at once. Instead, he panted softly and said, "Captain Xia, I can't bear the responsibility." She could already feel the biggest change in his body. "If you can't bear to, you can help me. Use your hands to help me." After he finished speaking, he lowered his head. The white quilt moved up and down, and the room became a spring scene. In the end, Xia Jinyuan, who hadn't had a taste in 26 years, got what he wanted. When he said that he would only taste it, he really stopped there. He didn't let Yi Qian use his hands to help. Recently, it had been difficult for him to endure. Xia Jinyuan, who had tasted so much that his blood was boiling, used rubbing and other methods to release it. Yi Qian felt his body suddenly tremble. After a while, he felt moisture coming from the side of his legs. Yi Qian, who knew what this meant, bit his lower lip and his body started to tremble. Although he stopped there, he couldn't control himself in the end. After both of their bodies trembled, there was only soft panting in the spring scene in the bedroom. Although he didn't get to know her better, and he didn't even go below her navel, their first intimacy was enough for them to reminisce about. Her face was so hot that she felt like she was steaming. She closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. It was too exciting, and she couldn't calm down for a while. Xia Jinyuan did not move either. He still had one last appetizer that he had not tasted yet. He had failed to live up to his expectations. The little fox had only bitten the side of his Adam's apple, and it was over in a flash. Was he that sensitive? Or could it not last long enough? Thinking of this, Major Xia, whose forehead was still sweating, couldn't help but narrow his black eyes. Wasn't it too fast? Was there an hour? An hour was just right. After all, it was his first time being intimate with Little Fox, and his first time being intimate with a woman. He had read relevant books before. For a man like him who had never had his first time, it would usually end very quickly. It was normal for him to last around 10 minutes. Then, it would be even more normal for him to last an hour. Like all men, Xia Jinyuan was no exception when it came to power. What he wanted was to last, and he didn't want his lover to think that it was too short. After a full 5 minutes, Yi Qian, who was sweating profusely, gently poked the man lying motionless on his stomach and said softly, "Aren't you going to get up and change your pants?" Xia Jinyuan, whose handsome face had yet to dissipate, did not move. He just lay there, looking particularly languid. After waiting for a while, he still did not move. Yi Qian poked his shoulder again. I'm sweaty all over. I want to go and wash up. Even if you don't want to move, you should let me. Chapter 1922. Yi Qian didn't expect the man lying motionless on the bed to be thinking about two things. First, how long did he last? Not bad. Second, he was annoyed at himself for failing to live up to expectations. His last appetizer was to get Yi Qian's five-fingered lady to come out of seclusion, but in the end, he solved it himself, and it became the regret of the night. When Yi Qian poked his shoulder for the third time, he felt that the area around his leg was getting more and more sensitive, so he had to remind him again, if you don't get up, the blanket we're using right now will be wet. You! He bit his lower lip, and his voice got softer and softer. Don't you feel uncomfortable? I'm wearing a pair of wet pants. I'm going to change first. I don't want to move, and I don't feel uncomfortable. Major Xia continued to lie on the bed, and his voice was low and hoarse. I want to continue. I want to continue until dawn, I want to. Yi Qian, who was still in the midst of his passion, was shocked by his repeated, I want to continue. Don't even think about it. Get up, Xia Jinyuan. Captain Xia stopped shouting and directly called out his name. Even if he raised his voice, it would still make Xia Jinyuan's ears go soft. He wanted to kiss Yi Qian again, but Yi Qian's long legs were already moving. Xia Jinyuan quickly turned over and rolled to the side. He laughed and said, Little fox, you are turning your back on me. I almost succeeded in my sneak attack. She seemed to realize that something was wrong, so before Yi Qian noticed, she quickly picked up the towel that she had dropped to the side and wrapped it around the wet part of the pants. I'll go outside to see if there's any water. You can go inside and change. From the side, he could see that her face was blushing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. They had already met each other frankly, but his little fox was still shy. He was also a little uncomfortable at this moment. The wet part of his body made him uncomfortable. After the incident, Yi Qian was indeed a little unnatural. She was quite proactive in the process. Just now when he got up, she saw the scratch marks she left on his shoulder. It was because of the scratch marks that she became unnatural. Hearing that he was going outside, Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief. When Yi Jian arrived at the washroom, she looked at herself in the mirror. She was so shocked by her reflection that her body trembled. Was the person in the mirror her? Was it her? Not only was her face flushed, but there was also a hint of charm in the corners of her eyes. The ripples in her eyes were even more charming, as if there were ripples flowing out from her eyes. His lips were bright red, so fresh that they looked like they were about to drip blood. Together with his face full of spring, Yi Qian almost didn't dare to look at himself in the mirror. She had actually acted like this when she was in love. Where was her usual indifference? Yi Jian took a few deep breaths before she put aside the shyness that she didn't dare to face herself. Then, she slowly lifted her clothes. Her snow-white skin was dotted with red spots, and her chest was kissed by him. After taking one look at Yi Qian, she quickly put down her shirt and went straight into the shower. After taking off her shirt and pants, she was too embarrassed to look at her own body. She only raised her head to let the hot water wash her. Outside, Xia Jinyuan unscrewed the water pipe and took out the small square towel used to wipe his hands. He didn't have to pretend that there was no water anymore. He could sleep with her for the next few hours. He also had to wash his gym shorts. After he finished showering and returned to the bedroom, he saw that Yi Qian had already laid down and wrapped himself up tightly. Chapter 1923. He had no intention of letting him sleep on the sofa. It was obvious from the fact that half of the bed was empty. Yi Qian, whose face was still red, was still awake. She heard him enter the room and close the door. She held her breath as he walked to the bed and lay down beside her. Come sleep in my arms. I'll hug you. After taking a cold shower, his voice was no longer hoarse, but it was still pleasant to the ears. Yi Qian, who was sleeping on her side, did not move. Xia Jinyuan, who was talking, moved. He held her shoulder with one hand and pulled her into his arms, turning her around to face him. Looking at her blushing cheeks, Xia Jinyuan kissed her forehead. Practice makes perfect. Next time, I'll last longer. You'll feel better. Yi Qian did not want to listen to this topic at all. She did not want to listen or participate in the discussion. She closed her eyes and ignored him, but her fluttering eyelashes gave her away. Xia Jinyuan's heart was filled with tenderness. He hugged her tightly in his arms and tenderly said, "Your face is so red. Do you want to use cold water to cool it down?" It seemed like he couldn't stop if she didn't speak. "It's okay. I won't blush if you stop talking." Yi Qian, whose eyes were still tightly shut, buried her head in his arms to prevent him from looking at her. "I'm so tired. I want to sleep." Xia Jinyuan, who was both physically and mentally comfortable, did not feel sleepy at all. Even though he did not invite Yi Qian's 5 fingers to help him, he did not have to think about it anymore. In the unit, Han Zheng would sometimes bring up the things between men and women. He was a veteran and had never stopped since he started having sex at the age of 15. To him, women were like objects to satisfy his needs. After he used them, he would not think about them. When he talked about feelings, he would also think about it. The person he was thinking about was none other than the girl sleeping in his arms. After all, imagination was imagination. It was completely different from reality. As long as one experienced it, they would know what it felt like to have sex. It was a feeling that made his cerebral cortex quite active. It was a feeling that made his soul float. He had only opened up 2 mountain ranges in his territory, and it had already made him feel this way. Then, when he occupied all the territory, wouldn't it be? There was no need to think too deeply about it. Just thinking about it now made his body itch again. "Are you tired? If you're tired, close your eyes and rest. Listen to me." He didn't want to sleep. He still wanted to tell her how he felt. He gently caressed her shoulder and said in a low voice, "I've never felt this way before. Even now, I'm still very excited. Little fox, how do you feel? Did I make you feel better? It should be okay. Hearing your low voice is really like a cat scratching me. The more I listen, the more excited I get. Even now, I can still hear your voice in my ears. When I was bathing just now, I used cold water to put out the flames. Now there's... Little fox, I've really fallen into your hands for the rest of my life." He had experienced similar seduction training countless times. Other than the first time when he was caught off guard, he never had a reaction again. No matter how good a woman's body was, she was just like a plastic model standing in front of him. She wouldn't arouse his interest at all. Only she could make every part of his body so sensitive and arouse the most primitive urges in his body. "If you didn't have a flight tomorrow, little fox, I would really torture you until dawn tonight." After saying this, Xia Jinyuan hugged Yi Jian tightly, who seemed to have fallen asleep, and slowly closed his eyes. He could sleep now. After he woke up, there were still many things to deal with. Their love life was short-lived. War was their life. Chapter 1924. By the time the 2 of them fell asleep, it was already past 3 in the morning. Xia Jinyuan was exhausted from leading the troops. When he finally fell asleep, he woke up to find that Yi Qian, who was supposed to be in his arms, was not there. The emptiness in his arms startled him for a moment. If it weren't for the burning scratches on his shoulder, he would have thought that last night was just a wet dream. There was still half an hour before 8. Yi Qian, who had gone downstairs for a jog and brought porridge, pickles, and bread from the hotel's breakfast room, gently pushed the door open and entered. He had no intention of waking up the exhausted man. Most of the troops that entered the highlands and mountains for training were led by Xia Jinyuan and assisted by Demon King Li. The entire training was high intensity and high risk. As the highest commander of the 2 troops, Xia Jinyuan shouldered a lot of pressure. It wasn't easy for him to get a good night's sleep. Yi Qian didn't have the heart to wake him up too early. He planned to wake him up at 7:50. For a soldier, 10 minutes was more than enough time to wash up. It wouldn't delay his work. Yi Qian put the breakfast on the coffee table. He was sweaty from his morning jog. He took out his winter clothes from the wardrobe and went into the shower outside. Xia Jinyuan, who was on the phone in the bedroom, had already noticed Yi Qian entering the room. As he put on his clothes, he said in a low voice, "Okay, I'll leave in 10 minutes. We'll talk more when we meet." The Major General of the Army called. The Major, who hadn't had a chance to rest, had a new mission. They didn't have any so-called rest time. They were always on standby for a number of days a year. Once they received a mission, they had to rush back immediately, no matter where they were. After ending the call with the Major General, Xia Jinyuan opened the bedroom door and walked out. As he listened to the sound of running water in the shower, the coldness on his handsome face disappeared and was replaced by a gentle smile. "Little fox, I'm coming in." Knocking on the glass bathroom door, the major in military uniform smiled and said, "Draw the curtain inside so I can't see." Yi Jian turned off the shower when she heard the knock on the door. After she heard what he said, she immediately raised her hand and pulled the shower curtain tight. "Go to the bathroom inside. I need 2 more minutes. All my toiletries are here. Also, I just received a call from the military. I need to leave in 10 minutes. It's a little urgent." Xia Jinyuan really didn't dare to barge in case she splashed water on him. Yi Jian knew that he needed to carry out a mission. She did not waste any time and let him in immediately. Half of the plain waterproof shower curtain was covered by the sound of running water. The major's slender, straight, and muscular legs moved from time to time. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he let out a light sigh before quickly washing up. After he finished washing up, the sound of running water stopped. His gaze fell on the military uniform and bath towel on the hanger outside. The major's eyes darkened. He took off the bath towel and walked to the shower curtain that was less than 3 steps away from him. He said in a low voice, "Let me help you put on your clothes, okay? I can wear whatever I want you to wear. I can wear it myself. If I let you do it for me, I won't be able to get dressed for the rest of the day." Yi Qian's face burned when he heard that. He was so frightened that he even stuttered. After saying that, he felt a little weak and short of breath. He put on a straight face and said in a deep voice, "Captain Xia, you can go out and have breakfast first. I'll take care of my own business." Chapter 1925. It was not easy to dress someone else, but it was embarrassing to have someone else dress her. Yi Qian would not find another embarrassing thing for herself. Her face was still burning from what happened last night. If she let him dress her again, she would burn until her entire body turned red in broad daylight. Xia Jinyuan, who was holding a bath towel outside, seemed to understand something. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the dark green winter coat, the shirt, underwear, and so on. His little fox seemed to have misunderstood him. He smiled and pulled the curtain open a little. Yi Qian, who was behind the curtain, was shocked again. She thought he was going to lift the curtain and come in. She couldn't help but shout, "Xia Jinyuan, stand still. You're not allowed to." Before she could say, "Come in," a bath towel was handed to her through the curtain. His voice was soft and seductive as he coaxed her softly, "Wrap the towel properly before coming out. I'll take the clothes out and put them on in the room. Last time, you helped me put on the military uniform. This time, I'll help you put it on." Yi Qian, who was silently wrapping the towel tightly around her, finally understood. So when he said, "Put on the clothes," he didn't mean, "Help me put on the clothes one by one." Yi Qian knew she had misunderstood. She wanted to stick herself to the wall covered in water droplets. What nonsense did she say just now? Shameful, too shameful. Dressing your lover was an interesting thing to do. Xia Jinyuan draped one arm over Yi Qian's winter coat. His handsome features contained a gentle smile. He said softly to the person who walked out, "Come here, little fox." Yi Qian, who was only missing the coat, walked up to him and stared at him. "You said something that made me misunderstand again." "You're the one who misunderstood. Don't you know that I'm leaving soon? How can I help you put on the clothes one by one? Just as you said, if I were to dress you one by one, you wouldn't be able to wear any clothes for the rest of the day." Xia Jinyuan laughed. When he went into the bathroom earlier, he did have some thoughts, but he still had a task to do, so he didn't have time to indulge in love. Hugging her gently, he kissed her forehead and said softly, "Sometimes I don't pay attention to what I say. I didn't mean to tease you. It's also my fault for leaving a bad impression on you. I have to change." His embrace was very warm, so warm that she sank into it and did not want to leave. She rubbed her cheek against his. "There's not enough time. When do you plan to dress me up?" He needed to leave, and she also needed to leave. It was time for them to leave, so even if she was reluctant, she had to accept it. This was their choice, and it was a choice that they would never regret. "Very soon, but I'll need your cooperation." He let go of her arm and gestured for her to turn her back to him. He put on the coat as smoothly as he put on his own clothes. He then walked to the front and carefully adjusted his collar. He lowered his eyes slightly to look at the girl who had come for him. His chest suddenly felt warm, and he couldn't help but lower his head again. A gentle kiss landed in front of her eyes. Her long, fluttering eyelashes swept across his lips and also brushed across his heart. There are still 5 minutes left. I can't accompany you to the hospital to say goodbye to Uncle Chen, and I can't accompany you back to school. Southern province is not as good as the north. It's cold and there's no heater in the room. If the military doesn't have any arrangements for you after you go back, you can go to Beijing to accompany Uncle Chen, or you can go back to the villa complex. Chapter 1926. The clock never stopped ticking, and there were only 3 minutes left of the 10 minutes. Xia Jinyuan did not stop reminding her. Uncle Chen will be discharged in 6 days. After he is discharged, the military will arrange for him to go to the sniper base in the southern province. If you have no problems with your homework, you can accompany Uncle Chen to the sniper base to practice shooting. He buttoned the buttons of her military uniform one by one and said seriously, "Take good care of yourself. My mission here will take a long time, so I will temporarily cut off contact with the country. If you have any urgent matters, you can contact the brigade directly. Our comrades in the brigade will be happy to help you." Han Zheng's father is Minister Han of the General Logistics Department. My family is on good terms with Han Zheng's family. Uncle Han and my father graduated from the same military academy in the same class. Our families have always been on good terms. If you have any problems that you can't solve, just look for Han Zheng. He won't refuse. You don't have to worry about Du Jiari. She doesn't have the ability to directly overstep her authority and reach into the campus of the National University of Science and Technology of China. You don't have to worry about anything outside. The most important thing for you now is to take care of your own matters. Finish your 4 years of studies with excellent results and get the title of Outstanding Student. He carefully reminded her, and Yi Qian listened attentively. When he finished, she said, "You too. Take good care of yourself." Okay. Their separation was imminent. After Xia Jinyuan helped her put on the coat, he looked at the beautiful girl with deep eyes. Then, he hugged her tightly in his arms and buried his head in her neck. He took a deep breath and said, "I'm leaving now. I'll bring breakfast to the car." The car to pick him up had arrived, so he needed to leave. Yi Qian hugged his waist tightly. When he lifted his head from her neck, she tiptoed and kissed his handsome chin. "See you next time, Captain Xia." They let go of each other in the next second. Yi Jian turned around and picked up the bread on the coffee table. Xia Jinyuan picked up his luggage and took the bread from her. He smiled at her, opened the door and strode away without looking back. Xia Jinyuan did not mention anything about his discussion with Principal Chen until he left. Yi Qian stared blankly at the door that closed behind him after he left. She slowly lowered her head to look at her hands. Just now, she could still feel his warmth on her hands, but now they were empty. Only his breath remained. "I've just left and I've already missed you, Captain Xia." She smiled bitterly and murmured softly. After living 2 lives, she finally knew what love was like. Whether it was sour, sweet, bitter or spicy, she would gladly endure it. At 8 o'clock, Yi Qian left the hotel on time and headed to the hospital. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the car, spoke to Commander-in-Chief Xia. It may involve a wide range of people, but a unit that erased the existence of a martyr already shows that there is something wrong with this unit. I'll report the problem to the military. I only hope that justice will be served for the martyr who sacrificed himself for the country. I want to investigate the matter clearly and let those with bad intentions know that they won't be able to hide the truth forever. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face turned pale when he heard this. If Xia Jinyuan had not reported the matter, he would not have known that there was a unit that dared to erase the glory of a martyr's life. How dare they? At this time, I will report it to the military commission, but everything will have to wait until I have a certain amount of investigation results. If we want to make a move, we have to make a big move. A small fight won't hurt us, but if we make a big move, it won't have much effect on a few scapegoats. Chapter 1927. Hearing the furious Commander-in-Chief Xia close the document he was reading with a sullen face, the Commander-in-Chief, who had not been angry for a long time, slammed his palm on the desk and said sternly, "Tell Xiao Yi that as long as I'm here, I won't let her mother suffer any grievances after her sacrifice." How audacious! How dare they erase the deeds of a martyr? I'd like to see what kind of monsters are stirring up trouble in this unit. A martyr was loyal to the country, yet she was treated like this after her sacrifice. If the military didn't solve this problem, how could they face the soldiers who risked their lives to protect the peace of the motherland? The morale of the army was in chaos, and the country was in chaos. How could anyone disturb the morale of the army? Dad, I haven't told her about this yet, mainly because I don't want to affect her studies and distract her. I plan to tell her when I have some clues. Please keep it from her for the time being. Xia Jinyuan originally wanted to investigate it himself, but the mission cycle was too long. After thinking about it, he could only ask the old man in the military to do it. With him taking the lead, the investigation would be much faster. You investigate in secret first. I'm afraid that they'll be prepared. It won't be good if they bite back at us. He cautiously reminded him that it had been more than 10 years, and it was extremely difficult to investigate again. Some of the evidence had already been erased. The only breakthrough was that there were no records of Sun Xueqing's heroic deeds in this unit. You can contact Sun Xueqing's comrades in the unit first. Tongzhou Public Security Bureau Chief Kai is also secretly investigating this matter. He was a comrade of Yi Qian's mother, and he was the one who found out about this when he returned to the unit. Chief Kai should have investigated deeply. It was better to contact him directly to get the relevant evidence than to investigate from the beginning. Leave this matter to me. You and Yi Qian don't have to be distracted. I'll contact you if there's any progress. Commander-in-Chief Xia remembered this in his heart and said a few more words before hanging up the phone. A phone call had secretly stirred up a storm. However, at this time, there were still undercurrents, and the surface was still as calm as before. Those who were hiding in the dark did not know that the dusty past was about to be opened again. Someone would take a photo of the dust of the past, and everything would be revealed. Yi Qian knew that Chief Kai was secretly investigating her mother's sacrifice on the day all the exams ended. Everyone in the class knew that she went to the company for official business. Before the exams, everyone had to prepare for the exams, so they didn't ask much. After the exams, they couldn't help but ask about the basic level of the company. As long as they didn't say the unit number and only talked about the company's life, it was normal communication and didn't leak any secrets. After the exam, Yi Jian answered with a smile that she had gone to the company. The training was several times harder than the training in school. Su Wen ran over. Before she came close, her voice was heard first. Yi Jian, someone is looking for you outside. He said he is your mother's comrade. The guard has checked his ID and is taking him to the reception room. Then you go quickly. We'll come find you later. Seeing this, the students who were sitting around Yi Jian stood up and stopped bothering her. There was still a class meeting after the exam. It would not be too late to ask her then. Yi Qian was the only one in the class who went to the basic level of the company, so the students were quite curious. Yi Jian vaguely guessed that it might be Director Kai whom she met during the mission last time. She slightly restrained her expression and suppressed the panic in her heart. After thanking Su Wen, she quickened her pace and headed to the reception room. When she arrived, Chief Kai was already in the meeting room. Yi Qian pushed the door open and said with a smile, "Not bad, you look more like a soldier than last time." Chapter 1928. Knowing that Chief Kai was his mother's comrade, Yi Qian only felt a sense of closeness when he saw him again. He couldn't help but smile as he walked over. "How did you find the time to come over? Are you here on a business trip?" "I've wanted to come and see you for a long time, but I was afraid I'd disturb your studies, so I decided to wait until your exams were over." Chief Kai scrutinized the girl he hadn't seen for a few months. The more he looked, the happier he became. She was really a good child. She stood tall and straight with a valiant and heroic bearing of a soldier. She wore a tailor-made student uniform and looked like a thriving pine tree. Although the branches and leaves hadn't fully extended, one could already see her future glory. Yi Qian first asked him to sit down, then hurriedly poured him some hot water. "I'm sorry, there are no tea leaves in the reception room, so I can only treat you to some hot water." Hot water is good. It's simple and plain, without any impurities. A person should also be like a glass of clear water, simple and straightforward. Chief Kai took the hot water with a smile on his face. He gestured for Yi Qian to sit down and said kindly, "Although your complexion is a bit poor, you're full of energy. It's clear that you're used to military school life. Not bad, not bad. You didn't embarrass your mother. You're the descendant of a soldier. Yi Jian liked to talk about her mother very much. She felt a great sense of pride. Although my mother left early, I still remember things from a long time ago. I still remember that she once told me that a person should live up to the word person, be open and aboveboard, and act magnanimously. Just as you said, a person should be like a glass of clear water, simple and straightforward, without any impurities. Chief Kai heard this and laughed even louder. Good, good, good. Very good, very good. Hong Mei has a daughter like you. No matter how much she suffers, she's willing to accept it. But I can't bear to. Yi Qian took a sip of the hot water. When he looked up again, his expression was a bit more solemn. I don't know if what you said last time in Tongzhou is true. I want to know about my mother. I can ask you at any time. Chief Kai also retracted his smile and leaned against the wooden sofa used to receive guests. His kind gaze from a moment ago suddenly became sharp. It was different from the unruly sharpness of a young man. Instead, it was a sharpness that had been accumulated over time and was able to see through everything. You didn't come looking for me, but I came looking for you. Yi Qian, I'm here because of your mother. I want to tell you something you don't know. Looking around, Yi Qian knew the purpose of his visit. His expression grew colder and colder. Is this place suitable for talking? Don't worry. There are no surveillance cameras here. There are also guards outside. If someone approaches, they will alert us in time. This is the most suitable place. Yi Qian's back straightened, and his eyes grew darker and colder. Please speak. I will remember every word you say. Since he said this was the most suitable place, Chief Kai didn't think too much about it. He took out some clues from his recent investigation from his briefcase. I've always felt that there were many things wrong with your mother's sacrifice. I've thought about investigating it before, but in the end, I couldn't find anything. After I saw you, I felt guilty towards your mother, so I secretly investigated again. Back then, another comrade and I investigated and found another comrade who went on a mission with your mother. We found out about your mother's mission back then. It's all written down here. You can take a look. Yi Qian's hands trembled slightly as he took the documents. Even his gaze towards Chief Kai trembled slightly. Chapter 1929. She opened the folder and saw a picture of a young woman in an old-fashioned military uniform. She was very familiar with the picture. This was her mother. Even though she had only been with her for less than 4 years, she would always remember the gentle look on her face when she told her stories. Even after a lifetime, it was still so vivid. The reception room was so quiet that it seemed like no one was there. Even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. Chief Kai watched as Yi Qian carefully flipped through the pages. When she flipped to the second page, he said in a low voice, the mission back then was indeed a one-way trip. Some people used their positions to collude with the underworld. They opened the country's gates for convenience and profited greatly from it. When your mother received the mission, she probably knew that she was doomed. Before she left, she told us that she had a daughter in her hometown. If she didn't come back, we would have to take care of her. Back then, we still can't find out who used their positions to open the country's gates and participate in smuggling and drug trafficking. These people are not people we can find out. Dirty linen should not be aired in public. The same goes for the country's dirty linen. Most of them were executed in secret. That was the era when everything was starting to emerge. Some people couldn't keep their conscience. They couldn't resist the temptation of money and started to violate their original vows. Step by step they committed crimes. Look at what your mother's comrade said. He said that before your mother sacrificed herself, she shouted a person's name in her hometown's dialect. Then she was ambushed and shot in the chest. She died on the spot. This is what she sacrificed. Chief Kai suddenly stopped talking. He quietly took out a brown envelope from another pocket of his briefcase. He gently placed it on the coffee table and slowly pushed it in front of Yi Qian. Yi Qian, take a look. Yi Qian's outstretched hand seemed to realize what was inside. She suddenly retracted her hand. She glanced at Chief Kai, whose expression was dark. Yi Qian's outstretched hand clenched into a fist. When she released it, she seemed to have made a decision. She quickly picked up the envelope. There was a picture inside. Even after more than 10 years, The colors were still so bright. It was a bright red national flag with some blue leaves. Under the national flag lay. Yi Qian's eyes were already glistening with tears. Her lips moved. This is the picture of my mother when she sacrificed herself, right? She's the one lying under the flag, right? Yes, child. The one lying under the flag is martyr son Xuecheng. This is a photo of her after she sacrificed herself. Chief Kai's voice was filled with sorrow. After more than 10 years, when he mentioned his comrade who had once saved his life, the mention of her sacrifice still made him sad from the bottom of his heart. Tears slowly rolled out of her eyes, drop by drop. Yi Jian stared at the photo and sobbed in a low voice. The entire flag covered her mother from head to toe. She could only vaguely see the outline of her mother's body. She couldn't see her mother's face or body, but she could see. The red flag was stained with blood. Before martyr son Xuecheng was sacrificed, one of her comrades said that she once shouted something in her hometown dialect. It was very short, and it felt like she was shouting someone's name. Unfortunately, there was a lot of gunfire at the time, so he wasn't able to tell what your mother said. Look at the second photo. The second photo is a little gory. It's a combat dagger stained with blood. Later, when the fabric on the dagger was extracted, it was found to be tissue from a human eye. In other words, before your mother sacrificed herself, she used this combat dagger to stab a criminal in the eye. Chapter 1930. For some reason, Yi Qian's heart trembled violently. She looked up at Chief Kai abruptly. A criminal's eye? Did you catch the criminal? Her voice had a sharpness and urgency that she didn't even notice. Don't be anxious, child. Drink some water to calm yourself down. Chief Kai quickly got up and handed a warm cup to Yi Qian. You need to listen to me slowly. Then we can find a breakthrough together. Yi Qian clenched the photo in her hands. Her hands trembled as she took the cup. She took 2 small sips and suppressed the immense pain in her heart. She asked in a hoarse voice, I want to know if this criminal was caught. No. Other than killing a few criminals at the scene, we didn't catch the criminal whose eye was injured. Later, I heard your mother call out to her comrade in the dialect of her hometown. She mentioned this several times. When I found this comrade, he told me that no one cared even though he mentioned it. Someone even ran to the dorm window and warned him not to mention it again. He didn't mention it again until he left the army. He didn't mention it again until I found him some time ago. Yi Qian gently closed her eyes. A fierce and ferocious face flashed through her mind. Sun Yaozu. His eye was injured when her mother sacrificed herself. Old Madam Yi even said that it was an accident when she was working in a factory outside. The boss even paid a large sum of compensation because of it. The villagers said that it was at least 100 to 200,000 yuan. At that time, 100 to 200,000 yuan was an astronomical figure to the villagers. In the dialect of her hometown, Sun Yaozu. Then she remembered the fierce gaze he used to stare at her after his eye injury, and the year he kicked her unconscious. So that's why. She finally understood. She finally understood why Sun Yaozu hated her so much. She finally understood why old Madam Yi pretended to be kind even though she clearly hated her. She finally understood why she came to school to cause trouble in her 3rd year of high school. When she brought her parents' photo over, she looked so scared. She finally knew the reason. She put the photo of the dagger back on the table. Yi Qian, who was still quite emotional, now spoke in a terrifyingly cold voice. Can you do me a favor? I want to get the results of the tissue on the dagger. She had changed so much that Chief Kai could not keep up with her. He could not help but ask her, what do you want this result for? I want to compare it to see if it's the same person. It was a very calm voice, but it was filled with an extremely strong aura of hostility. Using a calm tone to speak in an extremely ruthless tone, even Chief Kai, a veteran who had seen many scenes, couldn't help but feel shocked. However, his attention quickly turned away. He lowered his voice and said, What did you think of? I thought about how it coincided with the time of my mother's sacrifice, and how she also happened to hurt her eyes. She used to wear an eye patch all day long, but now she wears a pair of black glasses all day long. I plan to meet him tomorrow and take some tissue back to see if I can close it. Chief Kai objected sternly. Nonsense. Yi Qian, if anyone finds out what you're doing, your future will be ruined. Give me the suspects, and I'll take care of it. She was the only descendant of Red Plum Blossom left in the world. He had to protect her. You can't stop me. I have to take care of this matter myself. Yi Qian shook her head. Her calm expression was filled with unwavering determination. I can only rest assured if I do it myself. Chapter 1931. Yi Qian's stubbornness made Chief Kai understand why Principal Chen had stopped him from explaining these things to her for the time being. This time, Chief Kai wanted to slap himself twice. Child, I came to tell you that your mother was indeed killed by someone. I want you to know that I do not want you to put yourself in danger, Chief Kai said in a serious tone. Chief Kai tried to persuade her very seriously. You're the only bloodline your mother left behind, and we were once entrusted by your mother to take good care of you. Now, you actually want to put yourself in danger. Yi Qian, I do not agree with this, and I do not approve of it. Even if there is an investigation, you should let us investigate first. Now, you only need to study hard and complete your studies. That is the most important thing for you. Uncle came this time because I was afraid that if something unexpected happened during the investigation, you would not know anything. Even if there were suspicions, we would have to investigate again. You, don't know how deep the waters were back then. Even after more than 10 years, the waters are still very deep. I have been very careful during the investigation, afraid that something big will happen again. As for you, you are just a military school student now. What do you have to investigate? If he had known that this child was so stubborn, he would have discussed this with Principal Chen first. But Principal Chen was nowhere to be found now. Old Chen, I wanted to discuss this with you, but in the end, I could not even find you. Even the villagers of Shuku village did not know where he went. Right, he almost forgot about this. Yi Qian, do you know where Principal Chen, who has been taking care of you, is? I went to Shuku village this time, but I did not find him. Even the villagers said that they had not seen him for a long time. He was afraid that something would happen. After all, he had already investigated the death of Hong Mei, and handed some of Hong Mei's belongings to Old Chen, which was equivalent to bringing him into danger. Yi Qian could hear the worry in his voice, but it was true that he couldn't reveal too much about Uncle Chen, so he said, Uncle Chen went on a vacation. I'm afraid he won't be back for a while. Yi Qian could tell that he was worried, and that there was something wrong with his tone. He asked directly, You said that the situation was already very complicated 10 years ago, and it's still the same 10 years later. You also mentioned that you were afraid that there might be an accident during the investigation. Are you implying that if someone finds out that you're investigating my mother's death, they will kill you to silence you? That's right. That's why I stopped you. Faced with an extremely intelligent cadet, Chief Kai knew that it would be better for him to explain things more thoroughly. Yi Qian's expression was as cold as ice. Since it's so dangerous, I can't just watch you and my mother's comrades take the risk. As her daughter, I must do what I should do. Don't worry about me. I won't be so stupid as to joke about my future. I have a way to get his eyes, and I also have a way to not let myself fall into his trap. Sun Yaozu, let's settle our old grudges together. Yi Qian, who had finished reading all the documents, did not put them away properly. After memorizing each and every one of them, he destroyed them one by one in front of Chief Kai. I've kept the 2 photos. I've already memorized the rest of the information. I can't keep them, lest they implicate you. At this point, Chief Kai knew that he had no way of stopping Yi Qian. He sighed and said, I'll see if I can get my hands on the test report. If I do, I'll let you know immediately. Chapter 1932. Yi Qian didn't plan on leaving for Nan province immediately. She still needed to go back to the capital to pick up Principal Chen from the hospital before returning to Nan province. Chief Kai knew that he had no way to stop the girl who was as stubborn as her mother. He could only repeatedly remind her to be careful and to contact him immediately once she found something wrong. She could not act on impulse. Old Chen was traveling at this time and couldn't be found. If he could find him, he might be able to persuade Yi Qian. Even after they left the school, Chief Kai still reminded Yi Qian to be careful and not act rashly. She needed to be calm when something happened. Yi Qian promised him again and again that she would look for him first if anything happened. Only then did he relax a little and leave. Yi Jian was very grateful to him. To her, Chief Kai was actually a stranger. But for her mother's matter, Chief Kai, who could have ignored everything, risked his life to find out the truth. As a daughter, how could she stay out of it and ignore it? The night after the class meeting, Yi Qian chatted with her classmates until 11 p.m. before returning to the dormitory. The next day, she and Su Wen took a flight to the capital. There were 4 students in her class who all lived in the capital. Only Su Wen took the same flight as her. The other 3 took the afternoon flight. The other 3 students all came from families with some background. Either their fathers were soldiers, or their mothers were soldiers. Since young, they had been influenced by what they saw and heard. Their families had long planned for them to aim to get into the military academy before joining the army. This involved a promotion, and a promotion was the key to one's development in the military. Why was family education so important? It was because family education had a lifelong impact on an individual. The quality of family education directly determined a person's life. Su Wen and the others all came from good families. Their parents and relatives were all highly educated. They knew the importance of education, knowledge, and qualifications. From the beginning of their children's education, they had a clear plan. They wouldn't let their children go with the flow. Naturally, they were much stricter than the average family. The more Yi Qian interacted with them, the more she understood the importance of family education. After thanking Su Wen for the invitation, Yi Qian took a taxi directly to the military hospital. Now that she had time, she naturally wanted to spend more time with her family. Principal Chen was also very happy to see Yi Qian come over. He knew that she did not have any training plans for the winter break, so he brought Yi Qian back to the sniper base in the southern province to train with the snipers that were being groomed. Yi Qian had never been averse to training. Seeing that Principal Chen was in a good state of mind and that he still exuded a murderous aura when holding a gun, Yi Qian felt more at ease. Political Commissar Yen looked at Principal Chen, who was strictly guiding this group of snipers, and said to Yi Qian helplessly, "Now that he's been specially recruited back to the army, he'll place all his focus on the sniper base in the future. We don't even have the power to restrain him anymore." I didn't expect the military to make such an arrangement. Previously, he was so tired from training this batch of snipers that he vomited blood. Now that he's received an order, he'll only put more effort into it. "Little Yi, you have to persuade him." Regiment Commander Lu was also very worried. They all knew old Chen's ability. He was the sniper at the top of the sniper team. Keeping him around was like keeping a mountain of gold. Even a mountain of gold would run out one day. The best way was to develop it rationally so that it could last for a long time. The next step was to memorize the sniper's image. Yi Qian, who had entered the sniper base, was in charge of clearing the bullets and arranging the guns. Hearing this, she checked to see if there were any problems with the sniper rifle. While adjusting the scope, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already made an appointment with Uncle Chen. I'll only have 4 hours of special instruction every day." Chapter 1933. I also told him that since he was specially hired, he had to appear at key moments. If he appeared all the time, the other sniper instructors would have an opinion. If he did all the work of several people by himself, it would make the others seem incompetent. I also said that your intention of monopolizing the training was good. You wanted to train more excellent snipers, but this would offend others and bring criticism to yourself. For the sake of the unity of the entire sniper base, you had to change your habit of monopolizing the training. Commissar Yen had already laughed when he heard that. This advice was good, really good. With Principal Chen's temperament, only this kind of advice could reach his heart. Uncle Chen was stunned for quite a while after he heard that. I saw that he was wavering, so I asked him again if he was responsible for all the training and if the other sniper instructors were just watching from the side and giving simple instructions. If that was the case, then it would be your fault. The main responsibility of the sniper instructors is to be responsible for sniper training. How could they just watch from the side and give simple instructions? You're not helping them, you're taking their jobs. Yi Qian was already checking the 4th sniper rifle. She loaded the bullets into the magazine one by one, put the safety on, and adjusted the scope. There was no pause in her movements at all. Her posture was swift and skillful. Recalling Principal Chen's shocked expression at the time, Yi Qian, who was secretly laughing in his heart at the time, also laughed along with Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen. Uncle Chen was really scared at the time. He didn't have any intention of taking other people's jobs or taking credit for himself. He just wanted to train a group of snipers. He thought about what I said carefully. After thinking for a while, he finally sighed and answered me. He said that he really didn't think it through. When he returned to the sniper training base, he would correct it to prevent the other sniper instructors from misunderstanding. See, didn't he correct it? He's been back for 5 days now. Principal Chen is now strictly implementing 2 hours of instruction in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. The rest of the time, he has to communicate with the other sniper instructors or watch me train. Commissar Yen, who was laughing heartily, gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. You're still the best girl. With just a few words, you made him stop working so hard. 4 hours of guidance a day is definitely enough. Some time ago, he stayed at the sniper base almost every day. He followed the soldiers during the day and night, and he also trained with them in the mountains. He stayed as far away as the soldiers could. Both Lu Tuan and I were scared out of our wits. Now, the two of us can rest assured. 4 hours of guidance, plus teaching the sniper instructor, and letting them learn together. In the future, old Chen will have more and more time to rest. Principal Chen, who was strictly training the soldiers, did not pay attention to this side. After finishing the camouflage training, he entered the range estimation image memory training. A sniper soldier ran over to Yi Qian from the other end of the training ground and saluted Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen. Then he said to Yi Qian, the instructor wants you to go over and do a demonstration. You've probably entered range training. The soldiers who entered the training were all soldiers who had excellent results in shooting during recruit training. In June, the Southern Province Military Region received an order from the military headquarters to train a group of excellent snipers for anti-terrorist operations. The Southern Province Sniper Base would select the soldiers. At the same time that the Southern Province Military Region received the order, Principal Chen also received a transfer order from the military headquarters. Principal Chen, who was originally stationed in Shuku village and only occasionally went to the army, was transferred to the sniper base and began to train the selected soldiers. In the end, he was too tired and got injured. He was so tired that he had gastric bleeding and was hospitalized. Chapter 1934. Yi Qian had been here for 4 days and was already familiar with the newly selected sniper soldiers. Hearing this, he smiled at Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen, who had specially come to visit Principal Chen. I won't accompany you. I'll go and train first. Go. We also have something to do and have to go. Lu Tuan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Yi Qian didn't need to entertain them. We'll come and visit old Chen again when we have time. You don't have to worry. The sniper base was directly under the jurisdiction of the Southern Province's provincial military. Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen only had one training base for Zongnanhai's automobile soldiers. They came to take a look and left. They couldn't stay for long. They didn't let Yi Qian send them off. After she left, Lu Tuan smiled and sighed. From now on, this will be old Chen's base. I'm afraid the troops in the mountains won't be able to invite him back. Yes, it's a pity. In the past, old Chen would occasionally go to the army to guide the soldiers' shooting training. The shooting standards he brought out were quite high. In the future, well, we can only watch. Commissar Yen smiled and patted his partner's shoulder. We still have to rely on ourselves. Old Chen has already brought out a batch of soldiers for us. Let this batch teach the next batch. Old Chen's efforts won't be in vain if he teaches them batch by batch. After we leave, Old Chen and little Yi probably won't be able to come back to the army. Let's go, old Lu. Let's go to the old place for a drink. I wanted to mention something to little Yi just now, but you kept winking at me. Now you want me to go to the old place for a drink with you. Why don't you ask little Yi to come along? She's like our child. Now that we're leaving one after the other. I don't know if little Yi will miss us. Commander Lu said in a low voice. Commissar Yen smiled and said, What's there to say? I told old Chen to let little Yi know. I'm fine, but you? In the howling cold wind, the two black-green figures talking side by side gradually disappeared into the distance. Yi Qian, who had run to the end of the training ground, turned around and looked at the two figures leaving. He said to Principal Chen, Uncle Chen, let's go back to Shuku village if we have time off in the future. I really miss the soldiers there. More importantly, that was the first unit she came into contact with. Before she left Shuku village, she spent all her holidays in that unit that quietly transported weapons and fuel from the north to the south. Their relationship was so deep that it was even deeper than her relationship with Shuei-Ko village. It was as if that place was her root. Principal Chen, who was in a good mood, said with a smile, Sure. As long as you want to go back, you can go back at any time. However, if you want to transfer Regiment Commander Lu and Commissar Yen, it will be a little difficult. You want to be transferred? Are you sure? Yi Qian was quite surprised. He also realized that Captain Lu and Political Commissar Yen had been stationed in Fujian town for many years. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Regiment Commander Lu is transferring, and Commissar Yen is transferring. If they want to go back to the army in the future, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Principal Chen sighed softly and said, all good things must come to an end. When a certain time comes, everyone will leave. When the transfer order is given, they have to leave even if they don't want to. The bitterness in Yi Jian's heart deepened. Every year, there will be veterans retiring from the army. I still remember when I was in junior high school, there were a few troublesome soldiers from the coastal cities. After a few years, they have all retired and returned to school. I wonder where Regiment Commander Lu will go after his transfer, and where Commissar Yen will be transferred to. Just now, why didn't I ask more? Yi Qian looked at the place where they had stood together just now. His good mood was slightly affected. Chapter 1935. Commissar Yen didn't want to distract you. He didn't even plan to tell me in advance. He wanted to call me when he arrived at a new place. You should visit them more often in the future. After Principal Chen consoled her, Yi Qian's depressed mood improved slightly. The reason she could freely enter and leave the military was because of Platoon Commander Lu and Commissar Yen. When she was in trouble, as long as they knew about it, they would immediately stand up and help her. When she moved her household register out of Yi Jifan's house in junior high, although they didn't show up, they sent the retired company commander Yu over. At the same time, they also brought along documents from the military so that Yi Jifan couldn't forcefully hold onto her household register. In this life, she had met too many people who had helped her. Platoon Commander Lu, Commissar Yen, Company Commander Yu, and those soldiers who had trained with her. It was because of their help that Yi Qian was where she was today. She thought that she would never forget those who had helped her in this lifetime. The soldiers had finished their disguises. Principal Chen didn't give Yi Qian too much time to feel sad. He calmly called out, Yi Qian, it's your turn. Then he immediately sent her into the training. Under Principal Chen's instructions, a dummy, wearing a training uniform with all kinds of combat equipment, stood 100 yards away from the sniper trainees. The sniper trainees were led by Yi Qian. They held sniper rifles and directly observed the dummy with their naked eyes without using the scope. Remember all the details of the dummy. Remember as much as you see. Remember everything you see with your naked eyes. Later, the sniper instructor will very likely ask for the specific location of a combat equipment on your soldiers. You need to shoot quickly or tell them. Yi Qian reminded the sniper team members around her. They would be anti-terrorist soldiers in the future, so their training would be much stricter than normal soldiers. The requirements for them would also be much harsher. In order to prevent them from resisting the harsh training in the future, it was best to let them adapt to the strictness of the current training from the beginning. Roger. The soldiers of the sniper team nodded in unison. This female soldier had shocked everyone on the first day she came. Regardless of whether it was standing shooting, prone shooting, or continuous shooting, she could directly hit a grand slam. Even the jump suppressive shooting had a 100% hit rate. His shooting skills had reached a level that even the instructors were left speechless. It could be seen how terrifying it was. Retreat 200 yards, Principal Chen ordered. The soldiers beside him immediately waved their flags, reminding the sniper team to retreat. All details, colors and equipment within 200 yards can be seen clearly with the naked eye. Yi Qian reported. Then, he received a signal to retreat 300 yards. He reported again, the outline of the body is clear. The color of the face can be seen. The details of the appearance and the equipment on the body can be seen. The outline is somewhat blurry. Then, he said to the soldier beside him, remember the details of 100 yards, 200 yards, and 300 yards, as well as the changes in the outline of the equipment. This will be of great help to future ambushes and snipes. As long as there are similar outlines, we can immediately determine the result with our naked eyes. With Yi Qian reminding the sniper team all the way until they retreated 600 yards, the body of the soldier in front of them was already wedge-shaped. Even the head was no longer obvious. There was only a vague outline. Because there were too many pieces of equipment, It was impossible to tell the shape of a human from 600 yards away. Remember in detail the changes in the outline of every object in every shooting range. This will be a reference for future targets. When you see the changes in the outline, you need to know in your heart how far away you are from the target. Immediately adjust your aim and shoot accurately. Chapter 1936. Every time Yi Qian reached a shooting range, she would remind the snipers around her. This was the appearance method, used in sniper training to estimate the shooting range. Back in the day, Principal Chen had taught her this step by step. Yi Qian, complete your shot at the target's walkie-talkie device. Principal Chen's stern voice came through the earpiece. Yi Qian answered softly, "Yes, sir." She immediately adjusted the scope and completed the precise shooting range of the device. Standing in place, she pulled the trigger. After the sound of the gunshot, she had completed her shot. It looked like a simple shot, but the snipers in training all knew how difficult it was to shoot accurately like this. Mental calculation, eyesight, wind, and a series of other factors needed to be firmly grasped in order to achieve accurate shooting. When they heard Principal Chen tell the sniper team through the earpiece that Yi Qian had completed her accurate shooting, the group of 10 people couldn't help but applaud. Amazing! Yi Qian. I was just thinking about how far away the walkie-talkie device must be for the silhouette to be blurry, but you've already completed your shot. I can calculate a rough distance, but I'm still thinking about how to adjust the scope. Faced with their exclamations, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. I was also trained by the instructor. In the future, all of you will be like me. As long as you know the target, you'll be able to calculate the distance quickly. Yi Qian, get into position. The rest of the soldiers, begin firing." Principal Chen waited for Yi Qian to finish speaking before instructing her to get into position. With her around, the male soldiers' morale would always be boosted because no one wanted to be outdone by a female soldier. Next up was the test for the sniper team. Every time Principal Chen named a target, the named soldier would be able to complete his shot as quickly as possible. These soldiers were walking the same path Yi Qian had walked in the past. Even though their talent wasn't as rare as Yi Qian's, hard work could make up for it. After rigorous training, they were all definitely outstanding snipers. Principal Chen had never let his country down, nor had he ever let down the military that entrusted him with this responsibility. There was too much to learn in order to become an outstanding sniper. Even though Yi Qian had already reached a relatively high level, she couldn't stop learning. The only way to never stop was to never be eliminated. With a plan for revenge in mind, Yi Qian remained at the sniper base to complete her daily training with all the soldiers. Occasionally, she would leave the group during training breaks. Not for long, she would return to the group after a few minutes. Because she was a female soldier, the male soldiers could understand why she would leave the group. Even Principal Chen couldn't tell that Yi Qian had something on her mind. When it came to training, Yi Qian had always put her heart and soul into it. In order not to worry Principal Chen, she was even more patient and didn't rush things. She trained with the soldiers every day. It wasn't until a week before the Spring Festival that she finally told Principal Chen that she wanted to leave for about 4 to 5 days. After finishing the snow sniper camouflage training, Yi Qian said to Principal Chen, "Uncle Chen, I want to go to the Cemetery of Martyrs to pay my respects and have a reunion with some of my high school classmates. I'll return to the military on Lunar New Year's Eve." The snow sniper training was held in the forest designated by the military in the southern province. Before they left the mountain, Yi Qian had mentioned that she would go straight to the provincial capital after they left the mountain. Meanwhile, the truck would drive back to the sniper base. Principal Chen didn't suspect anything. In fact, he felt that it was indeed appropriate for her to visit Uncle Zhen and martyr son Xueqing, who were in eternal slumber. When they reached the fork in the road, Yi Qian got out of the vehicle. After the sniper team's truck left, she immediately ran towards the other side of the fork in the road. There was a vehicle arranged by Ho Zi waiting for her there. Chapter 1937. However, Yi Qian did not expect that Ho Zi would personally come to pick her up. When she opened the car door and saw Ho Zi sitting in the front passenger seat, Yi Qian was slightly startled and hurriedly called out, "Brother Zi." Ho Zi, who was wearing sunglasses, turned around and looked at Yi Qian, who was sitting in the back seat. Her charming peach blossom eyes revealed a hint of interest. "You recognized me at a glance. It seems that you have a good memory." Until now, Ho Zi still admired Yi Qian's memory. She had never met anyone with such an extraordinary memory like her. Even if you put on makeup and disguise yourself as someone else, I would still recognize you. Yi Qian replied with a smile. Houzi. She wanted to look for her in her previous life, but failed. In this life, she did not have such thoughts, but she just happened to meet her. How could she not have a deep impression of her? Houzi laughed even louder. You said the same thing to sixth brother. I remember that when he was just a little older, sixth brother saw Yiwei crying when I quarreled with her. He came up and told me that if I dared to bully Yiwei again, he would not let me go. He also said that if I dared to let Yiwei down, he would be able to recognize me no matter what I look like. After 12 years, I heard something similar from you again. I say that you and sixth brother are really fated. Yi Qian also felt that way. In this life, she was indeed fated to be with Captain Xia. Houzi admired Yi Qian. Otherwise, she would not have accepted his call without hesitation. It was precisely because she admired Yi Qian that she would help him even if Xia Jinyuan was not in the middle. Now that I am a law-abiding businessman, I can't deal with you as quickly as I did when you had a fight with a group of hooligans behind my hotel. I will lay out the front for you. You will have to take your time with the rest. But don't worry if you leave any traces behind, I will still clean it up for you. When she received Yi Qian's call, Houzi was also very surprised. When she said that she wanted to take a person's eye tissue, she didn't quite believe it. She didn't ask for the reason. Instead, she asked behind Xia Yiwei's back how she wanted her to cooperate. She learned that all she needed to do was ask Sun Yaozu out to talk about a business deal, and she would take care of the rest. Yi Qian shook his head and smiled. Thank you, Brother Z. I'll take care of the rest myself. I won't leave any loose ends. I'll just create an unexpected disaster. Unexpected disaster? Houzi was a little interested. Smart people always did things tactfully, and Lao Lu's future wife was extraordinarily smart. She had a high IQ and knew so much. If she said there was nothing, he would really believe her. Houzi, who was interested, also wanted to watch the whole process. Unfortunately, he was now a serious businessman. Although he wanted to join in, he could only endure it. After washing his hands in a golden basin, he would no longer stain his hands with blood. He still had to abide by the rules of the underworld. As the Chinese New Year approached, the southern province was less bustling than before. There was a hint of desolation. The streets and shops were playing songs to celebrate the Chinese New Year, but it didn't add to the liveliness of the city. In Yi Qian's eyes, the liveliness and desolation had nothing to do with her. All she wanted was the tissue that hadn't been completely removed from Sun Yaozu's blind eye. It was snowing, and the shops were closed by 9 p.m. There weren't many people coming and going on the streets. Everyone shrunk their necks and walked hurriedly with their hands clasped together. The bus stop was even more deserted. There weren't many people taking the buses that passed by. The entire provincial capital was empty as the migrant workers returned to their hometowns for the Chinese New Year. The desolation and emptiness added to the bleakness of the city in winter. Chapter 1938. Yi Qian looked down at her watch for the second time. The phone that Houzi had prepared for her beeped with a message notification. With one hand on the steering wheel, Yi Qian opened it and glanced at it. Her tightly pursed lips curled up slightly. Sun Yaozu, it's time to settle the score with you. Tonight, I'll only let you see blood. The next time we meet, I'll take your life. Her hatred had never disappeared. It was just that she hid it better and deeper. She knew that she couldn't do it without a certain level of strength. Now that she had the chance, she would waste her 2 lives if she didn't seize it. She didn't feel guilty. She didn't feel guilty at all. The person she wanted to kill had committed a heinous crime. She didn't need to do it for him. She was just doing it for herself. With a cold expression, she started the car and drove off. The car seemed to be going faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the street. In the hotel, Houzi glanced at the phone handed over by her assistant. There were only 2 simple words on the screen. Thank you. Just like her, she was simple and pure. Even the way she did things was the same. Her actions were more daring than a man's. As someone who had been in the underworld, Houzi didn't think that Yi Qian's actions were inappropriate. Revenge for revenge. Don't say that the world is unfair. As long as you have the ability, you can get justice for the past unfairness. If you don't have the ability to get justice, You can't blame others. Fairness won't come to you for no reason. You have to work hard to know what fairness is. Looking at Yi Qian's resume, Hou Zi admired her. Her starting point was lower than his when he was young, but she climbed step by step to where she was now. She had the ability to take a life whenever she wanted. Oh, that's not right. She wouldn't kill him personally. She would take an effective shortcut to get rid of Sun Yaozu. Tonight was the first step in her plan. As for him, he didn't have to do anything. He just had to wait. Brother Z, you don't have to do anything. You just have to make him walk to your right and face the road when you leave the hotel. Remember, you must make him face the road, because I want him to have his eyes pierced again. Hou Zi walked out of the private room and glanced at the oblivious Cyclops. Yi Qian's words flashed through her mind. She chatted and laughed as she walked out of the hotel. Hou Zi calmly looked at the traffic on the street. After everyone left, he stepped in front of Sun Yaozu and slightly staggered so that Sun Yaozu was facing the road. He stretched out his hand and smiled. Mr. Sun, then we have a pleasant cooperation. I'm waiting for Mr. Sun to draft the contract to my assistant as soon as possible. I hope that after the Spring Festival, we can officially establish a cooperation relationship. Sun Yaozu, who was now proud of his success, saw the boss of the underworld that he didn't dare to offend politely shake hands with him. He pushed away the glasses that his assistant-cum-bodyguard handed to him and stretched out his hand with a smile. Well said, well said. To be able to cooperate with you, it's... Something shiny suddenly splashed as a car sped past. Sun Yaozu, who was facing the road, didn't even have time to finish his sentence before a flash of light flashed in front of his eyes. Then, he covered his eyes tightly and howled like a pig being slaughtered. Everyone didn't realize what was going on. Although Hou Zi knew that something would happen, he didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. The black car sped past. Even he, who was closest to Sun Yaozu, didn't notice anything strange. The guy who was talking to him a second ago had his eyes pierced in the next second. Chapter 1939. The speeding car didn't attract too much attention. There was more than one car coming and going on the road. In the chaos, who would pay attention to a car? Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun, what's wrong with you? Blood, Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun is bleeding. Hou Zi roared. What are you panicking for? What the fuck are you all panicking for? Call the ambulance. You guys, bring me the hotel's sterilized towels, quick. At this time, the boss of the underworld showed his majesty. Although he was wearing a tailored suit, he looked elegant and calm. Then, he roared and immediately calmed the panic scene. The waiter brought the sterilized towels. Hou Zi said to Sun Yaozu, who was howling in pain, Mr. Sun, cover it with the towel first. There's a lot of blood. Sun Yaozu was in so much pain that he couldn't listen to anyone. He felt the pain again after more than 16 years. It was so painful that he wanted to roll on the ground. It was so painful. I'll cover it with the towel for you. You can't stop the bleeding with one hand. Hou Zi looked at the blood flowing out between his fingers. His expression didn't change at all. He was used to seeing this kind of blood. What he was interested in was, how did old Six's girlfriend manage to injure Sun Yaozu's eyes without even showing herself? Compared to the blood in front of him, he was more interested in how she injured him. It seemed to be quite serious. The bleeding couldn't be stopped. Who did this to me? Sun Yaozu, who was in so much pain that his whole body trembled, said intermittently. He wanted to say something fierce, but because of the pain, he seemed to be very cowardly. Hou Zi said seriously, it shouldn't be someone's intention. Based on Mr. Sun's position just now, if there really was someone's intention, all the vital parts would be exposed. But it's not certain. Mr. Sun, you'd better investigate this matter carefully. You also know that the land you bought is the most promising piece of land in the southern province. It's possible that someone is holding a grudge. You're bleeding too much. You offended Mr. Sunday after saying that. Hou Zi grabbed Sun Yaozu's wrist and pulled hard. He saw a glass-like fragment embedded in his eye. In the light, the sharp fragment flashed a bloody light. Amazing. He still couldn't figure out how she did it. It actually hit the damaged eye right in the middle of the eye. When Hou Zi covered his eyes with the towel, he gently wiped his eyes with his fingers. When he saw a trace of blood on his fingers, he immediately withdrew his hand and picked up another towel to wipe his eyes. He threw the towel to his assistant and gave him a faint look. The assistant nodded slightly and held the towel in his hand. He then said to Sun Yaozu's bodyguards, "Leave 2 of you to guard Xiao Sunday. The rest of you should go and take a look around. Whether it was an accident or premeditated, we have to find out." These bodyguards couldn't be compared to Ho Zi's bodyguards who had seen blood, but they were all strong and powerful. 2 of them stayed behind to guard the door, and the rest quickly went to check the surroundings. Sun Yaozu couldn't even use his strength to cover the broken eye socket when the glass fragment splashed into it. Now, as long as he touched the fragment, his howls would be much louder. Yi Qian drove the car to the side of a small road without surveillance. After a while, she heard the sirens of the ambulance. She lowered her head and looked at the rubber bands that could be bought in the small shop. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She put the rubber band that had helped her out into her pocket. Chapter 1940. Ho Zi's assistant walked over from the darkness. He obeyed Yi Qian's instructions and walked around the 2 intersections to the black car parked under the shade of a black tree. "Miss Yi, Brother Z asked me to give this to you." He took out a towel with eye tissue from his pocket and handed it to Yi Qian respectfully. He knew about the entire plan. Because of this, he felt that the girl in front of him was terrifying. She didn't even show her face. She just drove over and injured someone's eye. He could drive over and kill them with a gun while he was at it. This was something he could do too. However, he couldn't hit the target with just a piece of glass. He had held a gun with Brother Z before. Yi Qian took the towel that smelled faintly of blood and said, "Thank you," in a low voice. He didn't stay any longer and immediately drove away. She needed to rush to the private hospital Ho Zi invested in and give the towel to the laboratory technician. She wanted to get the results as soon as possible. She didn't want to wait any longer. When the car started, Sun Yaozu was also carried into the ambulance. Ho Zi didn't leave and personally accompanied him to the hospital. The assistant didn't go with them. When he came back, he nodded slightly at Ho Zi to indicate that the matter was done. In the chaotic scene, no one would notice the secret movements and no one would notice the subtle communication. It was already past 3 in the morning when Ho Zi arrived at the private hospital he invested in. The assistant told him that old Six's girlfriend was waiting for the results and didn't want to leave. Ho Zi, who was dressed in a suit, walked into the room specially prepared for him to rest. He leaned against the window and teased Yi Qian, who was looking out the window. "It's the same even if you come over tomorrow morning to get the results. Are you afraid that my hospital will run away?" Yi Qian, who was in a daze, immediately reacted. He stood up straight and thanked Ho Zi. "Thank you so much, Brother Z. If it wasn't for you, it would have been difficult for me to take his eye tissue." "Don't thank me. I didn't do anything." Since he got a few good pieces of land from Director Yi of the Construction Bureau, as a serious businessman, I have been thinking about cooperating with him. Your matter is just a matter of convenience. You don't have to thank me. Ho Zi closed the door behind her and sat on the chair. She crossed her long legs and placed her hands casually in front of her abdomen. She asked her with interest, "I really want to know how you managed to get the glass shard in his eyes. Even if you opened it with one hand, your other hand shouldn't be that strong. Humans have 4 limbs. Our hands can drive, and so can our legs. I just used my knees to control the steering wheel, and then I used a rubber band to shoot the glass shards into his eyes." Yi Qian did not hide anything. If he wanted to know, he could just tell him. He did not need to worry about exposing himself. Although it sounded unbelievable, Ho Zi, who had seen Yi Qian's abilities, believed it. She suddenly realized, "I see. That would explain it." She could drive with both hands and even drive with her knees. For a moment, Ho Zi looked at Yi Jian with a subtle gaze. Old Six, do you know what kind of girlfriend you have?" "Brother Z, I'm used to seeing all kinds of storms. When I first heard about it, I was a little scared. She was smart and courageous, and she was also very capable. It was best to be friends with someone like her, not enemies. After I get the results, I'll get someone to send you directly to the hotel. It's the same suite that old Six used to live in. It's always been empty." Ho Zi was satisfied with the answer. "I'll take care of the rest. He won't be suspicious." Chapter 1941. With Ho Zi's help, things would undoubtedly be better. While waiting for the results, Yi Qian carefully recalled what she did just now. She made sure that she did not leave any loopholes, but she did not reject Ho Zi's help. She could only sincerely thank her again. In the face of her politeness, Ho Zi couldn't help but laugh. We're family, so don't speak like two families. You're being too polite with me. Seeing the girl in front of him become a little embarrassed because of his words, Ho Zi laughed out loud. She was a somewhat contradictory girl. She was very innocent when she smiled, but when she did things, her expression did not change at all. Only old six would dare to find a girl like her. Ordinary people would not have such courage. Looking down at the time, it was indeed late. Thinking that there were still people waiting at home, Yi Qian did not bother being polite. Yiwei is still waiting at home. I won't wait with you. After sending Ho Zi off, Yi Qian waited until 5 o'clock to get the test results. When she returned to the hotel, it was already 6:30. She did not lie when she told Principal Chen that she was going to attend the Southern Province High School class reunion. There was indeed a class reunion. Under the lead of their homeroom teacher, Teacher Tong, there were 34 students in the class who were admitted to key universities and 19 who were admitted to second-tier universities. Among them, the 6 girls in Yi Qian's dormitory were all admitted to key universities. However, there were also some who made mistakes and failed the college entrance exam. The class monitor, Lu Xian, was one of them. He caught a bad cold before the college entrance exam and fainted on the first day of the exam. Unfortunately, he failed the exam. He was the first to arrive at the Venus Hotel gathering place. The students who arrived one after another saw a figure in a military uniform from afar. After being stunned for a while, they immediately ran over. Class monitor, damn. Class monitor, you really joined the army. Damn, I thought you were just joking. The boy who came over hugged the former class monitor. Although they had only been separated for half a year, the sight of an old classmate still made his eyes red. Lu Xian had grown a lot taller and stronger. Although he had only been in the army for a month, he already had the temperament of a soldier. Hearing this, he laughed. Why would I lie to you? I told my family a long time ago that if I didn't get into a good university, I would join the army. That's amazing, class monitor. You're really willing. A boy who chose to repeat his second year gave him a thumbs up. You're better than me. Look, I'm still repeating my second year. I don't know if I can pass the exam next year. Since when did the gifted scholar in our class become so unconfident? Bring out the courage you had when you were competing with Yi Qian. Getting into a university won't be a problem for you. A tender laughter came from behind. Zhang Yuan, who had grown into a slender and elegant woman after not seeing her for half a year, was standing behind the boys with a gift box in her hand. She had delicate features and was much prettier than when she was in high school. The boys turned their heads and stared at her. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Zhang Yuan, you're definitely outshining the moon and putting the flowers to shame now. Zhang Yuan rolled her eyes at her former classmates. Although I was a little ugly in the past, I didn't get in your way, did I? You didn't vomit when you saw my face, did you? Ha ha ha, no. Let's go in together. Let the class monitor wait alone. He's a soldier now and can withstand the cold. Lu Xian pushed the boy who spoke and pretended to be disgusted. Go in. You're like a paper person. Don't catch a cold and I'll have to carry you to the hospital. Class monitor, are there any other classmates inside? Is Yi Qian here? Zhang Yuan wanted to see Yi Qian the most. After taking 2 steps, she turned her head and asked, does he know about our gathering? Chapter 1942. She'll come. She's just not here yet. LV Xian looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still an hour until 5 o'clock. If she comes from her hometown, she'll probably be a little late. You guys go in first. They didn't expect that their most anticipated classmate, Yi Qian, was actually staying at the 5-star hotel across the street. The meeting time was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Qian slept until noon when she came back from the hospital. Since the Venus Hotel was right across the street, she wasn't afraid of being late. Looking at the test reports coming out of the fax machine one by one, Yi Qian calmly picked up the original and immediately called Chief Kai, who was waiting for the fax. The test reports had already been sent. All that was left was to wait for news from Chief Kai. As long as the two test reports could be combined, Sun Yaozu's good days would come to an end. When Chief Kai received the facts and saw the test report, his face darkened. Yi Qian, how did you get the tissue from his eye? Where is he? He was worried that Yi Qian would take his life. Don't worry, I won't dirty my hands for someone like him. He's still alive and lying in the hospital right now. Yi Jian explained. Her originally indifferent expression suddenly tightened the corners of her mouth, revealing a murderous aura that was as sharp as a blade. She looked at the portrait she had just drawn and continued in a calm voice. There's one more thing I want to trouble you with. Is there a wanted criminal named Sun Yaozu in the police system? The eye tissue belongs to Sun Yaozu? Is he from your hometown? Chief Kai, who had been in the military and criminal investigation, sensed that something was wrong. So, when you saw the photo and the information, you immediately thought of this person, right? Yi Jian didn't think that she could hide it from Chief Kai. She replied softly. There was coldness in the depths of her eyes as she replied in a low voice. At that time, I thought of him. I was very suspicious. And even certain. When Chief Kai heard about Sun Yaozu, his expression turned serious, but at the same time, there was a hint of excitement. However, this excitement did not linger for too long and was immediately suppressed by caution. Yi Qian, you have to listen to Chief Kai this time. If the test results match, you must remember to calm yourself down. We need to thoroughly investigate how he came into conflict with your mother back then. Before your mother sacrificed herself, she said something in her hometown dialect. It's very likely that she knew this person's identity, or rather. Chief Kai lowered his voice, and Yi Jianxing, who was listening, shuddered. Or rather, your mother has always been in contact with him, or rather, she trusts him. If what Chief Kai said was true, what kind of role did Sun Yaozu play back then? Mother, if you believed Sun Yaozu back then why did you believe him? When she was young, her family and Yi Zhixiang's family did not interact much. I can't kill him, but I can interrogate him. If the test results match, I want to interrogate him. Yi Qian said softly, with an aura that did not allow them to question him. I must pry some past events out of him. Sweat beaded on Chief Kai's forehead. You're too bold. Yi Qian. Don't forget, you're a military academy student now. You can't tolerate any dirty military academy students. I'll take care of this. As soon as the test results match, I'll immediately come to Nan province. Why is Sun Yaozu safe and sound? And why is your mother's life completely erased? Yi Qian, just think about it and you'll know how powerful this is. Remember, we don't want anything to happen to you. Chapter 1943. She knew that she had been holding it in until the hatred in her heart was shackled. Now that the grass had moved, the shackles could no longer hold it in. 2 lifetimes of hatred. She had held it in for too long. Yi Qian held it in until her eyes turned red. She slowly clenched her fists until her knuckles looked like they were about to break through her skin. In the end, she took a deep breath and said, I know, don't worry. For the sake of her people, she had to hold it in for a while longer. Once Chief Kai received the test results, she would have a proper meeting with Sun Yaozu. This call was quite exhausting. Yi Jian had a quick lunch and then lay back on the big bed. She was half asleep, half awake, and half awake. It was as if she had been having a bizarre dream. One moment it was her past life, the next moment, and the next moment the 2 lifetimes overlapped. When Yi Qian woke up in a cold sweat, she hugged her blanket tightly and gasped for breath. She didn't like to dream at all, and the dreams she had were never good dreams. When Yi Qian got out of bed, she realized that she was sweating profusely. Even her pillow was wet. She looked at the time and saw that it was less than half an hour before 5:30 p.m. The pale-faced Yi Qian seemed to have grown a pair of wings and rushed to the shower in the blink of an eye. There was still 20 minutes before 5 o'clock p.m. Yi Qian crossed the road and was less than 100 meters away from the Venus Hotel. Lu Xian had been paying attention to his surroundings. When he saw a figure walking in front of him with her head held high and her arms swinging naturally, he couldn't help but stand up straighter. He even straightened his military uniform, afraid that he would be impolite. When Yi Qian got closer, Lu Xian actually felt a little nervous. Even without a military uniform, Yi Qian still looked valiant. There was something about her that made him feel a sense of awe. When he stood in front of her, he didn't even realize that he had saluted her. Standing in front of Lu Xian, who was wearing a military uniform, Yi Qian was as surprised as the other students. She was about to ask, "Class rep, did you really join the military?" when Lu Xian saluted her instead. The military salute came a little too suddenly. Yi Qian, who was not prepared, reflexively returned the salute. Hey, do you still need to salute each other? The two of you, this is a class reunion, not a general meeting with a soldier. Yi Qian, don't scare our class monitor. A few students from Class 1 who had come out to welcome Teacher Tong happened to see them and couldn't help but laugh. Before the laughter stopped, a boy reacted quickly and rushed over. He grabbed Yi Qian's hand and said happily, shake hands, shake hands. Quick, take a picture, take a picture. Is there any more film? Take a few more pictures. I'll sponsor the film. Brat, you're too smart. I've been thinking about this for a few days, but you beat me to it. Don't take his picture. Are you stupid? Don't you know that we should take a picture together? Class rep, come, take a picture with us first. Before the two of them could say a word after saluting, one of them was surrounded by the boys for a group photo, while the other was in charge of holding a camera. Yi Qian didn't refuse, but he seemed to lower his head when taking the picture. After the group photo was taken, someone suggested taking a picture with Yi Qian and Lu Xian. Lu Xian, who was still holding a camera, laughed and scolded, "You're so troublesome. We don't have much film left. Use it sparingly." Yi Qian's eyes moved slightly. It seems that the class monitor noticed that he lowered his head. There were still a few boys who wanted to welcome Teacher Tong, but they didn't say anything else and only said that they would take the picture during the reunion. Chapter 1944. Yi Jian waved at them and smiled at LVXan. Monitor, it turns out that you weren't joking at that time. You should still be in the recruit training camp at this time. Soldiers knew soldiers best. The other students didn't ask. I wasn't assigned to any other place, even our southern province. I didn't expect the company commander to agree and really give me 2 days off. LVXIN, who had been straightening his back, answered with a smile. His tone seemed a little restrained. It's not that simple. Just agree to it. Recruits have to apply for leave when they enlist. Monitor, you can't get 2 days off so easily. Yi Qian, who understood the military, didn't believe it was that easy to get 2 days off. Even military school students were hard to get, let alone the army. The company commanders who were more humorous and easier to talk to would usually have a lot of ideas to deal with the troublemakers in the dark. As for the company commanders who were domineering and stood by their words, don't even think about mentioning them. A new recruit applying for leave after only a month in the army. Did they think that the army was their home and they could do whatever they wanted? The company commanders under platoon leader Liu and political commissar Yan were easy to talk to. But no recruit had the guts to ask for leave after 2 days in the army. They really gave me 2 days off. I even asked for leave on a paper. If you don't believe me, take a look. LVXN stared at him with an imposing manner. His hair was slightly numb. He hurriedly opened the pocket of his coat and took out a carefully folded piece of paper. Look, there's the company commander's signature on it. Yi Qian saw that he was so nervous that sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This wasn't like the smooth and slick squad leader. He looked him up and down for a while. Why do you look like a different person? You haven't even finished your recruit training. You shouldn't have changed so much. You don't even look like our squad leader. She didn't take it. Lu Xian became even more nervous. He opened the paper and handed it to her. Don't change the topic. I have to show you my leave request. Look, here. My company commander's signature. There's also a clearance stamp. There's also a time to return to the army. I have to return to the army tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Yi Qian glanced at it. It was really close. It was when the anti-chemical regiment finished their training in the 2nd year of high school. Isn't it close? I was also surprised. How did I get assigned to the anti-chemical regiment? However, my squad leader said that we might not be assigned to the anti-chemical regiment. It's very likely that we'll only be assigned to the recruit training camp. LVXIN saw that she believed him. He was afraid that the wind would blow the leave slip away, so he carefully folded it and put it back in his pocket. He said, I don't know why the company commander gave me 2 days off. I guess it's because I performed well. The better the performance, the stricter the unit would be. The class leader's good performance gave her 2 days of leave. From her experience, after the 2 days of leave, the class leader would fall into an abyss of suffering from the special care of the unit leaders. It's a pity that the class leader still doesn't know the tactics of the military leaders. It's better not to remind the class leader so that she won't be in a good mood during the gathering. Yi Qian deeply sympathized with this. Lvxian, who didn't know the tactics of the military leaders, didn't know what the days would be like. He urged her, go in and sit down first. All the girls in our class are here. Zhang Yuan asked if you were here as soon as she came. And Jessen was also worried that you weren't coming. He was embarrassed to say that standing next to her was like looking at the chief. There was pressure in his heart. Even if she was wearing casual clothes, he still felt an invisible pressure. Chapter 1945. Seeing this, Yi Qian was very considerate and did not ask any further. He smiled and said a few words before entering the venue. And Jessen was the first to see Yi Qian. She purposely sat at the entrance of the venue, so the moment she saw Yi Qian, the entire venue was filled with her screams. Then, she screamed so loudly that it almost shattered the chandeliers in the venue. Yi Qian! My Jane Eyre! You're finally here! When she screamed, she had already hugged Yi Qian tightly. She bumped into him and hugged him, causing Yi Qian to choke and cough continuously. His ears were about to go deaf. Her screams were unusually loud and became the loudspeaker of the entire venue. The students who had not been paying attention to the entrance of the venue all turned to look at her. You bumped into me so hard that my throat is about to spurt blood. Yi Qian tried his best to pull away from his best friend. Let go, let go. My neck is hurting because of you. And Jessen immediately loosened her grip a little and said, Tell me, you've been back for a few days. Why didn't you contact me? Were you busy with your man? Busy with your man? Yi Qian's mouth twitched when he heard this. His best friend, who he had not contacted for a semester, had become even more ferocious. Zhang Yuan and the other girls who had been in the same dormitory as Yi Qian stood up at almost the same time. The 5 of them dashed towards the entrance. Yi Qian! Yi Qian! They shouted loudly. The students sitting down could not help but stand up and smile collectively at Yi Qian, who had won the admiration of the entire class. They all smiled and greeted him. The party had not started yet, but because of Yi Qian's arrival, there was a small climax. Everyone gathered around to greet Yi Qian. Zhang Yuan and the other 4 girls were so excited that they were in tears. The reason why they were able to get into a top-tier university was because of Yi Qian. If it weren't for Yi Qian, it would have been good enough for them to get into a second-tier university. After all, the few of them had entered the school through connections. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter the provincial first high school. And Jessen clung onto Yi Qian. She didn't want to leave, but faced with the enthusiasm of her classmates, she had no choice but to let go. I finally get to see you. When did you come back? Why didn't he contact me? Did he arrive at the provincial capital long ago? There were too many things he wanted to say and ask, so he quickly said, Ask later, ask later. We are all waiting for you to come. Just now, I was wondering why you didn't come even though it's already so late. I was wondering if you weren't coming over. I've been on holiday for almost a week. I've been busy with some things and it's not convenient for me to go online. I only found out a few days ago that there was a class reunion. Yi Qian seized the time to answer his good friend's question first before speaking to the other students. Meng Wan, who had been competing with Yi Qian since the beginning of school, was still the same as before. She was the type of person who did not hold back with her words. She leaned on a girl's shoulder and said with a faint smile, A top student who comes at the right time is indeed different. I almost thought that Teacher Tong had come. You are indeed the idol of the entire class. You are surrounded wherever you go. Mengwen, it's a good thing that you got into a good school. If you got into a normal school today, the entire class would be jealous of you. Yi Qian looked at her with a smile. He raised his voice slightly and said teasingly, It's also a good thing that you got into a good school. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to cause trouble with my classmates today. Chapter 1946. In the 2 years of high school, other than Yi Qian, Meng Wan was the only one who had been criticized by Yi Qian in front of the entire class. However, Yi Qian was still quite magnanimous towards Meng Wan. Whatever she said, she would laugh it off and wouldn't really take it to heart. After all, she had lived 2 lives, and it would be ungentlemanly of her to haggle over every little thing. In addition, Meng Wan was just being stubborn with her words and didn't do anything shady. Yi Qian, who had always disliked arguing with others, wouldn't make things difficult for her. However, it was different today. It was already rare for them to meet each other. In the end, as soon as they met, Yi Jian's mouth was already unforgiving. No matter how good Yi Jian's temper was, she could not tolerate Yi Jian's inappropriate words. What did she mean by a top student who came on time? She insinuated that she came on time on purpose and even mentioned Teacher Tong. Could it be that after half a year in college, she had forgotten the most basic principle of respecting your teachers and teaching? Meng Wan was someone who was amenable to the soft but afraid of the hard. She had always been used to going against Yi Qian. Although she was reluctant to part with Yi Qian after graduation, she couldn't help but feel a little arrogant when she saw that Yi Qian was still so popular and wanted to poke her. Who knew that Yi Qian, who had always disliked arguing with her, would actually embarrass her this time? Meng Wan couldn't react for a moment. When the surrounding students saw this, they all laughed together. They pushed Meng Wan, whose face was beginning to turn red, and joked, "Do you know your mistake now? Don't let Yi Qian give in to you every time. Giving in to you is her magnanimity. Meng Wan, don't always take Yi Qian's magnanimity lightly. Even a rabbit bites when it's anxious. You came up with such thorny words. We've been separated for half a year, and you're already a college student. How can you still be so petty? You're a top student after all." Meng Wan's face was already as red as fire, but she refused to admit her mistake. She straightened her neck and said, "I was born with such a mouth. You guys just ignored me." Yes. We all know that you're good at talking, so we're paying attention to you. If you have a sharp tongue and a sharp heart, not many people would dare to talk to you." Seeing this, Jianghu laughed and fell into Yi Qian's arms. She said, "My stomach hurts." Even if she wanted to nitpick, she had to look at the time. Her classmates hadn't seen each other for half a year, and they weren't even in a hurry to catch up, unlike her. "Meng Wan, you have to change that mouth of yours. What if you meet a boy you like in the future? You clearly like him, but your mouth doesn't spare him. Even boys will be scared by you." And Jianghu teased her. She didn't like her in the past, but Yi Qian told her that some people were just like that. They said things that offended others easily, but they were still kind at heart. Meng Wan was such a person. When she heard that the house in Yi Qian's hometown had been washed down by the rain, she was worried for a long time. Her classmates knew about it, so they didn't target Meng Wan. They only reminded her to watch her words in the future. However, Yi Qian saw a flash of awkwardness in Meng Wan's expression because of Jianghu's words. He raised his eyebrows slightly and felt that there was something going on, so he joined in the teasing. "Meng Wan, I think what Jianghu said makes sense. If that's really the case, won't you regret it to death?" "Sigh, I already regret it to death." Meng Wan sighed heavily. She was really worried. "It wasn't easy for my heart to ripple, but I scolded him and chased him away. I regret it so much that I'm beating my chest." When the surrounding classmates heard this, they actually wanted to persuade her. No one knew who was the first to laugh out loud, but they all laughed. Chapter 1947. The class monitor, Lu Xian, came in with Teacher Tong and the other teachers. They happened to hear the loudest laughter of the students, which came from within. It seemed that all the students were still sitting in the classroom of grade 12 class 1, preparing for the college entrance examination. "Teacher Tong, your students are still the same as before. I feel comfortable just looking at them. It's also the best batch of graduates I've ever taught." Yi Qian contributed the most. She pulled the whole class to fight together. "Teacher Tong, she is the unifying force of this class." Teacher Tong was deeply touched by the words of the teachers. "Yes, Yi Qian is the best student I have ever met in my decades of teaching. She is very resilient and has a pure heart. She is very rare. Us boys call Yi Qian boss in private. We feel more confident when we study with her." The boys who went out to receive the teachers agreed with the teacher. Yi Qian was indeed the unifying force of the class. It seemed that with her around, Everyone had a direction in their hearts and would not be easily lost. A long time later, when the news media interviewed this teacher who had taught a female general, 2 leaders of the Great Hall, 5 provincial officials, a diplomat, and several big entrepreneurs, they asked her what teaching method she had used to let these students achieve the glory of number 1 high school in the province. The news media asked her what teaching method she had used to let these students achieve the glory of number 1 high school. At that time, the white-haired teacher Tong smiled and said to the reporter, "Because there is one person who is the unifying force of the class of 99. My students all say that with her around, their goal and hope will always be there." The reporter asked teacher Tong, who had dedicated her life to education, who was the person she was talking about. Teacher Tong smiled and looked at the photos of the class of 99. After a long time, she answered, "Who do you think is the unifying force of this class?" At this moment, the students of grade 12 class 1 didn't know what their future would be like. When they saw teacher Tong and the other teachers standing at the entrance of the hall, just like how they used to do in class, they immediately stood up respectfully and greeted the teachers one by one. Yi Qian loved the 2 years of high school. Although there were teachers like Yi Ying and Yao Jing, all the teachers stood by her side and handled the matters between the students fairly. As for the form teacher in junior high, she had already forgotten about it. The time of laughter passed faster than any other time. The students planned to play all night, while the teachers needed to go home. The male teachers were in charge of each class. Yi Qian accompanied teacher Tong and sat outside, waiting for teacher Tong's lover to arrive. Teacher Tong, who had white hair on her temples, nodded gently when she saw that the student she had taught before was sitting upright like a pine tree. She was very pleased. "It's only been half a year since we last met. Yi Jian, you've changed the most in class. Even when I'm sitting in front of you, I can feel the valiance of a soldier. You are really very, very good. Seeing that you've come so far and still hold on to your original beliefs, Yi Jian, I believe that you'll definitely achieve great things in the future." She had taught so many good students, but Yi Qian had left the deepest impression on her. Sometimes, she would even dream of him walking to the front of the classroom and explaining difficult questions. Such a good student. I'm afraid I won't be able to meet another one for the rest of my life. Yi Qian respected teacher Tong very much. When old Madam Yi brought Yi Zhixiang to cause trouble, it was teacher Tong and Principal Chow who stood in front of her, afraid that she would get hurt. That was also the most touched she had ever been. After that, she tried her best to help her classmates in order to repay the school and teachers for their sincere protection of her. Chapter 1948. You don't have to do anything, but you have to have a clear conscience. Yi Qian helped teacher Tong sit down and smiled. "I remember when I first entered the school, I told you, sometimes, hiding your talent doesn't mean that you're weak. It's also a form of protection. And you said, only the fittest survive. You also told me, the provincial first high school is a big dance, right? It has a sky that allows students to roam freely. It was because of your words that I slowly started to interact with my classmates." Teacher Tong smiled as she looked at her student who remembered her words. The pride in her heart was self-evident. "To tell you the truth, when I returned to school, I was prepared to be isolated. If you didn't ask me to cooperate with my classmates from time to time and participate in group activities, I think I might have really been isolated for the first 2 years of high school." She wasn't good at socializing and speaking. Plus, there was Yi Ying. She didn't think that her high school life would be good. Later, as she gradually integrated into the class and often called to the office for heart-to-heart talks, Yi Qian's way of doing things had the smoothness, roundabout, and gentleness of a girl. She was no longer as domineering as a boy, and didn't have the gentleness of a girl. At the mention of the past, teacher Tong's smile deepened. "When I asked you to fill in the admission form, you pointed at your parents and stopped me. The words you said to me made my heart ache. Child, you protected yourself so much that you were even wary of me. At that time I was very surprised. How could you be so wary? It was as if I would hurt you at any time. Later, I specially looked for Principal Chen to understand your situation in junior high. Only then did I understand why you were so wary of me. I knew that you needed to be counseled. Now it's all good. Everyone in the class likes to talk to you and ask you to make decisions for them. Yi Qian, you're doing very well now. I hope that no matter what kind of life you have in the future, the next time I see you, you'll still be the same person. Continue to maintain a positive attitude. I'll watch you go further and higher step by step. Let me say one more thing. Whether you enter the military or society in the future, connections are very important. Other than Zhang Yueyan, Yang Yi, and a few other girls in our class are all from rich families. There are also many classmates that you've helped. Their families have certain connections. Look, Zhang Yueyan and Yang Yi's families are paying for today's event. They're not giving me face, they're giving you face. There are also a few other parents who called me to thank me properly and hope that I can give them your contact information. Yi Qian, this is your network. As long as you continue to work hard and stand at the height where others want to befriend you, your path will become wider and wider. Even if you encounter a temporary difficulty, those who you have helped before will extend a helping hand to you. The life experience that society gives you will also give you more stage space. All of this comes from your hard work and is inseparable from yourself. When Yi Qian heard this, he seemed to understand something. His clear eyes widened slightly. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Back then, when you arranged for me to live with Zhang Yueyan and the others, was it to teach me how to maintain certain connections? It's good that you know it in your heart. There's no need to say it out loud. This is also the only selfish thing that I've done." When Teacher Tong saw that her student only understood her arrangement at this moment, the kind smile on her face deepened. Chapter 1949. Yi Qian held Teacher Tong's thin hands tightly and said softly, "Thank you, teacher. If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have known about your good intentions. Since I won you over from Class 6 to Class 1, as your form teacher, I have to be responsible for you. Your grades are already very good, but you're still lacking in the way you handle things. I'll do my best to help you, but you still have to rely on yourself to stand up." Then Teacher Tong teased her like an old child. "I'm also very proud. The smartest student in my class only now understands that students are no match for teachers." Yi Qian smiled warmly. Her eyes were clear and bright like crystals under the light. "You're the most amazing teacher in the eyes of all of us. None of us are your match. You'll all surpass me. When that happens, I'll still be a teacher, but you won't be you anymore. You'll all be pillars of the class." Teacher Tong had a lot of confidence in this batch of students because the students in front of her would continue to influence the entire class. Even if they were separated, her influence would not disappear. This was Yi Qian's personal charm. Yi Qian leaned over and hugged her teacher. She said softly, "You have to be good. You have to see all of us in Class 1 become successful. You'll be proud of us." "I'm already proud of you now. There's no need to wait until the future." Teacher Tong helped her tidy her clothes. Looking at the energetic girl, even her kind wrinkles had a gentle smile. Lu Xian looks just like an adult when he wears a military uniform. He's very masculine. It's a pity that I didn't see you in uniform. Next time, send me a picture of you in uniform. I want to see what you look like in uniform. It was just a small request, but Yi Qian couldn't fulfill it. She said softly, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I intentionally avoided taking pictures tonight. I couldn't avoid the group photo, so I made some small movements and didn't get a picture of my face." Her words stunned Teacher Tong. Couldn't students take pictures in military schools? There wasn't such a rule. Yi Qian lowered his eyes and explained softly, "There are some unspeakable reasons. Please take a look." Although Teacher Tong did not understand why, she believed that there was indeed an unspeakable reason. She smiled slightly and said, "I know that you are not an ordinary college student now. You are a soldier who will serve the country in the future. With your ability, I am afraid that you are not an ordinary soldier." "No, it's fine. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Study hard and do well in the future. I will always support you." The fact that Yi Qian was able to meet a teacher with such high moral standards had a deep impact on him. It had also affected the entire grade 12 Class 1 students. After sending Teacher Tong off, Yi Qian returned to the meeting room. Then, a group of people went to the hotel's KTV. All of them wanted to stay up all night. Zhang Yueyan and Yang Yi's father would pay for all the expenses and told them to thank Yi Jian again. Zhang Yueyan and Yang Yi's father would pay for everything. Yi Qian and Lu Xian did not drink. In the end, they went to the second half of the night with a few other students who did not drink to take care of the drunk students. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Mengwen ran onto the stage with a beer bottle in her arms and shouted that she wanted to win someone over. Chapter 1950. This time, Anjusin was very obedient. She only drank a few glasses of beer and did not dare to drink too much. She was afraid that if she got too drunk, Yi Qian would not be by her side when she woke up the next day. Although they had agreed to party all night, in the end, Yi Qian arranged for them to stay in a hotel. 4 of them shared a room. When they were done, Jianghu could not even straighten her back. Yi Qian did not drink, but he smelled of alcohol. When he came out of the shower, he saw Jianghu lying on the bed, looking at him with sparkling eyes. What's with that look? I already said that I would chat with you tonight. You can't believe it. You guys are all so mysterious. You said that you would accompany me, but in the blink of an eye, you disappeared. You guys? Yi Qian sat on the edge of the bed while drying his hair. He asked her with a half smile. Who else? Tell me about it. It sounds like there's a story, and it's not a simple one. I'll go take a shower first, then I'll tell you. It's a long story. I have to tell you slowly. And Jianghu blew into her palms. She looked at herself with disdain. What a strong smell of alcohol. Wait for me. Don't sleep. I'll be done soon. Yi Qian did not feel sleepy. The class reunion was very warm. Even the students who had failed the exams chose to attend instead of avoiding it. In their words, 1 year later we'll be good men again. Everyone chose to revise. With their abilities, their grades would not be too bad. The only pity was that the class monitor, Wuxia, did not repeat his studies and chose to join the army. Yi Qian suddenly slapped his forehead. Why didn't he remind Wuxia that he could enroll in a military school even if he joined the army? As long as he met the basic requirements for enrolling in a military school, he could definitely give it a try. Thinking of this, Yi Qian recalled Wuxia's room number and dialed it without hesitation. He had to take care of a few drunk boys, so he was definitely not resting. Wuxia quickly picked up the phone. When he heard Yi Qian's voice, he was surprised. Why aren't you resting? It's already past 4 in the morning. Class monitor, I want to ask you about your future plans. Are you going to be a conscript? Or volunteer? Or do you have other plans? Yi Qian did not immediately say what she was thinking. Wuxian was a very opinionated boy. She should ask him first. If he did not have any plans to enroll in the military academy, she would bring it up appropriately. Wuxian laughed. Don't tell me you called me just to talk about this. Yes. Didn't I say that I wanted to talk to you? Yi Qian leaned against the headboard with a serious expression. I just feel that it's a pity that you didn't repeat your studies and directly join the military. No, there's nothing to pity. Joining the military has always been my dream. When I found out that you were determined to enter the military academy, I was shocked. I didn't think that there would be a girl like me. A plop sound came from beside him. While speaking, Wuxian turned his head and saw a drunk boy fall directly from the bed to the ground and roll to his feet. She covered the boy with the quilt on the bed and answered with a smile. I have some other ideas. I'll talk to you when I have the chance. I don't know if it'll work out yet. If it does, I'll get in touch with you. Since he already had plans, Yi Qian did not mention it again. After exchanging a few words with him and saying, good night, Jianghu walked out of the room with wet hair and slippers. When she saw Yi Qian hanging up the phone, she giggled and asked, no way. You were on the phone with that person at your house? I realized that you're getting more and more troublesome after going to university. Why don't you blow dry your hair? We can have a good chat after you're done. Yi Qian left half of the bed empty and waited for her to dry her hair. Chapter 1951. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to wait any longer, so I decided to blow it a few times. Jianghu jumped onto the bed and nimbly got under the covers. She looked at her best friend with a smile, and the more she looked at her, the deeper her smile became. It made Yi Qian's hair stand on end. What a strange look. Who are you looking at through me? Who are you thinking of? She smiled so sweetly as if she was in love. A guy who's been chasing me. He's just like your husband. You both know him. Jianghu pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a row of neat, white teeth. Come, guess who he is. Someone he knew, someone who knew Captain Xia, and even someone who knew Jianghu. In less than a minute, Yi Qian narrowed his eyes. When did the two of you get together? He was a little surprised, but not surprised. He had heard from Xia Jinyuan that the T6 guy was interested in Jianghu. What was surprising was that Zhang Bin had liked Justin for so many years, but in the end, the T6 guy beat him to it. He wondered if he was so angry that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. I don't think so. I can't really make up my mind. I have a pretty good impression of him, and I feel that he's very reliable. But he came to look for me twice, and each time, he disappeared without saying a word. I even had to run out to look for him after class. Jane Eyre, do you think he's playing with me? We agreed to go for a walk together, but when I went over, he was gone. Isn't it a little too casual for him to suddenly disappear? Listening to her complaints, Yi Qian turned to look at his best friend and said softly, "There's no other way. He's a soldier. Sometimes, when the military calls, he has to return immediately. He really can't wait for you. Justin, you have to think about it carefully. He can indeed give you a sense of security, but he'll also make you feel uneasy. He'll suddenly come back to give you a surprise, and then suddenly disappear to give you a scare. Justin, you'll lose a lot of sweetness if you date a soldier. Especially if you were in a relationship with a special forces soldier who often carried out missions. Sometimes, you wouldn't even see him once a year. Sometimes, you would only receive a call for a few months or half a year. It would make you feel like you weren't actually in a relationship. They often disappear without a trace. It's normal for them to not call you for half a month. It's also normal for them to not call you for half a year. It's also normal for them to not call you for half a year. It's also normal for them to not meet you once a year. 1 minute, they're still chatting with you. The next minute, you might have to send them away. Yi Qian looked at the tears that flowed out of his good friend's eyes. He reached out and gently wiped away her tears. He did not stop because of this. She needed a reason not to make a choice, but she also needed a reason to make a choice. He would say what he should say and what he shouldn't say. In the end, the choice would still be up to Xianxia. Justin, if you can accept that you don't have his company when you're sick, that you don't have his comfort when you're sad or crying, that you don't have his sharing when you're happy or laughing, that you can accept the fact that there are couples on the street while you're lonely even though you have a boyfriend, then you can accept him. I can guarantee you that there's absolutely no problem with his character. As long as he has time, he'll be willing to use this pitiful time to accompany you wholeheartedly. He'll pamper you like a princess and treat you like a treasure. However, this kind of time is too little. Perhaps it's only a few days, half a day, or a few hours. And you'll need to rely on this little bit of sweetness to support you for a month, half a year, until he appears again. Chapter 1952. Yi Qian could see the confusion in her best friend's eyes, as well as the struggle in the depths of her eyes. She knew that right now, she wasn't advising her best friend on what to do. Instead, she was explaining the problems that her best friend had to face. This cycle continues day after day, relying on a short period of sweetness to support the days without him. Justin, ask yourself if you can accept this kind of life, if you can bear this kind of life. I can't give you any advice. I can only analyze and tell you what to do. Only you can make the choice. No one else can help you or make the decision for you. And Justin, who hadn't cried out loud, choked up and couldn't say anything for a while. Yi Qian pulled out a tissue to wipe the tears on her face and quietly and patiently accompanied her. And Justin waited until her emotions gradually calmed down. Her voice was hoarse, and her eyes were filled with pain. She asked softly, "What about you? Are you the same?" Justin, I'm different from you. The person I love and I are both soldiers. We both chose to join the military, which means that we have the same direction. Separation and silence are normal for us. We will get used to it and accept it, but our direction will never change. So, I'm different from you. And Justin didn't give up. She struggled to ask, Jane Eyre, can you accept that he wasn't by your side when you needed him the most? I can, because I know that even though he wasn't by my side, his heart has always been by my side. When he needed me by his side the most, I didn't accompany him. But my heart is always thinking about him. I can endure separation, accept separation, and get used to separation. Because every time we separate, we will work hard for the next time we meet. Yi Qian's words were very thorough. And Justin understood even more clearly that accepting a soldier with a special status required a lot of effort. And Justin had never thought so deeply. She only thought about why he liked to leave without saying goodbye since he was pursuing her. She also thought that it was too rude and didn't take her seriously. Yi Qian's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck her heart. She suddenly realized that there were so many problems in dating a soldier. Think about it carefully. You can only make a choice if you think it through. Yi Qian saw the confusion on her face and reached out to hug her friend gently. He said softly, "You won't be able to figure it out in such a short time. You're still in your first year. Why are you so upset over these things?" T6 was probably sincere to her, and she had no right to doubt T6's sincerity. However, she needed to tell Justin how difficult it was to be in a relationship with T6. One was a comrade in arms, and the other was a good friend. She naturally hoped that the two of them could live well. However, she didn't want the two of them to fall in love in the future, only to hate each other in the end. The room fell silent. Even though it was past 4 in the morning, the city was still dark. Yi Qian, who was lying in bed, gradually closed his eyes. After some time, Yi Qian suddenly heard Justin ask him cautiously, "Jane Eyre, what if I join the army? Am I the same as you?" The sleepiness that had just surged up was instantly swept away. Yi Qian opened his eyes and looked at her with clear eyes. "Justin, I said just now that I'm different from you. You don't have to be like me. You just have to look at your own heart. My choice and my identity can't be your reference. Do you understand?" Chapter 1953. She couldn't do this and couldn't do that. How was she supposed to choose? And Justin bit down on her lower lip. The struggle in her heart only intensified. "I don't think you've reached the stage where you've decided on him yet. Why do you have to make a decision so quickly? Justin, there's still time ahead. You can take your time to think about it." Yi Qian looked at her friend seriously and said slowly, "Decisions made in a hurry are often incomplete. You can think about it carefully, but once you've made a decision, you can't regret it." And Justin nodded slightly at her friend's serious expression. "Okay, I'll think about it carefully. Like you said, I haven't decided on him yet. I just think he's not bad. He's someone I can date properly. Yes, he's an outstanding soldier. You have good taste." In Yi Qian's eyes, his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade were all outstanding. She couldn't keep her eyes open. She rubbed her head against the soft pillow and yawned. "Go to sleep. Let's talk when we wake up." And Justin couldn't take it anymore, but she forced herself to keep her eyes open. She waited for Yi Qian to fall asleep for a while before she closed her eyes. However, when she woke up, she was the only one lying in bed. She called out, "Jenner," in a daze. She, who was half asleep and half awake, did not receive any response. She opened her eyes abruptly and raised her voice. "Jenner." Other than her, Ling Chen, who was still sleeping with her, was no longer in the room. She muttered, "Don't tell me they went to visit me." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a piece of paper on the bedside table. Her eyes were still groggy, but she could read a few words on it. And Justin had a bad feeling. She quickly picked up the piece of paper with a few lines of words written on it. After reading it, Justin leaned against the headboard as if she had lost all her strength. Her best friend said that she had something important to do and needed to leave. She couldn't play with her for a few more days and asked for her advice. The last line was especially striking. "Please forgive a soldier for leaving without saying goodbye. Most of the time, it's not that they don't want to say goodbye, but that they don't have the time or the means to say goodbye. Just like the soldier you like, leaving without saying goodbye is the last thing they want to do, but they have to do it." And Justin clenched the message and let out a long sigh. She muttered to herself, "Damn it, I made a wasted choice last night. I need to think about it carefully. Think about it carefully." It turned out that when Yi Qian had gone to bed in the wee hours of the morning, she hadn't gone to sleep because she was making a choice. In the end, Yi Qian's quiet departure made her decide to be with T6, waver again. When the students woke up one after another, they found out that Yi Qian had something to do and had left at the last minute. Zhang Yueyan woke up with a hangover and looked at the gift in her hand that she hadn't given out yet. She cursed herself under her breath and took back the gift that she had prepared at home untouched. By the time the first class left the hotel, Yi Qian had already returned to her room on the 23rd floor of the Caesar Hotel. She sat next to the fax machine and stared at the faxed papers. Her expression was terrifyingly cold. Chief Kai said that he would send over the test reports as soon as possible. He still needed to return the original copies. As soon as the first page was sent out, Yi Qian couldn't wait to pick it up. When his gaze fell on the blood type column, his pupils constricted slightly. The blood type matched. Before the second page was sent out, Yi Qian's eyes were already filled with hostility. There was even a murderous glint in his eyes. It was the same. The two reports were exactly the same. Chapter 1954. When the second page was sent over, Yi Qian compared the results of the two reports. The match was 99.9%. There was no need to investigate further. The two reports were enough to prove that Sun Yaozu was blinded by his mother. At the same time, Sun Yaozu also knew who blinded him. That was why he treated himself so viciously. With bloodshot eyes, Yi Qian slowly folded the two reports and put them away. Tonight, she needed to find Sun Yaozu. She had to properly ask him about what happened in the past. Chief Kai's call came. He spoke very quickly. Knowing that Yi Qian had already received the facts, he only said, "Wait for his call," and hurriedly hung up. Yi Qian was so agitated that her blood was boiling. Chief Kai's hurried words were like a bucket of cold water splashing her heart. It was so cold that it made her slowly come back to her senses. She couldn't go find Sun Yaozu yet. At least she had to wait until Chief Kai was safe. She couldn't put Chief Kai, who had already risked his life to help her, in danger because of her hatred. Wait a little longer. Yi Qian. Wait a little longer. You've waited for so many years. It won't hurt to wait a little longer. Yi Qian sat on the bed and softly muttered a few words. Then she sat motionless like a statue. She didn't think about going back to her good friend and Jessen. Before she dealt with Sun Yaozu, she didn't want to be too close to her friend. She didn't want to implicate her friend and cause her to do something bad. Since she couldn't go find Sun Yaozu for now, she would go find old Madame Yi, who had been living in the sanatorium of the Southern Province People's Hospital. Old Madame Yi would know as much as Sun Yaozu. The sanatorium of the Southern Province People's Hospital was equivalent to a nursing home, but it was a little more advanced. The elderly who lived there were all wealthy families who could afford to pay for treatment and care. Old Madame Yi had Yi Zhixiang's money to take care of her, so she was living quite well. Yi Qian looked at old Madame Yi, who was sitting in a wheelchair, slurring her words and ordering the caregiver around. She walked in with a cold smile and said to the caregiver, "Auntie, go and rest for a while." The nurse had never seen Yi Qian before. Just as she was about to ask, old Madame Yi, who was sitting in the wheelchair, stuttered, "Yi Qian." The corners of her mouth were crooked to one side, and it was quite difficult for her to speak. It was also hard for the nurse to be scolded by her. "You're already stuttering. Why don't you speak less? I haven't visited you for a long time, so I thought it was time for me to visit you." Yi Qian walked in and put the fruits he bought on the way to the side. He even took the initiative to pass a glass of water to old Madame Yi. "I have something to talk to you about. Why don't you let the caretaker take a rest first?" Old Madame Yi was a strong-willed person at all times. When she saw Yi Qian, she wanted to scold him, but she was powerless. A bunch of words were squeezed out of her throat, and she couldn't speak fluently. All she could say was strange, ah sounds. The caregiver didn't dare leave. She was afraid that something would happen to the patient she was in charge of. She hurriedly said to Yi Qian, "You can come back next time." "Look." Old Madame Yi raised her head, trembling. She pointed at the door and yelled at the caregiver, "Get out, get out." At her command, the caregiver glanced at Yi Qian. After a moment of hesitation, she took the cleaning tools in her hands and left. All the caregivers, nurses, and doctors in the sanatorium knew how bad-tempered the elderly in room 606 was. None of them were willing to take care of her for a long time. However, the hospital had specifically instructed them to take care of her. The caregiver who took care of her once a week left quickly. It was obvious that she didn't want to stay for even a moment. Chapter 1955. With no one else around, old Madame Yi stared coldly at Yi Qian. She raised her hand and swept the glass cup in front of her wheelchair to the ground. Bang! The glass cup shattered as it hit the ground. The water splashed all over the floor and the glass shards flew everywhere. Yi Qian didn't even raise his eyebrows. He smiled faintly and said, "It's better for an old lady who has suffered a stroke to remain calm. If you get angry too often, you might suffer a second stroke. I'm here to talk to you. Why are you angry?" "But I don't know why, but seeing you angry, I feel quite happy."
Old Madame Yi had been strong her whole life and rarely suffered in the hands of others.
However, she had suffered in front of Yi Qian, whom she thought she could easily control. She couldn't swallow the anger in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Yi Zhifan to get rid of Yi Qian when she was just able to pick up a pen to write. Now that Yi Qian was standing in front of her, old Madame Yi couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. She just wanted to teach her a lesson. She couldn't move and couldn't speak clearly. The only thing old Madame Yi could do was glare fiercely to express her feelings. She couldn't do anything else. Why are you still, not dead? Old Madame Yi slanted her lips and said viciously, I don't know. Where did this bastard come from? Why aren't you dead? When Yi Qian was young, he often heard old Madame Yi call him a bastard. He became numb after hearing so much. Now that he heard it again, he didn't think much of it. With an indifferent expression, she looked down at old Madame Yi, who used to be awe-inspiring and strong-willed. She smiled faintly and said, Your current appearance really suits you. You've been pretending to be kind all your life, and now you're finally living the truth. Old madam, your serious illness was worth it. You did something wrong back then and didn't let Sun Yaozu kick me to death. It was your mistake. You can continue to watch and see how your family will suffer retribution. Old madam, although you can't walk, you're still living a good life and haven't been tortured. But it's hard to say whether I'll have a good life in the future. Yi Qian slowly bent down. She stopped sneering and looked into old Madame Ye's murky eyes. Her dark eyes were filled with murderous intent. One killed my father, and the other killed my mother. Old Madame Yi, your retribution has just begun. She spoke very slowly, and her words were very light and cold, like an invisible blade that suddenly cut into old Madame Ye's heart. Suddenly, old Madame Yi, whose mouth was crooked, and the stiff muscles on her face twitched as if she had been greatly stimulated. Her eyes were filled with fear. You, what do you want to do? Not only were her eyes filled with terror, even her tone was filled with terror. She was afraid, very, very afraid. Yi Qian, who had originally only wanted to trick Sun Yaozu, knew that she had made the right choice in coming here. She didn't need to know too much. All she needed to know was that her mother's sacrifice had something to do with Sun Yaozu. He stood up and said softly, What do you think I want to do? I just want to do something that your family once did to my parents and me. Whatever you and Sun Yaozu did, I will return it to you truthfully, one by one. Bastard, 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 you're not. You're not. Old Madame Yi, who had been holding on to her courage, let out a strange cry. She shouted anxiously and in shock, and her entire body began to twitch in the wheelchair. Chapter 1956. Old Madame Ye's expression made Yi Qian even more certain that she knew something about his mother's sacrifice. He was even more certain that she had something to do with his mother's sacrifice. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so scared. If he continued to question her, old Madame Yi would definitely suspect something. No matter how much he wanted to get something out of her, he had to hold it in for now. He had to take things slowly. Furthermore, what he said just now had successfully made her think that he knew something. Based on his understanding of this old woman, she would definitely take action next. Old Madame Ye's heart would be even more ruthless and hardened. In order to get rid of a future threat like her, she would either tell Sun Yaozu or Yi Zhifan about what happened today so that they could deal with her. She would tell Sun Yaozu as soon as possible. Sun Yaozu already hated her to the bone. If he knew that she had found out about what happened in the past, he would definitely take action. As long as Sun Yaozu took action against her, it would be her chance. In her previous life, she didn't have the ability to seek justice for herself. In this life, she would definitely take revenge for all the suffering she had suffered in both lives. She would laugh as she watched old Madame Ye's family and Yi Zhifan's family fall from the clouds into the mud. Looking at the old woman who had completely lost her ability to move, but her mouth was still unforgiving, Yi Qian's murderous eyes flashed with a cold light. His gaze became even more terrifying. Save your energy. I just told you that people who have suffered a stroke should be calmer. In your case, it's only a matter of time before you have a second stroke. If you have a second stroke, I hope you won't leave so soon. It's better for you to stay in bed for the rest of your life. Yi Qian spoke calmly, revealing a look of contempt that old Madame Yi couldn't stand. I'm sure you're willing to live a life where you can't move your hands, can't speak, and have someone feed you when you eat or drink. Old Madame Yi, who had always thought of herself as high and mighty, naturally couldn't stand Yi Qian's contempt. When she heard him curse her again, she was furious and her limbs twitched even more uncontrollably. She really wanted to stand up and slap the bastard who dared to curse her. Unfortunately, she couldn't even speak properly, let alone stand up. Back then, you bullied my father because he was too obedient. It's a pity that he didn't see your current miserable state. If he did, he would be happy. Have a good rest. When I go to see my father tomorrow, I'll mention your current miserable state and what kind of miserable state you'll be in the future. My father and mother were killed by your family. How can I watch you live a good life? I only hope that you will be tortured and live a life worse than death. The cold and murderous words were like a sharp knife that ruthlessly pierced into old Madame Ye's heart, as if it had pierced a big empty hole. A heart-piercing cold wind blew past, instantly extinguishing the raging flames of anger, and her heart began to feel anxious. Did that bastard Yi Qian know something? Did he discover something? Otherwise, why would she say that one killed her father and the other killed her mother? That's right, that's right. That's what she said before. She even brought a photo over to scare her and Zhixiang. Zhixiang was easily frightened and screamed when she saw Yi Xinfan's photo. Zhixiang's actions last time must have made this bastard completely suspicious. While she was lying in the hospital, Sun Yaozu and Yi Zhifan were fighting openly and covertly. He secretly investigated on his own. Chapter 1957. She must have found something by now. That's right. She must have found something. I can't let this bastard live anymore. I can't let her live anymore. He had to kill her. He had to kill her. Only by killing her can Zhixiang's family be safe. Otherwise, she will pester Zhixiang to death. She might even harm my two precious grandsons. Although old Madame Ye's body was paralyzed and her brain wasn't as good as before, she didn't completely go on strike. She looked at Yi Qian, who had grown to the point where she couldn't control him anymore. Seeing that he wanted to stand up for Yi Xinfan and Sun Xueqing, who had died early, old Madame Yi, who was anxious just a second ago, suddenly laughed crookedly. Her laughter flowed out of her mouth. It was like the strange laughter of a person who lived in darkness and damp all year round and was filled with malice. Just a bastard. She really thinks she's someone important. Old Madame Yi had never liked Yi Qian, not even for a moment. She stared fixedly at Yi Qian, who was now so arrogant that he could make her angry. Old Madame Ye's mouth moved a few times. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm at Yi Qian. Seeing Yi Qian nimbly dodge, old Madame Yi gripped the wheelchair's armrests tightly. Her face and eyes were filled with malice. Yi Qian, do you know why I don't like you? Because you're a bastard. You're the bastard your mother gave birth to outside. She spoke in a hurry, so her words were even more unclear. However, Yi Qian heard everything clearly. Hearing this, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He stared at the old woman who couldn't even walk and was still acting like a tyrant. What did you just say? The ferocious-looking old Madame Yi looked at Yi Jian, whose expression had changed. Her upper lips trembled uncontrollably as she let out an unpleasant cackle. I said your mother's bitch outside. Martyr? Cackle, cackle. Your mother is such a promiscuous slut. How can she be a martyr? Old Madame Yi was overjoyed and said happily, Let me go like a bastard. Tui. Yi Qian, who was about to leave, narrowed his eyes. He squatted down again and looked at old Madame Yi with a gloomy expression. So, you scolded me because of this? What right do you have to talk about my mother? What right do you have? Boss is a good-for-nothing. He clearly knows that his wife gave birth to a bastard, but he doesn't even dare to sleep with her. I raised him up, but he didn't listen to me and strangled a bastard like you. He wants me to treat him well? Bah! Just a piece of trash. The gloomier Yi Qian's expression became, the more comfortable old Madame Yi felt. Strange laughter kept coming out of her throat. A martyr with a lover. How ironic. Shut up. Yi Qian could not tolerate such a vicious person slandering her mother. The killing intent that she had been suppressing grew again. She reached out and grabbed old Madame Ye's neck. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, Those who slander my mother die. Come, strangle me to death, you strangle. Yi girl. The door of the ward behind her was pushed open with a bang. Principal Chen's angry voice shook the air. What are you doing? Stop it. Strangle. Strangle me to death. Strangle me.
Old Madame Ye's laughter was unusually loud.
She continued to provoke Yi Qian fiercely. You're not boss's child. You're a bastard. Ha ha ha, you want to make my life difficult? Bastard, let's see who's the one who's going to suffer. Chapter 1958. You're a bastard. Your mother gave birth to you with another man. Your father is a good-for-nothing. He knew that you weren't his child, but he still raised you. Old Madame Ye's continuous curses seemed to come from the void, expanding in circles. When they reached the ears, they all swarmed in like a whirlwind, squeezing into the brain in an instant. It was incomparably sharp, piercing the brain and causing pain. Yi Qian, whose eyes were red, glared at the old woman whose face was completely distorted. He gritted his teeth and wanted to bite her throat so that she could no longer speak and say those vicious words. Little Yi, she wants to destroy you. Are you really going to let her destroy you? Principal Chen held Yi Qian's wrist tightly. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Do you know that your loved ones will be hurt and your enemies will be happy? Where did your rationality go? Where did your calmness go? Principal Chen scolded in a low voice. He didn't want old Madame Yi, who was like a mad dog, to hear him scolding Yi Qian. He wanted her to be happy. He was really glad today. He suddenly wanted to contact Chief Kai to ask about the progress of the investigation into martyr son Xueqing's death. He wanted to see if he could leak some information to little Yi. It was also because of this phone call that he found out that little Yi and Chief Kai had been in contact for a long time. He also found out who the eyepiece on the dagger in martyr son Xueqing's hand belonged to. When Chief Kai found out that little Yi didn't leak any information to him, he immediately said, "Oh no," and asked him to come out and find little Yi immediately. After searching for a few hours and taking a big detour, he finally found Caesar Hotel. When he knocked on the door, he bumped into Caesar's boss, Ho Zi. With his help, he successfully found the hospital. Principal Chen, who ran until his forehead was sweating, was anxious and angry. His voice was several times stricter than before. Little Yi, if I came even a little later, you would have committed a heinous crime. Do you know that? Yi girl had always been calm. No matter how big the matter was, she would not lose her mind completely. However, the situation was different this time. The old woman of the Yi family had coincidentally made Yi girl, who had just found out that Sun Yaozu was related to the sacrifice of martyr son Xueqing, suddenly lose her mind. No child could bear the humiliation of their parents, not to mention the humiliation of the enemy who had killed their parents. Even if a saint was alive, he would not be able to bear it. Moreover, Granny Yi was truly detestable. Every word she said was disrespectful. Wake up, Yi girl. Do you remember what I said to you before I died? Look at you now. Are you worthy of this old uncle? Principal Chen was obviously really angry. He even mentioned Uncle General when Yi Qian heard the words Uncle Gen. Her muddled mind suddenly cleared up. She looked up and seemed to have realized who was holding her back. Uncle Chen, she scolded my mother. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. She's the only one who's collapsed on the bed. Do you still need me to clean her up? The person you want to deal with isn't here. Do you understand? Seeing her eyes gradually clear up, Principal Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Granny Yi, who was laughing maniacally. He lowered his voice and said, "She's not important at all. If you want to strangle her to death today, you'll have fallen into her trap." Granny Ye's expression just now clearly showed that she wanted to drag Yi girl down with her. She wanted to completely destroy Yi girl. Yi Qian gently closed her eyes and forced back the tears in her eyes. I know, Uncle Chen. Let go first. I want to ask her a few questions. She wanted to ask if what she said just now was true. Chapter 1959. Yi Qian knew that he had lost his composure, but he had already restrained himself. He hadn't really killed this vicious old woman. Faced with Uncle Chen's reprimand, Yi Qian didn't regret his loss of composure, nor did he regret strangling old Madame Ye's neck. As a child, if he didn't do anything when someone insulted his parents, how could he be a child? Seeing that Principal Chen didn't intend to let go of his wrist, Yi Qian swallowed back his salty tears and said, Uncle Chen, Yi girl has never disappointed you or me. Even if she lost her composure and did something unwise, I still tolerated it. You know that with my skills, If I really wanted old Madame Yi to die, I wouldn't even have to strangle her neck. All I would have to do is twist her head. Uncle Chen, I'm very angry, but I know how to control myself. After all, my status restricts my actions and I can't make any mistakes. I won't do anything that would make my enemies happy. I will never do that. Principal Chen thought for a moment, then slowly retracted his hand. That's right. With Yi girl's skills, if she really wanted to kill old Madame Yi, she wouldn't have to go through the trouble of strangling her. She could have just twisted her neck. But what she wanted to ask. He could answer her. Don't ask any more, girl. She's right. You are indeed not your father's daughter. Your father is infertile. Back then, your mother chose to marry your father because she knew he was infertile. Girl, you really aren't Yi Xinfan's daughter. Your parents are only married, but they aren't husband and wife. Uncle Chen's words made Yi Qian, who had gradually calmed down, narrow his eyes. He looked up at Principal Chen in shock and disbelief. What did you say? Your father and mother got together because of me.
It was your mother who found me and asked me to find an honest and reliable man of the same age in the same village. So I found your father.
Principal Chen knew that she actually heard it very clearly, but she just couldn't accept it at the moment. Principal Chen glanced at old Madame Yi, who was still laughing strangely, and looked kindly at Yi Qian. He sighed softly and said, Your father didn't dare to agree, but old Madame Yi did. He secretly went to your mother and told her about his situation. He thought that your mother would refuse, but unexpectedly, your mother agreed. Even Uncle Chen doesn't know what happened between your parents. Uncle Chen only learned about it from your mother's diary. If you want to know, Uncle Chen can bring it to you when he returns to the village. This diary was personally delivered by Chief Kai. Principal Chen's words completely shattered Yi Qian's last hope. He stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. She was actually not her father's daughter? Then whose daughter was she? No wonder old Madame Yi called her a bastard child. She already knew that she wasn't her father's daughter. Then, who is my father? Yi Qian, whose eyes were blank, asked in a daze. It didn't seem like a question, but more like a sentence that he didn't even know what he said. Principal Chen couldn't answer who Yi Qian's father was because he didn't know either. Martyr Sun Xueqing's diary didn't mention it in her comrade's safekeeping. Chapter 1960. Old Madame Yi, who was sitting in her wheelchair, looked at Yi Qian, who was standing a few steps away from her. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. That wretched girl was becoming more and more tolerant. She could actually hold herself back from humiliating Sun Xueqing like this. The laughter in old Madame Ye's throat didn't stop, but her heart was sinking. That wretched girl who could hold herself back had already become a big problem. Back then, she was worried that if she killed Sun Xueqing's illegitimate child immediately after her death, she would be criticized by the villagers. Moreover, Yi Zhifan, the white wolf, convinced her to keep the illegitimate child. She was so obsessed that she really kept the illegitimate child. She regretted it so much, so much. She should have thrown Sun Xueqing to her death back then. Falling to her death would have eliminated all future troubles. If she had fallen to her death, today's events wouldn't have happened, and she wouldn't have to worry about the bastard's revenge in the future. Now, the bastard was no longer the little girl who could be bullied by others. She had already become a big problem that made her afraid and anxious. No, she couldn't hold back anymore. Either Yi Zhifan would do it, or her son-in-law would do it himself. She had to see the bastard die while she was still alive to be at ease. She had to see the bastard die before she could leave with peace of mind. Old Madame Yi, who had thought of 10,000 ways to make Yi Qian die on the streets, stared darkly at Yi Qian, then at Principal Chen. For a moment, old Madame Yi hated Principal Chen again. The principal of this town's middle school was also a busybody. Just now, he had appeared in time and ruined her plan. Old Madame Yi couldn't hear what Principal Chen was saying in a low voice. She glared at Principal Chen a few times in anger and raised her trembling hand to touch her neck. She didn't pinch too hard, so there shouldn't be any handprints left. If there were, she would have a way to ruin the bastard's reputation. Her gloomy and calculating gaze made Principal Chen involuntarily sweep his sharp gaze over. A sniper's gaze was undoubtedly frightening. Old Madame Yi, who was caught in the eye, was so frightened that she couldn't breathe properly. Waves of violent coughs came from her throat. Yi Qian slowly turned around.
His eyes, so dark that they seemed to be able to swallow everything, stared straight at old Madame Yi. Step by step, he walked up to the old woman who had done evil all her life. He said softly, "I will make your family pay for all the pain I've suffered." It was very light, but the smell of blood inside was so thick that one could almost smell it. "Bastard! What are you trying to do?" Old Madame Yi was shocked and angry at the same time. Even though she was still putting up a strong front, her paralyzed eyes had already revealed her true thoughts. She realized that Yi Qian's family included her two most beloved grandsons, Yi Lei and son Jiaqing. That was why she asked Yi Qian what he wanted to do. "I want to do what you're most afraid of." Yi Qian coldly spat out a few words, then ignored the struggling old woman. He turned to Principal Chen and said, "Uncle Chen, let's go." She knew enough. She could stop here for today. Next, she quietly waited for Sun Yaozu or Yi Zhifan to come. After leaving the hospital, Principal Chen didn't blame Yi Qian. When they returned to Caesar Hotel and walked out of the revolving door, a man in a suit who looked like a hotel attendant immediately came to greet them. He respectfully said to Yi Qian, "Miss Yi, Zigu invites you to his office." He glanced at Principal Chen and said, "He also invited the person beside you to come with us." Ho Zi's office was on the top floor of the hotel. The hotel's guest elevator hadn't arrived yet, but there was a special elevator that led directly to the top floor. Chapter 1961. When the elevator doors opened, they could see the bulletproof glass door. The man pushed the card open and invited Yi Qian and Principal Chen to enter. He then stood at the elevator entrance and waited. Ho Zi had been waiting for Yi Qian in the office. The moment Yi Qian stepped into the hotel, he received the news. He personally brewed tea and served it to Principal Chen. He smiled and said, "Please have some tea. I'll talk to Xiao Yi for a while. Please listen and see if there are any suggestions that need to be changed." Suggestions? Principal Chen glanced at Ho Zi calmly. Although he had never been in the underworld, he had heard of Ho Zi. He was a well-known underworld boss in the southern province and even in other countries. He was also a very law-abiding underworld boss. Both the white and the underworld would give him some face. He had heard of him, but when he saw him in person, he could only say that the real person did not show his true colors. Who would have thought that the underworld boss would be so gentle? Principal Chen took the tea from him and smiled. "You're too polite. If it's about little Yi, I'll have to be thick-skinned and listen to it." He really did not know that little Yi was in contact with Ho Zi. When he received Ho Zi's help, he was shocked. "It is indeed about little Yi. Ah Yuan has asked me many times to take care of little Yi. Therefore, I know a little about any movements on little Ye's side. It can be said that little Ye's matters are Ho Zi's matters. Whatever she wants to do, I'll support her." Ho Zi was a righteous person. When he spoke, he was calm and had the demeanor of a general. As he spoke, he explained how he knew Yi Qian. Principal Chen understood when he heard this. So that was the case. He immediately felt relieved. Seeing this, Ho Zi smiled faintly and said to Yi Qian, "Is Sun Yaozu's matter not over yet? How far has it progressed? Can you tell me?" "Sixth brother told me in secret that if you make any big moves in the southern province, I must help you. I reckon that your actions this time were indeed a little too big." In addition, this old senior's expression changed a little. "I thought that your actions might not be as big as what I saw. It's very likely that there's an even bigger movement in the dark. You're Lao You's girlfriend, and I'm your brother Zi. With such a relationship, Xiao Yi, you can tell me what to do next. I need to say one more thing. With my status, it will be easier for me to do things." This sentence made Principal Chen, who was quietly drinking tea, raise his eyes slightly. That's right, it was indeed easier to do things with Ho Zi's identity than with little Ye's identity. However, dragging Ho Zi into this mess was a little unkind. Yi Qian thought so too. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Zi, you've helped me too much. If you continue to help me, you'll be in deep trouble. I'll be honest with Brother Zi. Sun Yaozu and I have a grudge against each other for murdering my mother. There are too many things that are related to this grudge. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, a disaster will befall anyone who has anything to do with me." Chief Kai clearly told her that her mother's sacrifice had deep implications. Some things were still classified and couldn't be revealed. They could only be buried by time. and she needed to dig through the mud of time to find the truth behind her mother's sacrifice and the murderer behind it. She really didn't dare to involve too many people, even though many people were already involved. Chapter 1962. Hosey sneered. If you want me to get involved in the military, I can tell you right now that I definitely won't. But if I want to deal with Sun Yaozu, it won't be a problem. If sixth brother was here, he would definitely think of me first. He wouldn't even bother with his childhood friends. Xiaoyi, just tell me your plan. If Guzi can help, he will. If he can't, he will tell you immediately. He then looked at Principal Chen, who had been silent all this time. Senior, what do you think? Xiaoyi didn't mind. This senior who cared about Xiaoyi from the bottom of his heart would know what to do. It was best for him to speak. Hosey wouldn't be wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Principal Chen to his office. Little Yi, tell me your plan first. Principal Chen would be very happy if someone from the underworld helped Little Yi, because Sun Yaozu was also from the underworld. Yi Qian, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up when Principal Chen opened his mouth again. He lowered his eyes slightly and said, I want to deal with Sun Yaozu, and I also want to get some information from him. It was related to a person's life. She planned to deal with it in secret. I won't show up to deal with Mr. Sun, but I can help you, Hosey said calmly. A big matter sounded like a small matter to him. It was extremely easy. Yi Qian looked at him and said, I'll wait for Sun Yaozu to come looking for me. Even if they want to investigate, we have to let the police know that Sun Yaozu was the one who committed the murder and was killed in the end. He knew that sixth brother's girlfriend was a ruthless character. Look at this arrangement. It was quite well planned. The matter was settled just like that. Principal Chen, who wanted to stay, was forcefully sent back to the military by Yi Qian. He was not allowed to interfere. Hosey repeatedly assured him that there wouldn't be any problems, so Principal Chen had no choice but to return to the military. Even after returning to the army, he was still worried. He was afraid that something would happen to Yi Qian. Sun Yaozu found out that Yi Qian had gone to look for old Madame Yi 3 days ago, and it was from his wife, Yi Zhixiang. Sun Yaozu glanced at his clueless wife and immediately drove to the People's Hospital. When he came out of the People's Hospital, his eyes were stitched and bandaged, and there was a fierce look on his face. That damned girl still dared to come here? It just so happens that I'm looking for her too. You want to settle accounts, right? Fine, I'll settle accounts with you. If I don't kill you this time, my surname isn't Sun. How could old Madame Yi bear to let her daughter and son-in-law take the risk first? She thought of asking Yi Zhifan to step in, but Yi Zhifan hadn't come to the hospital recently, so there was no way to make this plan come true. Since his son-in-law, Sun Yaozu, had come over, he could only be the one to solve the problem. Yi Qian did not let Sun Yaozu search for too long. She had the intention of letting him find her, so how could she delay it? She wanted to meet Sun Yaozu more than anyone else. Miss Yi, someone is following you. Don't look back. Keep walking forward. Walking along the dimly lit street, Yi Qian knew that someone was following her before the people sent by Hosey. I know. Don't get too close to me. This was a street that led to a village in the city. The residential buildings hidden among the tall buildings were all low-rise buildings from the 1970s and 1980s. The electricity above their heads was dense like a spider's web. The streets on both sides were narrow, and only bicycles and motorcycles could pass through. Yi Qian had been in and out for 2 days. Finally, the people sent by Sun Yaozu arrived. Chapter 1963. In the depths of the alley, someone hurried past, as if there was a terrifying monster behind him. The footsteps became faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into another alley. After confirming that he had not caused any trouble, the pedestrian pressed his back tightly against the cold wall. While gasping for breath, he hurriedly knocked on the rusty iron door outside his house. The lights in the house were turned on, and a woman answered, "Coming." She opened the inner door with a creak, and then opened the outer iron door. Before the door was fully opened, the frightened pedestrian squeezed in with a frightened face. "Come in, come in." His voice was soft and hurried, as if he was afraid of being seen. Seeing this, the female owner was also shocked. What happened? She conveniently turned off the lights. The male owner, who worked overtime until 11 o'clock, found his chair in the dark. When he sat down, He realized that even his legs were trembling. A group of hooligans blocked a little girl. I wanted to help with a stick, but when I saw that they even took out a knife, I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. I didn't dare to help and quickly came back. They were in a village in the city, the most chaotic place. 5 people lived together, and no one knew each other. Robberies were discovered at the end of the year. But it was the first time that he had encountered someone with a knife. The female owner, who was so scared that she kept gasping, was so nervous that she stuttered, You, are you okay? This is none of your business. Our family depends on you. If anything happens to you, who will we rely on? I don't care. I don't dare to care even if I wanted to. 5 or 6 of them all had knives. The male owner was so scared that he wiped his face and asked the female owner to pour him a glass of cold water to calm him down. After a while he sighed. That little girl's sigh probably. Seeing that he was still talking about it, the female owner scolded in a low voice, That's enough. Don't meddle in other people's business. If you saw it, just pretend that you didn't see it. Keep your mouth shut and don't cause trouble for the family, do you hear me? I know, I just feel. Sigh. What's the use of you thinking? Can you beat them with knives by yourself? Don't worry about it. Go take a shower. You have to catch the morning shift tomorrow. Next year, you have to pay tuition fees again. Your parents are still waiting for you to send money back for your brother to get married. Don't meddle in it. The female owner was afraid that she would cause trouble, and the voices in the house became quieter and quieter, until it was silent. On the other side of the alley, the footsteps were footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, and the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, and the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, and the footsteps. Of the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the sound. Brother Z, they took Miss Yi away. Someone looked in the direction of the van and spoke to Ho Zi with a phone glowing with a faint blue light. Head in the direction of Chengnan Middle Road. Ho Zi had already returned home and was making supper for Xia Yiwei, who had yet to return from work. He was wearing a blue and white checkered apron. He turned off the stove and walked out of the kitchen. Be careful. Call me if anything happens. Brother Z, can Miss Yi really do it alone? The assistant was a little worried and asked, Mr. Sun sent 6 people, all with knives. I'm afraid that Miss Yi will be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, if Miss Yi was at a disadvantage, how would Brother Z explain it to Sister Wei? How would he explain it to the Crown Prince of the family Xia? Chapter 1964. Ho Zi, who was now a good family man, sat down on the sofa with an apron on. He picked up the phone and made a call. The Miss Yi you mentioned is not simple. You can ask her for advice one day. Arrange the car. Pick her up immediately when she comes out. Clean up the scene. Don't leave any traces behind. Since he had promised, he naturally had to complete the task properly. It was never Ho Zi's style to leave any traces for others to catch. The doorbell rang. Ho Zi immediately got up. I'm hanging up first. Contact me if you need anything. Without waiting for his assistant to say anything, he quickly hung up the phone and walked a few steps away. Xia Yiwei, who was wearing a navy blue coat, walked over, braving the cold air. Before she could change her shoes, Ho Zi carried her to the living room where the air conditioner was turned on. It's been hard on you. How many days have you been working overtime? How cruel of you to leave your husband alone in the room every day. Master Ho San, who was awe-inspiring outside and could shake the entire southern province with a stomp of his feet, was a filial husband at home. For a successful man like him, his wife at home should be afraid of him messing around. However, when it came to Ho Zi, it was the opposite. He was afraid that the cruel woman in his arms would abandon him again. Xia Yiwei lazily lay in her man's thick arms and said weakly, Haven't you always been clamoring to go back to Family Eve with me? Let's go back together on New Year's Eve. I don't want to leave you alone to celebrate the new year. She spoke weakly, but Ho Zi's mood was like a roller coaster that suddenly rushed to the clouds and then fell back to the ground. He asked her uncertainly, Baby, you're not talking nonsense, right? What? You don't want to go home with me for the new year? Xia Yiwei, who seemed to be weak just a moment ago, suddenly sat up in his arms. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Suddenly, her aura was released and she had the demeanor of a queen. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Then she was telling the truth. Ho Zi, who was pleasantly surprised, hid his expression and said in a deep voice, "You have to keep your word."
"How can you be so casual? Then I have to make some preparations. The old man likes to drink tea, so I have to prepare some good tea leaves. Old madam likes small ornaments such as embroidery, so we have to find some good ones. It would be best if they were old. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters-in-law, you have to give me a list of what they like. It's my first time visiting, so I have to be polite."
"Where are your brothers?"
"Is there anything you like? Apart from you, I only have a younger sister from my aunt's side.
"I'll have to spend some effort on this younger sister."
When it came to marriage, Ho Zi was just like any other man. He was afraid that he would leave a bad impression on his first visit, so he tried his best to be perfect. Xia Yiwei looked at him with a serious expression, and the smile in her eyes had long been overflowing.
She and the man in front of her had been going around in circles for almost 20 years.
They had been on and off, but in the end, they were still together. Looking at the young man who used to be so handsome that the delinquents in Chang and went crazy and the socialites threw themselves at him, he became a mature and steady middle-aged man in front of her. Time was kind to him. He didn't become uglier, but more handsome. He was full of charm that could make women fall in love with him.
Especially his peach blossom eyes, which were deep and reserved. Looking at them for a long time would make her heart beat faster.
Although his appearance was handsome, what made her even more fascinated was his feelings for her. For nearly 20 years, he had never had another woman, not even a scandal. He had always kept himself clean and honest.
Once he said to the young her, "You will be my one and only. My one and only will never change."
Chapter 1965. For nearly 20 years, she was indeed his one and only. She was in the past and still was now. He had always kept the promise he made when he pursued her. She was his one and only. A gentleman's promise was engraved in his heart. Xia Yiwei raised her slender arm and hooked it around Ho Zi's neck. She lowered her head and kissed his sexy lips that were still chattering away. "Master Ho-san, did you plan to come home with me a long time ago? Otherwise, how could you know so much about my family's hobbies? You even know that the old madam likes embroidery. Everyone thinks that the old madam likes reading." Ho Zi was the most vulnerable to Xia Yiwei's teasing. His sexy Adam's apple moved slightly as she nibbled on his lips. Even his breathing became heavier. "Of course I have to find out. Otherwise, who will I ask for help if there's a fire at home? Darling, you're a big family, and I'm alone. I need the Yu family's support. Only with the Yu family's support can I."
He turned around and pressed the bewitching woman in his arms onto his body.
His peach blossom eyes, which had charmed countless women and frightened countless opponents, were filled with darkness. "Only then can I lock you by my side. Don't even think about leaving my side for the rest of your life." Meeting Xia Yiwei was the biggest disaster in his life. For her, he was willing to go through hell. Xia Yiwei smiled coquettishly. Her eyes were filled with deep affection as she stared at the man who moved her heart and wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. As his kiss traveled down her lips, she gently closed her eyes and murmured softly, "Giving birth to a child can lock me in." "Yes, my queen." In front of the only woman he loved, Ho Zi, who was all-powerful in the underworld, tried his best to please the woman under him. "You will be my one and only. My one and only." He would use his whole life to fulfill this promise. The cold wind blew in the dark night. Somewhere, the crackling sound of firecrackers could be heard, bringing a bit of noise to the cold night. The assistant sent by Ho Zi followed them all the way to the villas under construction in Chengnan Middle Road. Seeing the van stop in front of a villa whose exterior had been painted, he said to the person beside him, "Drive the van to the back door. Be alert. I will contact you too at any time." "All right." The two men nodded and lowered their caps a little to cover most of their faces. Their coat collars were straightened up, and they left swiftly. The door of the van opened and two men pushed Yi Qian out of the car. They warned him in a low voice. "Behave yourself. If you dare to play any tricks, we'll break your legs." Yi Qian, who had a bag over her head, did not know where she was being taken. She shook her shoulders violently as if trying to shake off the two pairs of hands that were pressing on her shoulders. The two men who were holding her down looked even more ferocious. The man who jumped down first and walked to the front quickly walked into the villa. Soon, Yi Qian was also brought in.
There was the smell of paint and damp cement in the air. It smelled like a construction site. Yi Qian, whose hands were tied, estimated where she was the moment she was pushed in. Then someone said, "Why are you only here now? The boss has been waiting for half an hour. He even lost his temper just now. Hurry up and bring her in. This chick is very fierce. Our brothers only became obedient after we showed them our knives. One of our brothers even got bitten twice by her. Damn it. We'll deal with her later." The man in charge of capturing Yi Qian scolded and urged the people behind him, "Hurry up and bring her in. The boss is not in a good mood." Chapter 1966. After the leader finished cursing, he ordered the other 3 men, "The 3 of you stay outside and don't let anyone come near. Keep your eyes open. If the boss is unhappy, we'll all be in trouble." A total of 6 people went to surround Yi Qian. 3 of them stayed outside and the other 3 went in together. Yi Qian secretly moved her tied hands. As she walked through the dark corridor, her right hand suddenly twisted strangely. Her hands, which were originally tied to her wrists, were released in a minute. She secretly tugged at the rope with her freed hands. Not bad, it was indeed very sturdy. She would use it to deal with Sun Yaozu later. Yi Qian didn't move immediately. She only wanted to deal with Sun Yaozu. These people weren't in her area of concern, so there was no need to take more lives. With her head still tied up, Yi Qian felt that she had entered a very spacious room. Perhaps it was a new house. The air was damp and dusty. She was then pushed down the cement stairs. The stairs were uneven and filled with cement dust. After walking down one floor, she could clearly feel that the air was somewhat stagnant. It was as if she had entered an enclosed space. A basement? Was she being brought to a basement? When the tip of her foot touched a hard object, Yi Qian deliberately lost her balance to confirm her guess. She staggered forward and kicked the object with her foot. After a series of echoing clang sounds, Yi Qian knew that her guess was right. They were indeed in a basement. The man walking in front heard the commotion and turned his head to glare at Yi Qian, who was being dragged all the way. His 2 companions said unhappily, "Hold her steady. If she falls to her death, we'll be in trouble too." It was obvious that they were quite afraid of Sun Yaozu. However, Yi Qian slightly curled her lips. This kind of fear wasn't a fear of reverence, but a very simple fear of stopping a monetary transaction. It was also the most unreliable kind of fear. Then she wasn't afraid that these people would really sacrifice their lives for Sun Yaozu. They were only doing it for the money. They wouldn't really sacrifice their lives. Brother Z reminded her to be careful of the 4 bodyguards around Sun Yaozu. 2 of them were foreign bodyguards from South Asia. These bodyguards usually had their hands stained with blood. She was wary of these too. The good thing about foreign bodyguards was that they could shift the blame to others. After the man in front finished speaking, Yi Jian vaguely heard the echoes of roars coming from the basement. She couldn't hear it clearly, but it made Yi Jian realize that this basement probably had more than one floor. There were at least 2 floors. The roar came from Sun Yaozu. He had never had much patience. After becoming a boss, he restrained himself a little. But when it came to Yi Qian, he had absolutely no patience. Not long after his men went out, he began to ask questions. When Yi Jian didn't show up after 9 o'clock, he was already very irritable. When Yi Jian didn't show up after they caught her, he flew into a rage. The only 2 chairs in the room were smashed into pieces by him. When he heard the guard say that Yi Qian had arrived, he picked up a broken table leg and spat viciously, "Drag her in." Damned girl, she had finally fallen into his hands today. Tonight was the time to end her life. No, he couldn't cripple her in one go. Back then, that bitch Sun Xueqing blinded herself in one eye. No matter what, he had to blind both of her daughter's eyes first. He had to slowly torture that damned girl. Sun Yaozu, whose only eye flashed viciously, let out a few sinister laughs. His already ferocious face suddenly became as ferocious as a man-eating monster. He gritted his teeth and said to the 2 bodyguards beside him, "Do whatever I tell you to do later, do you hear me?" Chapter 1967. Yes, boss. The 2 bodyguards nodded. Their job was to do whatever their boss told them to do. It didn't take long to walk from the first floor to the second basement floor. Sun Yaozu, who had just finished giving instructions, heard footsteps. The one-eyed man snorted coldly and stood in front of the 4 bodyguards, waiting for Yi Jian to come in. When he saw Yi Qian being dragged in by his men, he laughed heartily, then said fiercely, "Take off her hood." There were lights in the basement, and under the white light, Yi Qian, who had been in the dark for more than an hour, still hadn't gotten used to the light. Sun Yaozu stared at her and said sarcastically, "Say, and you call yourself a military school student? Look at you, ha ha ha, are there any military school students as cowardly as you?" 2 foreign bodyguards stood beside him, and the other 2 bodyguards guarded one of the exits to the first floor and the other to the garage on the second floor. Yi Jian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on the exit where the wind came in, which was the exit to the garage on the second floor. "Sun Yaozu, you've got guts," Yi Qian said coldly. "You dare to kidnap a military school student? Looks like you're not afraid of being caught." Sun Yaozu laughed as if he had heard a joke. "Catch me? Ha ha ha, damn girl. I'm the one catching you now. Who the fuck dares to catch me? Who am I? I have money and people. You're just a poor military school student. What do you have to fight me?" At this point, Sun Yaozu seemed to have realized that there shouldn't be too many people present. He yelled at the 3 men who brought Yi Jian in. "Fuck, what are you standing here for? Get out of here." The 3 men were used to being yelled at, so they said, "Yes," and quickly turned to leave. After the 3 of them left, Sun Yaozu glared at Yi Qian fiercely. "You want to cause trouble for me? Who the fuck do you think you are? The old hag said you want to kill my whole family? Damn girl, I'll kill you first today. It's normal for me to want to kill your entire family. You were the one who made my mother sacrifice herself back then." In the face of his viciousness, Yi Qian, whose eyes were as cold as water, said indifferently, "You made my mother sacrifice herself. I want to kill your whole family. What are you angry about?" Yi Qian naturally brought the topic back to the past. Now that Sun Yaozu thought that victory was within his grasp, based on his understanding of Sun Yaozu, he could not help but say a few more words to show that he was the victor. The fact that he had chased the person who had captured her away and only kept the bodyguards by her side showed that he knew that she might say something, but he didn't want too many people to know. As long as he led the topic back to the past, he would always bring up the past. Although Sun Yaozu did not have much patience, he had not told Yi Qian about what had happened in the past all these years. It was obvious that he was a tight-lipped person. When Yi Qian mentioned what had happened in the past, his laughter grew louder. "What can you do even if you find something? My eyes were blinded by your mother back then. I can only take revenge on you." He took out a small knife from his pocket and gave his bodyguards a look. He said fiercely, "Hold her down." Yi Qian pretended to be afraid and retreated. He said angrily, "My mother should have blinded both of your eyes back then. She trusted you so much back then, but you betrayed her." Chapter 1968. "Ha ha ha, wretched girl. Your mother called me little brother back then. Who else could she trust if not me? Betrayal? I was doing well and earning a lot of money. How could she make me give up on making a fortune with just a few words?" Sun Yaozu stood where he was and spoke fiercely, while his other 2 bodyguards closed in on Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who continued to retreat to the corner, heard his mother call Sun Yaozu little brother, and his eyes immediately darkened. Grandfather did not have any biological brothers. My mother doesn't have a brother. She only has Sun Dongqing as a sister. Sun Yaozu, don't get involved with my mother. If she really called Sun Yaozu little brother, then the matter could be explained further. When her mother sacrificed herself, she was holding a dagger in her hand. There were no signs of a fight around, which meant that Sun Yaozu, who was stabbed by her, was actually next to her mother. Later, when her mother discovered the problem, she hurriedly raised the dagger and stabbed him. Unfortunately, she was shot and killed before she could finish off Sun Yaozu. My surname is Sun, and so is your mother. What's wrong with calling me little brother? Sun Yaozu smiled strangely. His fierce eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Yi Qian. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll remember the wound that blinded my eyes. Today, I'll get it back on you. Catch her and press her to death. The 2 bodyguards who were surrounding them heard the order and did not slowly close in on Yi Qian. They all thought that Yi Qian would be easily caught, but Yi Qian nimbly avoided them with a roll on the spot. At the same time, He rushed at lightning speed toward the exit that she had noticed wind coming in from. Wind meant that the airflow was flowing, and airflow meant that it was unobstructed. This was the exit to the underground garage, and the bodyguard was from South Asia. He probably did not expect the girl who was dragged in by a few hooligans to be so agile. When he reacted and reached out to grab her, he only managed to grab the corner of Yi Qian's clothes. In just a few seconds, Yi Qian, who was in front of them just a moment ago, rushed out of everyone's sight. Even Sun Yaozu, who had been watching closely, did not react. When he came back to his senses, he roared angrily. "Fuck! Why aren't you chasing after him? I fucking invited a bunch of trash." The 4 bodyguards raised their sleeves and quickly chased after him. Yi Qian had already rushed out of the second-floor basement exit and was heading towards the entrance of the villa. Now, she needed someone sent by Ho Zi to distract the bodyguards. Ho Zi's assistant wasn't an ordinary assistant. When he saw Yi Qian's figure flash past him, he immediately knew what to do. A stray cat's meow came out of its mouth, and Yi Jian quickly hid after hearing it. Soon, 4 figures came out and caught up with the vague shadow in front of them. The 3 men guarding outside the villa had already been tied up. Even the 3 men who were chased out by Sun Yaozu were tied up and thrown into the van they drove over. 6 people were tied up, and 4 bodyguards were chasing after them. Sun Yaozu was the only one left in the huge villa. When he saw Yi Jian return, he didn't even have the chance to speak when Yi Jian took a broken leg of a wooden chair and fiercely smashed it against the back of his neck. His plump body instantly turned into a pile of mush and fell to the ground with a thump. When the 2 men who came in with Yi Qian saw this, they carried Sun Yaozu away without saying a word. Chapter 1969. The people who came to help Yi Qian were Ho Zi's most trustworthy subordinates. After receiving Ho Zi's orders, they only did what Yi Qian needed them to do and did not ask questions. Sun Yaozu was wide and fat, so it was quite strenuous for the 2 men to lift him up. By the time they got into the car, his face was flushed red and he was sweating profusely. "Miss Yi, Brother Z has instructed you to go to Mount Dalong. There are still men waiting for you there." After putting him in the car, the driver jumped out and handed the car keys to Yi Qian. "Leave this to us." They still needed to get the 2 foreign bodyguards into the car and bring them to Mount Dalong. They also needed to leave behind a series of disguises so that Brother Z could take care of Miss Yi safely. Just as Principal Chen thought, Ho Zi's help would save Yi Qian a lot of trouble. With his ability, he could protect Yi Qian. This was also why Xia Jinyuan asked Ho Zi for help. Although Ho Zi, who had a large influence in Southern Province, had retired from the underworld, it did not affect his ability to do things. "Thank you for your hard work. The 2 bodyguards are South Asians. They might have retired from the government army. Be careful." At this point, Yi Qian did not stand on ceremony anymore. He took the car keys and drove away quickly under the gazes of the men. Mount Dalong was the largest natural forest park in Southern Province. Many places were listed as protected areas and prohibited from being developed. It was indeed a simple matter to get rid of 1 or 2 people in the depths of the forest. Sun Yaozu was woken up by the cold. The pain in his neck made him shiver violently. He opened his only eye in a daze and soon realized that something was wrong with his surroundings. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the pitch-black surroundings made him jump to his feet. "Damn it, what is this place?" Before he could stand firm, Sun Yaozu suddenly remembered that he was knocked out by Yi Qian. After that, he did not know anything. He was in the mountains. Sun Yaozu, who had completely sobered up, roared, "Damn girl, you actually fucking left me in the mountains." He had been careless and ended up being tricked by the wretched girl. Sun Yaozu clenched his teeth and leaned against the cold tree. His eyes were filled with malice as he said, "Wretched girl, just you wait." At this time, he was still unaware of the danger. Some wild animals were drilling through the frozen bushes. The sudden rustling sound startled Sun Yaozu. He then lifted his foot and kicked the tree he was leaning against. He cursed, "Damn it! Here." Before he could finish his sentence, his raised left leg was pulled back, and his entire body crashed into a tree. Sun Yaozu, who was seeing stars, realized that his legs were tied up. When he tried to kick the tree, he tripped over himself. Yi Qian, who had been looking at him nonchalantly, said coldly, "You didn't really think that I would just leave you on the mountain, did you? Did they go all the way just to bring him to the mountains? Heh, they really thought too highly of themselves." Her voice was faint, but it was enough to make Sun Yaozu's heart sink. He raised his hand to cover his head and stood up again. He looked at the pitch-black surroundings and roared violently, "Damn girl, get out here! Back then, I was also thrown into the snow by your family. Didn't you say that you would let me have a taste of what it was like to be stabbed in the eyes? Then I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be frozen to death. As for you wanting to stab my eyes, I won't give you the chance." Chapter 1970. Yi Qian, who was stepping on a pile of clothes, chuckled coldly. Then he slowly said, "It's not nice to be frozen to death. Enjoy it slowly." After being reminded by Yi Qian, Sun Yaozu was shocked and angry. Only then did he realize that he was only wearing a thin shirt and pants. No wonder it was so cold. It turned out that the damned girl had taken off all his clothes. No, this was the mountain. She couldn't have gotten him up the mountain alone. Someone was helping her in the dark. Sun Yaozu was shivering all over. He hugged his arms tightly. The ferocious glint in his single eye didn't diminish. He really thought of himself as a local tyrant who couldn't be offended. As usual, he shouted, "You want to play with me? I'll play you to death, you fatherless bastard." Sun Yaozu, who hadn't realized that his life was about to end, had the confidence to say these words because he had money and power. And in his eyes, Yi Qian was just a little military academy student who didn't have anyone to protect him. She wanted to kill him? Sun Yaozu didn't even think about it. Ho Zi's subordinates, who were guarding nearby, heard this and couldn't help but look up. Only this boss son didn't know that he was about to die. "Aren't I playing with you right now?" Yi Qian laughed softly. His laughter was even colder than the cold wind blowing past. "Your words are exactly what I want. If I don't play you to death tonight, I won't leave." He spoke softly and softly. His words were wrapped in the cold wind and drifted into everyone's ears. Instantly, the sound of a bloody massacre was heard. Sun Yaozu didn't feel anything. Instead, he raised his head and laughed loudly. "Play me to death? Ha ha ha, an orphan like you wants to play me to death? Ha ha ha, are you fucking kidding me? I have money in the southern province. I have people above and below me. You, a little military academy student, dare to go against me? Damned girl. I can pinch you to death with a single finger. Let go of me first, then kowtow to me 10 times. I'll consider letting you go tonight. Ha ha ha, you want to play with me? Ha ha ha, what do you have to play with me? Money? People? Do you have any? Ha 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 ha." He laughed maniacally. He was absolutely certain that Yi Qian would not dare to do anything to him. That was what he thought. Yi Qian smirked. "You don't believe me? All right, let's begin then. The more you don't believe it, the more scared you will be in the end. If you are complacent, there will be a time when you beg for mercy." She didn't open her mouth to respond, and the surroundings quieted down. The cold wind blew through the pine needles that had even frozen the leaves, bringing a bone-chilling cold that could freeze the blood in one's body. After laughing maniacally, Sun Yaozu was still waiting for Yi Qian to kowtow and admit his mistake. When the surroundings were so quiet that he could only hear his own breathing, he began to look left and right. It was too quiet, so quiet that it was as if he was the only one here. It was too cold, so cold that his joints were about to stiffen. He couldn't help but panic in his heart. Even his confidence gradually began to falter. "Damn girl, get the hell out here. Get the fuck out here." Sun Yaozu roared loudly, but in return, there was still a deathly silence. There was not a single sound. He roared a few more times, but there was still no response. Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that he couldn't stop trembling, began to realize that he was in danger. He stopped roaring and squatted down, trying to untie the rope that bound his legs. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't untie it. It was getting colder and colder, and his fingers were getting stiffer and stiffer. It was getting harder and harder to untie the rope. Chapter 1971. He was so anxious that he didn't dare to untie the rope anymore. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Get out here! Fuck, you dare to play with me? Do you fucking want to die?" There was still no response. The only thing that accompanied him were the cold trees around him and the occasional rustling of some small animal in the bushes. After another 10 minutes, there was still no movement. Sun Yaozu couldn't help but jump up in an attempt to warm himself up. With a ferocious look on his face, he roared again. Get out here! Get out here! Son of a bitch! Get out here! Insults floated over one after another. Yi Qian remained unmoved and continued to lean against the tree with his eyes closed. The show had just begun. Let him torment himself for a while, until he was completely scared. Sun Yaozu wasn't like old Madame Yi, who could curse 18 generations of people's ancestors. He also didn't think of insulting martyr Sun Xueqing. He just kept on cursing Yi Qian, saying unbearably ugly things. Son of a bitch, stop fucking pretending to be a ghost. Get out here if you have the guts. His words were ugly, but it was obvious that he didn't have much confidence left. The only reason he could still shout was because he was holding on. Sun Yaozu, who had shouted until his throat was sore, had a look of panic on his face. His gaze swept around in a hurry, as if he was looking for something. At this moment, he was really starting to feel scared. Cold, too cold. Even jumping on the spot didn't bring any heat. Sun Yaozu, who was shaking all over his body, began to wonder if Yi Qian had already left and wasn't around at all. No, if he stayed any longer, he would really freeze to death. Good. You fucking have guts. Just you wait. If I don't kill her when I get back, I'm not human. Sun Yaozu didn't dare to stay any longer. He hugged his arms and tried to run up the mountain. His legs were so cold that his muscles were stiff. Before he could take a step, he tripped over the bushes under his feet. How could Yi Qian give him a chance to escape down the mountain? The rope that tied his legs was the same one that tied her hands. It was tied with a professional knot in the army, and could only be cut with a sharp tool. After struggling for almost an hour, before Yi Qian could even make a move, Sun Yaozu, whose face was bruised and swollen from the fall, was so cold that he no longer had any strength to struggle. His teeth were chattering, and his whole body was curled up into a ball, trying to use this method to keep himself warm. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. He had earned so much money and achieved his current status. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die at all. Why didn't those good-for-nothings at home realize that he was missing? Where were the bodyguards that he had spent so much money on? All of them are fucking useless freeloaders. Damned old hag, if I go back and meddle in your business again, I won't be human. Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that even his head was trembling, clenched his teeth tightly. He cussed fiercely in his heart. Yi Qian, who didn't want to freeze him to death for the time being, saw that it was about time. Finally, she took a step out of the darkness. Her feet trampled over dead branches and leaves as she walked in front of Sun Yaozu. She turned on a dim blue flashlight. Her expression was cold as she looked down at him condescendingly. Sun Yaozu, the cold doesn't feel good, right? Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that he was about to lose consciousness, vaguely heard someone talking. He struggled to lift his eyes, but only saw a dim blue light. As for who was talking to him, he couldn't tell at that moment. Save me. Save me. Someone. Someone wants to kill me. Save me. He subconsciously asked for help. There was no trace of his initial arrogance. Chapter 1972. Sun Yaozu, whose lips had turned purple from the cold, did not know that the person he was asking for help was Yi Jian. With only a ball of blue light in front of him, he raised his heavy eyelids and kept murmuring, "Save me, save me." Yi Qian, who was not moved at all, asked coldly, "Why did you shoot my mother?" "Shoot? What do you mean shoot?" Sun Yaozu answered with his eyes closed. At this time, he was so cold that his joints were rusty and had no energy left. Just like that year on New Year's Eve, when he threw Yi Qian into the deep snow. Seeing this, Yi Qian broke off a tree branch and turned around to pick up the dirty coat she stepped on. He threw it directly onto Sun Yaozu, who was gradually losing consciousness from the cold. The coat was made of thick wool and could clearly protect him from the cold. Sun Yaozu, who instinctively wanted to live, tried his best to hold on to the warm coat. His fat body shrunk as if he was trying to squeeze himself into the coat. At this moment, the insufferably arrogant Sun Yaozu no longer had the awe-inspiring aura from before. He was no different from a beggar, fighting only for a meal. Yi Qian's eyes were full of mockery. It had only been a little more than an hour and 12 minutes. Back then, when she was only a few years old, she had been frozen for more than 3 hours. She listened to the laughter and chatter in the house. She listened to Yi Ying's happy voice when she received the money. She listened to Yi Zhixiang's proud voice when she talked about how much money her family had made in the coastal area. She also listened to Sun Dongqing's flattery. They stayed in the warm house, eating meat and drinking wine for the new year. She shouted, cried, and begged. Who would even look at her? He kicked her unconscious and threw her outside. Sun Yaozu. Tonight is your retribution. Recalling the past, Yi Qian's calm eyes suddenly turned cold and ruthless. He lifted his leg and kicked Sun Yaozu's chest. This was the place where she was kicked that year. An eye for an eye fair. What she could not take revenge in her previous life, she had to pay it back little by little in this life. Sun Yaozu, who finally had some warmth in his heart, was kicked to the throat and coughed violently. It also kicked him back to his senses. The kick was not light. If it were not for his fat, his ribs would have been broken. Even though his bones were not broken, he was in so much pain that he arched his body and fell to the ground. Before he could recover from the pain, he clearly heard a familiar voice asking him coldly, "Why did you shoot my mother?" Because of this cold voice, he suddenly became clearer. It's that damned girl, the one who dared to risk her life with him. Goza! Before he could say anything else, his voice suddenly, he let out a scream. In the dim blue light, Yi Jian could see that Sun Yaozu's wrist was bent at a strange angle. The number of people I've killed is definitely more than yours. Yi Jian twisted his wrist and looked at him with a murderous look in her eyes. It's more than you think. You said that I don't dare to kill you? Bye. Don't challenge my patience, and don't waste our time. We can't afford to waste time. His gaze was as sharp as the sharpest blade. Yi Qian asked again, back then, why did you shoot my mother? Sun Yaozu had never seen Yi Qian like this. The Yi Qian who was so cold that his heart trembled, and the Yi Qian who was so unfamiliar to him. Chapter 1973. He chuckled softly, his eyes filled with provocation. His frozen purple lips trembled as he said, "Let go of me, and I'll tell you." A student dared to say that he had killed many people? Ha ha ha, did he think he was a fool? A military school student dared to kill people? Could he continue to study after killing people? Ha ha ha, was he trying to lie to Grandpa Sun? There was only one way to deal with someone who always thought he was strong, and that was to show him what it meant to be stronger. Yi Jian took out a small knife from her pocket and smiled faintly at Sun Yaozu. She grabbed two of Sun Yaozu's fingers, and a cold light flashed in her dark eyes. The moment she swung the knife, Sun Yaozu covered his little finger and ring finger that had been cut in half and screamed in pain. Oh! His screams traveled quite far, and even scared a few birds away from their nests. Let me give you a gift for our first meeting. Kindly accept it. Yi Qian wiped the blood-stained knife on his coat and smiled faintly. Your knife is very sharp. It's quite handy for me. Yi Qian, who had been captured, did not carry any other weapons other than the silver wire on his wrist. This small knife was the one Sun Yaozu had wanted to use in the basement to stab Yi Qian in one of his eyes. Now that she was using it, it was quite good. Speak properly. If you say something wrong, I'll continue to cut off your other 8 fingers. As long as you can withstand it, I'll be happy to play with you. Yi Qian said faintly. He did not take another look at the blood in his eyes. Take a good look at the 2 fingers that I cut off. Next time, I'll probably cut off the entire palm. If not, I'll leave a section for you. Yi Qian was already used to seeing blood. His 10 fingers were connected to his heart. Being cut in half at once, the immense pain directly cut off Sun Yaozu's domineering confidence. Holding his fingers, he moved along with the dim blue light and saw the 2 halves of his fingers that he had cut off. Bloody fingers, neat white broken bones. She cut them off so easily. It was actually quite difficult to make someone who was used to being tyrannical suddenly become afraid. Facing his 2 broken fingers, although Sun Yaozu was afraid, he wasn't so afraid that he would beg for mercy. He still forced himself to maintain a fierce expression and glared at Yi Qian. How dare you? You! Of course I dare. Don't you believe me? Don't worry, I'll just cut off 2 more of your fingers. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. He didn't give Sun Yaozu any chance to react. He reached out and grabbed Sun Yaozu's other hand as fast as lightning. The cold gleam of the knife slashed across Sun Yaozu's eyes. His pupils constricted, and the sound that came out of his throat was even more miserable than before. Yi Qian laughed coldly. There are only 6 left. If you still don't believe me, then keep peeling. Sun Yaozu, who was screaming miserably, believed it. He really believed it. It was only now that he understood that the Yi Qian he was facing was not the Yi Qian he knew at all. It was also not the Yi Qian that he thought was easy to deal with. She easily cut off half of his fingers without a trace of fear. It was as if she had done this kind of thing so many times that she was completely numb. Thinking of this, Sun Yaozu, who had always been domineering, was finally so scared that his eyes were filled with terror. He fell to the ground and could no longer hold his hands tightly. He was in so much pain that sweat broke out on his forehead and he ground his teeth. The wretched girl that he was calling out and the bastard that he was cursing would really kill her. She would really kill her. Chapter 1974. The pain in his body told him that the wretched girl he looked down on was actually a ruthless character. How many people could cut someone's finger just like that? The coldness on his body told him that it was the wretched girl he looked down on who had planned to bring him to the mountains. How could such a ruthless person be caught by his men so easily? Moreover, she was able to escape from the 4 bodyguards he had hired at a high price and come back so easily. She had planned everything long ago and was just waiting for him to fall into her trap. The cold and painful Sun Yaozu finally realized that he had fallen into her trap. Just like she said, she was actually waiting for him to come over. Sun Yaozu's heart was trembling, but he did not dare to continue crying out in pain. His teeth trembled as he said, I'll talk. Let me go, I'll tell you everything. He stated his conditions, but in return, Yi Qian sneered contemptuously. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Money? People? You'll lose everything if you die? Unfortunately, I don't care about what you have. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Back then, why did you shoot my mother? She asked sternly again. Sun Yaozu, who was terrified, trembled as if the doorknob in his mouth was broken. He was so shocked that he blurted out a lot at once. Smuggling. Back then, when I was working as a smuggler, every batch of goods that came from the sea didn't need to be inspected. I don't know when your mother came over. One day, she accidentally found out that I was helping to move the goods. The smuggled goods couldn't go through the docks, so they went through the undeveloped seaside. The workers were all controlled vagrants. Your mother happened to see me moving the goods that day and recognized me at a glance. She thought that I was being controlled and was very anxious. She found me when I was moving the second batch of goods. At that time, I didn't think that there was anything wrong with her. I thought that she was sent by the people in the army to cooperate with us. Fortunately, your mother spoke first. Although your mother didn't say why she came over, the people in the army greeted us and said that there might be someone who had mixed in with our route and that we should be careful. Your mother asked me, "How long have you been here?" Then I understood that your mother was sent to find out about the smuggling route and not to help us. Your mother left a few days later. Before she left, she said that she was going to save me. Your mother is from Sun Jiawan, and I'm also from Sun Jiawan. My grandfather and your grandfather have the same grandfather, and we're relatives. In addition, my mother helped your grandfather's family before, and your mother has always remembered this favor. She wants to save me. I didn't want your mother's life. It was your mother who was stubborn and wanted to blow things up. I can't coax your mother and deliberately let her continue to misunderstand that I'm being controlled while quickly telling the news to the person convenient for us. I don't know who that person is. I only know that he is from the army. I received a message from that person saying that your mother cannot be left alive. He will plan to get rid of your mother. A month later, the army sent a special force to encircle us. Your mother was one of them. That night, the mountain was filled with gunshots. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move, but I didn't expect your mother to find me. I was so scared that my legs went weak. I thought your mother was coming to kill me, so I shouted, "She's here." Your mother reacted really quickly and immediately realized that there was something wrong with me. She was shocked and angry. She shouted my name in her native language and even pulled out a knife to stab me. Chapter 1975. My eyes were blinded by your mother, but I wasn't the one who shot her. I didn't have a gun. The one who shot her was someone wearing the same clothes as your mother. It was your mother's men who shot her. It had nothing to do with me. He spoke very quickly, afraid that he would make Yi Qian angry if he spoke too slowly. But because he spoke too quickly, Yi Qian began to doubt the veracity of his words. Yi Qian, who was getting closer to the truth, didn't want to waste any more time. "You're telling too many lies," she said darkly. She pressed the knife against his right thumb with the back of the knife and said, "The diary my mother left behind is very different from yours. Do you really want me to cut off 2 more of your fingers?" Sun Yaozu screamed in fear again. He looked at the young man's ruthless face and shouted, I'll talk, take the knife, away, away." Sun Yaozu didn't suspect that he was being tricked. He really thought that Yi Qian had the diary. Otherwise, why would she come looking for him? Someone found me, told me to let your mother see it on purpose. I don't know who it was. I took a sum of money and listened to his arrangements. I let your mother see it on purpose. Someone wanted your mother's life. They took someone else's money and worked for someone else. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm telling the truth. It's all the truth. Knife. Take the knife away. Take it away. Yi Qian didn't doubt the veracity of his words. Chief Kai told him that his mother seemed to have realized that she might not be able to return safely, so she secretly asked her comrades to help her and handed the diary to Chief Kai, whom she trusted the most. In other words, his mother had already guessed that someone wanted to kill her. Yi Qian, whose heart felt like a huge rock, asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are they? Did you see the person who shot my mother clearly?" The person who shot her mother was wearing the same clothes. The truth was so cruel that she couldn't believe it was the truth. How could they shoot their own comrades? She couldn't believe it. There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong. I don't know. I really don't know. I've told you everything I know. I didn't shoot your mother. I didn't do it. Yi Qian stared at him closely, scrutinizing his eyes and facial expressions. This time he was not lying to her. You were a fugitive. Why did you recover your identity later? Yi Qian asked his last question. As long as he got an answer, the culprit in front of him who had worked together with another person to kill his mother should be dealt with. Someone helped me and told me that they could help me resolve my identity, but the condition was that I had to keep a close eye on Yi Jifan. But I couldn't go and cause trouble for Yi Jifan. His voice was processed, so I couldn't tell who he was. I'm not lying to you. I really don't know who this person is. Sun Yaozu didn't hide anything at this point. He told her everything he needed to know in order to save his own life. I know about your father's death too. The old woman didn't like your father. All he did was ask about where he could earn the most money, but the work was dangerous. Your father was forced to leave home by the old woman. The work he found was also forced by the old woman. Yi Qian, I've told you everything I know. If I hide anything, may the heavens strike me with lightning and I'll die a horrible death. He even swore a deadly oath. Yi Qian, who knew enough, glanced at Sun Yaozu, who still thought he could leave this place alive. He smiled faintly and said, Okay, I got it. I'll continue to investigate what you said. She would continue to investigate until she found the truth. Chapter 1976. In the face of difficulties, Yi Qian in this life would always face them head-on. Even though she could tell from Sun Yaozu's words that her mother's sacrifice involved the higher-ups of the army, she wasn't afraid. She wouldn't risk her life to find out the truth. Having been reborn, she cherished her life very much. She wanted to find out the truth, and she also needed to protect her own life. As a martyr, her mother shouldn't have sacrificed herself like this. How could she have died under the gun of her comrades? She didn't believe it at all. Mother's comrades, like Chief Kai, and those uncles who never showed up but were still investigating in secret. They were loyal, hot-blooded, and had an unwavering sense of justice. How could someone like them raise a gun and shoot at their own comrades? She didn't believe it at all. When Sun Yaozu heard Yi Qian say that she would investigate thoroughly, a sinister sneer flashed across his eyes. Investigate thoroughly? Ha ha, that's right. He admitted that he had underestimated Yi Qian. He also knew that he had been too careless. He had fallen into her trap and almost froze to death on the mountain. But she said that she would investigate thoroughly. Ha ha ha, although she was a ruthless person, she was a ruthless person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. That person could easily mobilize an army and cooperate with a smuggling team.
She even had a way to collect illegal money. Would someone like that be afraid of being investigated?
With such power, who would dare to investigate?
She actually said that she would investigate thoroughly? Fine, he would wait for her to investigate thoroughly. If she did, she would end up like her mother. She would end up losing her life. Sun Yaozu, who didn't notice anything from her indifferent expression, sneered in his heart. He put on his coat, and his body of fat warmed up his limbs. His mind became active again. He smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Okay, okay, okay. Investigate, investigate.
I won't disturb your investigation.
I have to go. If I don't go now, I'll be covered in blood.
I'm afraid I'll bring you trouble."
Ha, was he threatening her? Yi Qian sneered. You won't bring me trouble. You won't have the chance to bring me trouble. She was involved in the murder of her mother, and she still wanted to leave alive? Naive. Looking at Yi Qian, who was smiling at him, Sun Yaozu narrowed his eyes. He swallowed hard. You. What do you mean?
Aren't my intentions clear enough?
Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. Oh, that's right. You think I don't dare to kill you? Wrong. Didn't I just say it? I've killed many more people than you can imagine, and... There was a cold smile on Yi Jian's beautiful face.
She slowly bent down and looked at the other party with a little coldness in her clear black eyes, as if there was a handful of snow.
And it's all legal killing. Although killing you is not legal, it's still a very simple thing. The girl in front of him smiled faintly. Her youthful face gradually overlapped with the face in his memories, as if they were the same person. The only difference was that the Rong Yen in his memory was worried about him and told him that she would definitely save him. But the youthful face in front of him was filled with murderous intent. One wanted to save him, the other wanted to kill him. Sun Yaozu retreated in horror, trying to find a place where he could feel safe. No, you can't do this. Murder is against the law. You. Aren't you a military academy student? You. How dare you kill me? If you kill me, you won't have a good ending. Chapter 1977. If I don't kill you, do you think I'll let the tiger return to the mountain and wait for you to come back and kill me? Yi Qian laughed. His dark eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Do you think I'm stupid enough to wait for you to come and kill me? I don't want to do it myself. I'll just kill you the way you tried to kill me back then. No, if you kill me, you'll be destroying yourself. Yi Qian, it wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. Yes. Look at how hard it was for you to escape from the Yi family. Now Yi Zhifan can't do anything to you. Yi Ying will forever be inferior to you. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll go to jail. Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that he was about to lose consciousness, now truly felt that he was going to die here. Fear and panic came crashing over him like a raging tide. He was very, very afraid of death. He never thought that death would be so close to him. Right now, he could only beg for mercy. He cried bitterly and begged for mercy. He wanted to live. He didn't want to die. A life for a life. If you kill me, you won't have a good ending either. If Yi Ying knew about this, she would be so happy that she would immediately return to the country. Yi Zhifan and Sun Dongqing would be even happier. Yi Qian, let me go. I beg you, let me go. Tell me what you want me to do. I'll definitely work for you obediently from now on. Old hag Yi, you must hate her, right? She also took money back then. She also had a part to play in killing your mother. I'll get rid of her for you, okay? If you let me go, I'll be a dog in your hands from now on. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. In order to live, Sun Yaozu threw away all of his dignity just to live. As long as he was alive, there would be a chance for revenge. However, Yi Qian laughed softly when she heard this. She had always been a narrow-minded person. Seeing him kowtow to her and beg for mercy, she had to admit that it felt good to see it. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Sun Yaozu's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Qian's words. He thought that Yi Qian was just teasing him when he said he would kill him. He was so scared that his beer belly deflated a little. Then he heard Yi Qian say coldly, I'll let you go as soon as possible. It's boring to tease you for too long. From heaven to hell, Yi Qian only needed to say a few words. Sun Yaozu looked at her and raised her hand.
Someone walked out of the darkness and asked her respectfully, "Are you going to tie him to the tree directly?" "Yes, and he's wearing too many clothes. Let's take them off." Yi Qian's casual words made Sun Yaozu completely despair. His fat legs twitched violently a few times, and a strong smell of urine drifted over with the cold wind. The man standing in front of Yi Qian glanced down and said to Yi Qian without changing his expression, "The car is parked at the foot of the mountain. We still need to walk some distance before we can get there. We'll take care of the rest. The 2 foreign bodyguards have also been taken care of. As long as we clean up this place, we'll be done." The subordinates that Hou Zi sent to Yi Qian were all his trusted aides. They were all quite capable and always did things cleanly. Not even a fingerprint would be left behind at the scene. Before he finished listening, Sun Yaozu's eyes rolled back a few times and he actually fainted from fear. Yi Qian didn't stay. Hou Zi said at the time that it would be better for him to take care of the rest of the matters. Just as Sun Yaozu said, it wasn't worth it to ruin her own future for him. Looking back at Sun Yaozu, who was tied to the tree like a dead pig, Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. He hid his deep sharpness and left the scene with a calm and fearless aura. After taking care of Sun Yaozu, what awaited her next was an even bigger storm. And she was already prepared. Chapter 1978. After Yi Qian left for a while, the man in charge of handling the aftermath gave Hou Zi a call. At that time, it was almost 3 in the morning. Hou Zi was anxious to go to the Yu family for the new year. After coaxing Xia Yiwei to sleep, he sneaked out of bed and dealt with the important matters at hand. He had to rush back to the capital with his beloved woman to reunite with her family on New Year's Eve. While working at his desk, he heard his phone ring. He looked at the caller ID and suddenly remembered that he had a big matter to deal with outside. He was so busy that he had forgotten about it. He replied with a faint, "Hello," and his subordinates reported the situation at Mount Dalong. After knowing that Yi Qian had listened to his orders and did not personally deal with Sun Yaozu, he also did not make things difficult for his subordinates and went down the mountain. Hou Zi's slender fingers lightly knocked on his desk. A faint smile appeared on his handsome and mature face. "Okay, I got it. Clean up the loose ends. It won't be very peaceful in the next few days. Brothers, be careful for a few days." Hou Zi still had his concerns. If it was in the past, he would not have to worry about dealing with a few people. He would have to personally instruct his subordinates to be careful for a few days. Hou Zi was used to controlling everything himself. Therefore, Yi Qian could only participate in the first half. When Yi Qian told him that he wanted to deal with Sun Yaozu, his suggestion was for him to deal with the loose ends. In his previous life, Yi Qian understood Hou Zi's way of doing things through the boss of the security company. In this life, he had interacted with him many times. He knew that this was a gang leader who was used to controlling the entire situation. In the end, no matter what he said, she nodded. He did not want trouble after the incident. She did not want to trouble him at all. However, in the end, he was still the one who troubled her. Naturally, she had to listen to his arrangements. Otherwise, she would be seen as someone who did not know what was good for her. Yi Qian's cooperation made Hou Zi feel a little surprised. This decisive girl did not refute him directly. After the incident, she would definitely do something to reassure him. This was her personality. Hou Zi also had this bad habit. However, she did not. She completely followed his instructions and cooperated. This made him a little surprised. She actually trusted him so much. She was not worried that he would not clean up the loose ends. In the end, she would lose everything. That's interesting. Hou Zi glanced at the phone on the desk. He stood up and stretched with a smile on his face. Tonight's work was over. Since she trusted him so much, he couldn't let her down. Yes, she also knew her limits and knew how to get along with him. Or it could be said that she was very clear about his style of doing things and understood his personality. If it was someone else who knew him so well, they would have said that he wouldn't live long, but she was the daughter-in-law that Old Six had chosen, and Yiwei also admired her very much. For the sake of their relationship as a family in the future, he was very willing to help this girl who had relied on her own efforts to get to where she was today. Old Six, your wife is not simple. You are really lucky. At that time, a clan with 3 generals will be recorded in the annals of history. After saying that softly, Hou Zi turned off the lights and left the study. She returned to the bedroom and fell asleep with her warm and fragrant jade in her arms. After returning to the hotel, Yi Qian took a shower and laid on the bed. However, he did not feel sleepy at all. He was still thinking about every word that Sun Yaozu said. He was trying to find the most useful clues from it. The initial confusion gradually turned into a clue. Yi Qian suddenly sat up from the bed. He picked up the pencil that the hotel had prepared and started to write and draw on a piece of paper. Chapter 1979. Soon, a relationship chart appeared on the paper. In the end, Yi Qian focused on someone who helped Sun Yaozu recover his identity and asked him to keep an eye on Yi Zhifan, but didn't allow him to cause trouble for Yi Zhifan. In the end, Yi Qian drew a thick line around the someone. Could she assume that this person was the person she was looking for? Yi Zhifan took her mother's jade pendant and rose through the ranks. This person, who hadn't helped Sun Yaozu recover his identity for so many years, suddenly made a move one day and asked Sun Yaozu to keep an eye on Yi Zhifan. Could she assume that this person was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control Yi Zhifan in the future, so he asked Sun Yaozu to keep an eye on him? That didn't seem right. How could he not be able to control Yi Zhifan? The reason Yi Zhifan was where he was today was all because of this person's guidance. Oh right. When Sun Yaozu mentioned the army, Yi Qian drew a star in a thick circle and a promotion/promotion sign. This meant that if this person was still in the army, then he must be a high-ranking official. There was another question. If he was a high-ranking official in the army, how could he reach out to political power? What if this person's family members were high-ranking officials in the political arena? Every time Yi Qian thought of a question, she would write it down. Every time she thought of a possibility, she would write it down. Yi Qian, who had a strong sense of logic, circled one question after another based on what Sun Yaozu said. She then analyzed the various possibilities. She sorted out the messy situation bit by bit and slowly organized it. In the end, Yi Qian confirmed that this person was a high-ranking official in the army, and his family members were high-ranking officials in the political arena. Only the coexistence of these two could explain her current predicament. It looked like she would have to trouble Captain Xia again. She needed to ask him which high-ranking military officers had powerful connections in the political arena. This way, she could narrow down the scope of her investigation. Yi Qian didn't know that the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection had already begun investigating martyr Sun Xueqing. She also didn't know that Chief Kai was secretly invited to the capital. On New Year's Eve, news of a real estate tycoon being kidnapped and killed by his 2 foreign bodyguards suddenly spread in southern province. For a time, the headlines of all the major newspapers were dominated by the real estate tycoon's death. According to the relevant investigation, the origins of the 2 foreign bodyguards are unknown. They did not go through the normal immigration process. The police suspect that the 2 foreigners may have criminal records. The police later investigated the 2 foreigners for repeatedly molesting women in entertainment venues and obtained relevant evidence. After Yi Qian finished reading this short paragraph, he stuffed the 2 yuan newspaper into the trash can. The police were suspicious of the 2 missing foreign bodyguards. They even took 2 blurry fingerprints from the crime scene and compared them with the fingerprints of the 2 missing foreign bodyguards. It had to be said that Yi Zhixiang had played a big role in this. Otherwise, the police wouldn't have only suspected the 2 foreign bodyguards. She told the police that she had heard 2 foreign bodyguards asking her husband, Sun Yaozu, for a higher commission, but they were rejected. Therefore, she suspected that the 2 foreign bodyguards must be holding a grudge. If he had a wife who lowered his IQ, such as Yi Zhifan and Sun Yaozu, she would only drag him down at critical moments. When old Madame Yi found out that her son-in-law, Sun Yaozu, had died from a nurse, her heart sank. When old Madame Yi thought of her son-in-law's murderer, the first person she thought of was Yi Qian. After being paralyzed for so long, although she had food, water, and taken care of, she had still lost weight. Old Madame Yi pointed at the nurse with a trembling finger. She was so thin that her face completely revealed her mean nature. Her lips trembled as she asked sternly, You, what are you talking about? Chapter 1980. The young nurse did not have a good impression of the old lady, who was mean and would scold others at the slightest displeasure. But she was Director Ye's mother, so they didn't dare to say anything. They looked at each other and passed the newspaper to her. Look, we only found out after reading the newspaper. Real estate tycoon killed in kidnapping. The words that took up most of the page rushed into old Madame Ye's eyes. When she saw the name clearly, her body twitched violently. Her cloudy eyes flashed with obvious fear. She wasn't frightened because of Sun Yaozu's death. She was frightened because of what Yi Qian said before he left. She was the one who told her son-in-law to solve the problem in secret as soon as possible. She was the one who told him to clean it up before the new year. Because there were many crimes before the new year, as long as it was handled properly, the police wouldn't necessarily know if a life was lost. Who knew? The bastard was fine, but her son-in-law was in trouble. At this moment, old Madame Yi didn't think of the 2 foreign bodyguards as the culprit, but Yi Qian. Her intuition told her that Yi Qian had a lot to do with this. What a coincidence. She suspected that Yi Qian had something to do with her son-in-law's death. When she saw the newspaper and what her daughter Yi Zhixiang said to the reporters, she muttered, "Idiot, idiot." She was still holding the newspaper when she suddenly foamed at the mouth and fell out of the wheelchair. Just as Yi Qian said, old Madame Yi had a second stroke. Before she could tell Yi Zhixiang about her suspicions, old Madame Yi, who had a second stroke, wasn't as lucky as the first one. The doctors tried their best to save her, but they couldn't pull her back from death. Yi Zhixiang, who had just lost her husband, hadn't completely accepted it. When she heard the doctor say that old Madame Yi had passed away, she went crazy and threw her bag at the doctor. "Trash. You're all a bunch of trash. You're all a bunch of quacks. I give your hospital more than 100,000 yuan a year, and you can't even save my mother. You're all a bunch of liars." The doctor wanted to comfort her, but he didn't expect a weapon to fall from the sky and hit him squarely on the head. When Yi Zhixiang came at him again, the doctor raised his hand to block it and quickly stepped back. He said sternly, "This is a hospital, not a place for you to be unreasonable." The old lady is easily irritable. Us doctors, nurses, and the nurses who take care of her have to remind her to pay attention to her emotions every day to prevent a second stroke. I remind him every day, but the old man turns a deaf ear every day. We've also made it very clear to the family about the consequences of a second stroke. Now, the old man has suffered a second stroke due to emotional agitation. Our hospital is already doing our best to save him. If you continue to be so unreasonable, I will directly call the police." How could Yi Zhixiang listen? The 2 nurses who were driving her were kicked several times. Yi Zhifan, who had rushed over, happened to see Yi Zhixiang throwing a tantrum. His expression immediately darkened. "What are you doing? Don't you think things are messy enough?" Sun Dongqing, who came later, took a look and gloated, "She's never worried about messy things. The messier, the better." "Shut up." Yi Zhifan, who had been in a bad mood all day, glared at his wife and hurried over. "Doctor, something big happened to my sister's family, and now something happened to my mother. She's in a bad mood. Please forgive her." He didn't know that old Madame Yi hadn't been saved yet. For Yi Zhifan's sake, the doctor nodded with a cold face and didn't say anything else. He covered his bleeding forehead and left. Chapter 1981. Yi Zhifan's arrival was a relief to the hospital. Although he was a provincial official, he was not arrogant and had a good temper. He never made things difficult for others. Every time he came back, he would advise the old lady not to make things difficult for the hospital and to be more considerate. The staff in the nursing home were all looking forward to his arrival. After the doctor left, the nurse comforted him with a "my condolences," and quickly left. They could understand the family member's emotions after the death of a loved one, but it was wrong to hit someone. The doctor tried his best to save her, but not only did he not get a word of thanks, he was also beaten up. Anyone would be angry. After the staff left, Yi Zhifan's face darkened and he reprimanded, "Do you think this matter is not serious enough? Who do you think you are? You even hit the doctor. Do you really want to sit in the police station for a few days before you're happy? Things have never gone well for you. You've only made things worse. When the reporters interviewed you, look at what you said. You said it was definitely the work of the 2 foreign bodyguards. Are you sure? Even the police can't be sure." The old lady passed away. The doctor's hair was wet with sweat after saving her. "You didn't even say, 'Thank you,' when you came up. You even hit someone. Yi Zhixiang, you're really something. You really think you're not afraid of anything just because you're rich? Listen to me carefully. Sun Yaozu and the old lady who made money for you are gone. If you continue to be so arrogant, You'll destroy the two children. Yi Zhifan was indeed afraid that Yi Zhixiang would drag him down. Things were different now. If anything happened to a government official, the media would swarm over like flies. They were just waiting for you to commit a crime so they could expose you. Although he had people protecting him, he was still cautious. If he were to become the subject of gossip because of his relationship with Yi Zhixiang, he would definitely teach her a lesson. At this time, Yi Zhifan was not concerned about the old lady's death. He was worried that Yi Zhixiang would implicate him in the future. Yi Zhixiang didn't inherit old Madame Ye's intelligence, but she inherited her temper. How could she be intimidated? Hearing this, she straightened her neck and roared, "Yi Zhifan, don't put on airs in front of me." The moment she shouted, Yi Zhifan's expression changed. If there weren't people walking around, he would have slapped her. Yi Zhixiang seemed to have found a place to vent. Without looking at his expression, she pointed her finger and shouted, "My mother is gone. I know you two are happy. Especially you, Sun Dongqing, you." She had just pointed her gun at Sun Dongqing, but Sun Dongqing, who was never one to be trifled with, did not even let her finish. She glared at her angrily and retorted, "What did I do? What did I do? That's because your mother is gone. Shut up, all of you." When Yi Zhifan saw that the two of them were arguing unreasonably, he couldn't restrain his anger and shouted, "Don't you think it's embarrassing enough?" Sun Dongqing would not let herself be taken advantage of. With the old lady's death, she suddenly felt that she was in charge. Yi Zhixiang happened to be in charge. How could she let it go so easily? She looked coldly at the crazy Yi Zhixiang and said, "I'm happy. What can you do to me? You and your mother bullied me years ago. I've been looking forward to this day. Ha ha ha, it's finally here. Why can't I be happy?" Yi Zhixiang was infuriated by Sun Dongqing's words. She roared and swung her bag at Sun Dongqing's head. "Bitch, bitch. I'll kill you, bitch." Chapter 1982. A fight between two women was much fiercer than a fight between a woman and a man. No matter how fast Yi Zhifan's reaction was, he couldn't stop both of them at the same time. More and more onlookers gathered, and more people were pointing at them. The doctors and nurses who heard the commotion had no choice but to join in. In the end, the security guards came out and evacuated the onlookers. Then, they dragged the two shrews back to the doctor's office. Only then did the quarrel stop. The doctor couldn't stay. For Yi Zhifan's sake, he said a few words like, "We all understand," to save some face for him. He left the office to the three of them and left with the excuse that he needed to check on the ward. Yi Zhifan, who had lost all his face, was so angry that his face was ashen. He swept his gaze over the two of them with raging anger. He didn't have the habit of hitting women, otherwise, he would have hit them with a chair. "You two are really something. One is the wife of a real estate tycoon, and the other is the wife of a provincial official. Do you think that not many people in Nan province know you? Do you want to make a name for yourselves today? Only then will you feel happy when people point at you on the streets." Every word was said through gritted teeth. Every word was cold and ruthless. "Now you got what you wanted. I dare say that only the two of you showed up today. No one doesn't know you two shrews." At this point, Yi Zhifan's anger flared up. He slapped the doctor's desk. Bam! Sun Dongqing and Yi Zhixiang's hearts skipped a beat. They saw Yi Zhifan pointing at his face and roaring with a ferocious expression. My face has become the laughingstock of the entire Nan province. His ancestors' faces have been disgraced by you two idiots." Yi Zhixiang, who was a little scared, sat down. She covered her face and cried loudly. "Second brother, what should I do? What should the company do? Lei and Chengqing are so young. What should we do in the future?" "Oh, now you're calling me second brother? Weren't you very impressive when the dead old woman was still alive?" Sun Dongqing wasn't afraid of drama. Looking at Yi Zhixiang's current appearance, she was very happy. "What should we do? How would we know? It's just a salad." Yi Zhifan saw that she only knew how to target others and was not worried about her own situation at all. He scolded angrily, "Do you think it's easy to deal with? At that time, those people who flatter you will be gloating behind your back. I'm sure you'll feel very comfortable in your heart." "How dare they?" Sun Dongqing shouted coldly. "Whoever dares to gossip about my family, I'll teach her whole family a lesson." Yi Zhifan, who had completely lost faith in his wife, was too lazy to persuade her any further. She was a stubborn woman. No matter how good or bad you were, she would only think that she was right. Get lost. Yi Zhifan took a few deep breaths. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, he pointed at the door and shouted, "Did you hear that?" Scram. He still needed to ask about Sun Yaozu. Keeping Sun Dongqing here would only add to his troubles. Sun Dongqing didn't want to stay. She rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "Who wants to stay? What bad luck." She walked to the door and turned around. She glanced at Yi Zhixiang with disdain. "What bad luck? Give me a call before you go home. I'll use mugwort to smoke you." Yi Zhixiang, who was covering her face and crying, immediately raised her head. She glared at the person who dared to go against her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sun Dongqing, don't be so smug. How dare you curse my mother? You will also suffer retribution." Chapter 1983. Sun Dongqing snorted in disdain and said, "I think it's your family that's going to get retribution." Then she walked away smugly. Yi Zhixiang was so angry that she almost fainted. "Brother, look at her. Look at her. She didn't even shed a tear when Mom passed away, and she's still making sarcastic remarks." Now, the only person Yi Zhixiang could think of was Yi Zhifan. However, Yi Zhifan wasn't sad. Sun Dongqing had suffered a lot in the hands of old Madame Yi when she first married him, so it was only right for her to vent her anger. Thinking about business, Yi Zhifan calmed down a lot and said, "Birth, old age, illness, and death are natural laws. Do you think being sad can bring someone back to life?" Old Madame Ye's sudden death was normal for Yi Zhifan. She had been paralyzed for so long and had such a bad temper. The doctor had reminded him many times to persuade her. If she continued to be irritable, she would definitely have a second stroke and her life would be in danger. He heard it but didn't remember it. In the Yi family, other than Yi Qian who hated her the most, Yi Zhixin also hated her. When he received a call from Yi Zhixiang saying that old Madame Yi had another stroke, he used the excuse that he was far away and that it would take him a few hours to get back. He didn't want to see this vicious old woman off, nor did he want to hear her last words. Yi Zhixiang couldn't accept Yi Zhifan's indifference. She looked at him in disbelief. "Brother, you. How could you be like this? Mom treated you so much better than Big Brother. Treated him so much better than Yi Xinfan?" Yi Zhifan sneered. "I know how to avoid your mother's anger. I'm just a little smarter than Yi Xinfan. Otherwise, I would be your mother's punching bag." Yi Zhifan didn't want to talk about history anymore. His expression was cold as he said in a businesslike tone, "I don't have much time to arrange your mother's funeral. I plan to let the company handle it. Today is New Year's Eve. You still have to go back to the Sun family for the new year. Your mother's funeral will be handled after the new year. I'll take care of it myself. You don't have to worry about it." Although the tea had cooled down after the person left, he had pretended for so long that he did not mind pretending to be a filial son for a few more days. Hearing this, Yi Zhixiang felt a little better. Then she heard him ask, "Now, tell me about Sun Yaozu. Tell me everything you know so I can talk to the police and have them investigate more carefully. Tell me, how did he recover his identity? I need to start investigating from here and see if anyone is using Sun Yaozu to do something illegal." He said it in a dignified manner, but in fact, he just wanted to confirm the suspicions in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Yi Zhixiang decided to tell her everything she knew. "He came home drunk that day and told me that if you ever dared to do anything wrong, he would make you pay for it. I was a little curious and asked a few more questions. Only then did I know that there was a noble person helping me. The condition was to let Yaozu keep an eye on you. But then I saw that damned girl Yi Qian appear on top of the city gate tower with the country's leaders. Then, your good daughter hit me and sent me to the hospital. I forgot about it." Yi Zhifan's face darkened. He only guessed that the person might have helped Sun Yaozu, but he did not expect that person to want him to keep an eye on him. When he left the hospital, Yi Zhifan's heart was still in turmoil. He did not have half a second of peace. On New Year's Eve, Yi Zhifan's family was destined to not have a peaceful time. Yi Qian, who had returned to the sniper base, made dumplings with the soldiers and happily celebrated the new year. Chapter 1984. Yi Jian, who had been reborn in the second year of junior high, counted silently in her heart as she made dumplings. She realized that she didn't seem to have spent Chinese New Year in the army. She was either on the way to training or on the way to training. Looking at the less than 100 recruits and veterans of the sniper base gathered in the canteen to make dumplings in full swing, Japan's somewhat impetuous heart gradually calmed down. The familiar color and the familiar temperament were what she liked only in this life. Take it easy. Although there's still space in your stomachs, if each of you makes 100 dumplings, you'll have to make more than 1,000 dumplings tonight. If you can't finish them, you'll have to go back to the dormitory. A middle-aged man in the middle joked. His fingers moved nimbly, and in just a few words, he made a perfectly shaped dumpling. It was obvious that it was made by a master chef. The middle-aged man's surname was Deng. He was a captain and a company commander. He was the commander of the sniper base. He was also a soldier with outstanding military achievements. He was 34 years old this year. The soldiers all laughed. Someone replied, "I'm not afraid of being full. I'll run 3 kilometers after eating a few. 100 dumplings won't be a problem." That's a good idea. Comrades, what do you think? There was a collective objection. The laughter was joyous and harmonious. Yi Qian didn't have much contact with Commander Deng. Firstly, she had only been here for a short time. Secondly, when she was here, Commander Deng went out on a business trip and didn't come back until yesterday. Today, it was Principal Chen who introduced her to the sniper base that she spoke a few words with Commander Deng. Commander Deng, who came from the northeast, was a famous Chinese New Year holdout in the sniper base. He had been in the army for 8 Chinese New Years and hadn't come home. Including this year, it had been 9 years. He had planned to go home to visit his wife and children this year. An instructor who was supposed to be on duty during the Chinese New Year had a seriously ill father. Commander Deng took over his duty without hesitation and asked the instructor to go home early in the morning to visit his family. Principal Chen looked at Company Commander Deng, who was talking and laughing with the soldiers, and said to Yi Qian, "He bought the tickets a long time ago. The night before the business trip, he told me that he could finally go home this year to see his family and his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He also told me about his old father at home. When his mother found out that he was going home, she was so happy that she cried. When he came back yesterday, he found out that an instructor's father was seriously ill. Without hesitation, he gave his train ticket to his comrade. He's also a true man. Little Yi, the thing we don't lack the most in our army is true character." Yi Qian thought they were just talking about Commander Deng, but when she heard the last sentence, she immediately understood that Principal Chen had put in a lot of effort into this matter. He was using this as an excuse to lecture her because he was afraid that she would act rashly again. "Chief Kai, did he say something to you?" Yi Qian put down the weirdly wrapped dumpling in her hand. She lowered her eyes and picked up another dumpling skin. She didn't look up at Principal Chen. Her long, thin eyelashes trembled slightly. "Can you tell me more?" Principal Chen felt that Yi Qian was good at everything, except for one thing. She was too thoughtful. He sighed softly and tried to persuade her. "Little Yi, I'm starting to suspect that your father and I have taught you to be so strong. Have we gone overboard? So much so that you want to solve everything by yourself, and you like to do it in secret. Even Uncle Chen doesn't know what you've been doing in secret." If it wasn't for Chief Kai's call, he wouldn't have known that she had left the base to seek revenge. 7 days. For 7 whole days, he still hadn't noticed anything wrong with this little Yi girl. Yi Qian pursed her lips and revealed a stubborn look. She gently pinched the dumpling skin with her eyes lowered. She said softly, "You need to rest. I didn't want you to worry, so I didn't tell you." Chapter 1985. This time, I got some information from Sun Yaozu and found some clues myself. In the future, I won't be as impulsive as I was a few days ago. Because the enemy was powerful, if she continued to be impulsive, she would end up harming herself. It had not been easy for her to get to where she was today. How could she harm herself because of impulsiveness? After putting away the weirdly wrapped dumplings, Yi Qian, who knew she was wrong, finally raised her eyes and dared to look into Principal Chen's eyes. "Uncle Chen, what else did Chief Kai say to you? Can you tell me about it?" The cafeteria was very lively. Company Commander Deng even asked the soldiers to move the large color TV, which was usually used for news broadcasts, into the cafeteria and put it on 2 stacked steel tables. Festive songs were played on the TV, adding to the Chinese New Year atmosphere in the cafeteria. Principal Chen looked around and picked up a towel to wipe the flour off his hands. He said to Yi Qian, "Girl, let's go for a walk." It was snowing outside again. They walked out of the cafeteria and walked along the cement path towards the field. The light in front of them was very bright, but behind them was darkness. It was just like Yi Qian's life, who had walked through the darkness and was moving towards the light. The thin white snow left a trail of footprints that extended all the way to the field. Principal Chen pointed at the obstacle course that was usually used for physical training. "I haven't seen you do a 400-meter obstacle course in a long time. Let's go. Run a lap with Uncle Chen." "No, your body has just recovered. You can't do such intense training," Yi Qian refused without thinking. She then said, "Give me the time and I'll finish it. The throne of the world sniper is not that easy to sit on. Girl, don't underestimate Uncle Chen." Her refusal was useless. Principal Chen unbuckled the belt around his waist and put it aside seriously. He then challenged Yi Qian, "Come on girl, show me what you're capable of. Show Uncle Chen what you're capable of." For the 400-meter obstacle course, one had to first run 100 meters in the air, then turn around and cross the 5-step pile. Yi Qian saw Principal Chen shoot out like an arrow as soon as he finished speaking. She still wanted to say a few more words to persuade him, but her reflexes were faster than her brain. She was a few seconds behind him and rushed a few meters away. Principal Chen was 3 steps ahead of him. "Little Yi, your strength shouldn't be limited to this, right?" As they brushed past each other, Yi Qian heard Principal Chen teasing him with a faint smile. He couldn't help but tease back, "I have to save you some face." "Ha ha ha, what a boastful tone. Let's see who gives whom face." Principal Chen, who had lost a lot of weight due to his serious illness, didn't become dispirited because of it. He had been a soldier for more than 10 years and had the will to risk his life. He leaped over the deep pit and soared into the air like a tiger released from its cage. In the blink of an eye, he jumped over the low wall. The military field was the best place to ignite a soldier's fighting spirit. Yi Qian's eyes turned cold when she saw this. She didn't want to be seen as weak. She rushed up the high platform and jumped down with open arms like an eagle. "Not bad. You're a bit off." Principal Chen jumped up the high wall and smiled at Yi Qian, who was already beside him. "You're not even halfway there. Keep it up, girl." Climbing up and down the high wall, Yi Jian crawled over the net of low posts. She was much faster than Headmaster Chen here. She supported herself with one elbow and slightly bent one knee to make her body as close to the snowy ground as possible. With a sound of swish swish swish, she nimbly crossed the net. Once her feet were out of the net, she quickly climbed up and returned to the low net. This time, she had to jump over the low net.